myself. KG so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. Look at my team going way off. Now we running the game, they can't play y'all. We don't need an assist, now we counting up chips. I think it's time that they pay y'all. Let's go. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Viva Log Vegas, baby. It is Pro Tour Sunday. I am here for it. I am joined with Pankaj Bhojwani. Thank you so much for being here as we bring you the hypest moments in all of Flesh and Blood. We are, of course, brought to you by our friends, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood, TCG Player. And Pankaj Bhojwani, what a set of stories we have brought to the table here this weekend. Not only some of the absolute gods of the game, but just Betsy, too. Betsy, Pro Tour, top 8. Betsy, two times.
Get those log counters going, people. You're going to need it. We're going to see a lot of swings of that pile driver this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, today, yeah.
Of course, I predicted this flawlessly. You'll see it when we go through my caster predictions.
Yeah.
I absolutely nailed everything that would go on. Knew that Betsy would be here in force. No, anyone who predicted this is clairvoyant, and I think they should join me at the blackjack tables in Vegas, where things have been very successful, by the way. Next time we come to Las Vegas,
a little bit.
Shut up. Next time we come to Las Vegas, you should all join us. We've had a blast here this weekend. A huge part of it has been just seeing this evolution of the metagame yet again. And how fitting is it that someone like Jonathan Magnusson gets to be part of that? Just went ahead and flipped the metagame on its ear at U.S. Nationals a few weeks ago, bringing Ziggy to the table, and now Betsy a part of the talk as well.
I think he's starting to build up quite a fan base, and I'm one of them for sure. Seeing the
100%.
pioneering, the deck-building innovation from this player, it's just so entertaining.
We've seen it from a host of players here this weekend. Why don't we remind ourselves how we've gotten to this point now that the stakes are at their highest? Of course, we kick things off on day one with 5 rounds of Classic Constructed. We did a little bit of Omens of the Third Age draft, 6 rounds of that, where the format was absolutely on display at the highest quality. Folks like Michael Hamilton saying it's their favorite draft format of all time. Encourage all of y'all to head to your local game stores and get some of that Omens draft in before it goes away for Usurp the Shadow Throne. But now we come to Sunday. Pankaj, top 8 is here. And of course, we have to go ahead and remind y'all that you want to be here all Sunday long as we get ready to give away this drinking buddy, as we have every single day. I want to set the stage of what our players are playing for here on Sunday. We know about the prize money. We know about that gold foil legendary. The PTIs keep the train rolling. I want to focus in on those World Tour points because we have none other than the World Tour points leader, Jacob Clements, in the mix. If he picks up those 35 points here, Pankaj, the race might just be over.
It feels like he's very close to just locking it in. I also do want to shout out our 9th to 64th place competitors here, walking away with some amount of money as well, and some amount of World Tour points as well, of which Brody Spurlock, our second player in the running of the World Tour race, is in the 9th to 16th category. But to your point, all eyes today is to the 1st through 8th place. Lion's share of the money going to that 1st place Pro Tour winner, 50,000 USD alongside 35 World Tour points.
I love that you shout out 9th through 16th place because we talk about how strong this top 8 is, and it is strong. But you go through the 9th through 16th place, you have folks like Yuki Lee Bender in 9th, Lucas Oswald, Brody Spurlock, Tatsuya Okanishi, all these folks with big finishes in that top 16.
It's absolutely incredible. Let's also take a look at what our Pro Tour champion's going to be walking away with, and these are breathtaking in real life. And we have, once again, a chance that we might have a 2-time Gravy Bones Pro Tour champion card.
Here's the chance I want to talk about, though.
Betsy.
What if there's a Betsy Pro Tour champion guy? And you'll have to forgive me, I forget the gentleman's name. I know there's a dude out there who has like 1 million Marvel Betsies, just an absolute binder full of Marvel Betsies. So there might be a prize that that gentleman has to hunt down here when this is all said and done. But of course, heroes like Gravy Bones in the mix for getting a second copy. Arakni, Marionette, Jarl. Very, very cool heroes to be immortalized with this champion's prize card, Pankaj. And of course, to figure out who that's going to be, we're going to have to actually play the games. And there's so much intrigue about this format. I think when it comes to these Pro Tour Sundays, there's always kind of 2 stories happening simultaneously for me. There's the story of players, and there's the story of decks. And you can say all you want about matchup spreads. You know, this is a 90-10 both ways. We've heard it a million times. Until you sit down and play on Pro Tour Sunday, you don't know what's going to happen. And you don't know how quickly these players and their teams that they go back on Saturday night and work with can flip a matchup around.
Card game players are definitely very known to reducing matchups to absolutes, saying 60% is a free win or 40% is unwinnable. But I think we're going to see some of those narratives shift today. And I want to come back to your point about the story about players. I do feel like this tournament in particular is very much focused on player skill. You have to be prepared for a very wide metagame and the draft rounds as well. We saw our players, our top-tier draft players, Yukili Bender, Michael Hamilton, Majin, just drafting expertly and piloting those decks efficiently in this draft format, which is very tricky and intricate.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and take a look at our bracket now, set you up for the matches you're going to be seeing today. We are going to kick things off all the way on the bottom of the bracket. It is Filipe, Lima, Cardoso, the pride of Brazil, taking on Bryce, Stroyek, and it is that Betsy appearing right to kick the day off, but has a huge task in front of her, perhaps taking on best deck in format, 3 copies in the top 8, making a very good case here.
It's so interesting that we say, yeah, there's 3 copies in the top 8, but it almost feels like it's 3 different heroes,
all
to be
different
honest.
decks.
The only repeat hero I feel like is the Betsy because of how different these Oscilios are built. The quarterfinals we're going to start with Filipe, Lima, Cardoso versus Bryce, Stroyek. I do think this is perhaps the closest of the quarterfinals that we have currently, at least on paper. But again, these are top-tier players. They can flip anything.
After that, we're going to head over to the Noah Clark versus Jacob Clements matchup. I think this one has huge implications about how the rest of the bracket will play out. I'll tell you more about that as we get to our prediction part of this review. Next match after that, it's time for the Oscilio Mirror, but calling this an Oscilio Mirror doesn't seem fair, Pankaj.
Yeah, because both players have brought a very different flavor of Oscilio. They're a bit closer to each other than, say, Felipe's version. 2 of them are still on mono arcane spells. However, Alexander Vore with a very different chess piece, very different headpiece as well, and has a lot more prevention effects in his deck compared to Majin, who has opted instead for defense reactions, which in this matchup in particular, not going to come too handy.
Majin was absolutely dooming over this matchup when he found out he would be taking it on at the close of Saturday, but it sounds like maybe in a little bit of nighttime testing may have found it in, starting to get that confidence back, Pankaj.
Absolutely. And then we're going to finally close our quarterfinals out with Michael Hamilton versus Jonathan Magnusson. It is such a treat to see Michael Hamilton back on an Earth Ice Guardian. It was Oldhim, the hero that he first made a name for himself on, then moving on to just have a wide array of accolades. But seeing him play with Ice and Earth cards again, it brings me a lot of joy.
Yeah, the first moment that Michael Hamilton really popped on the radar, it was actually U.S. National Championships. It was not the National Championships itself. It was the one won by Tariq Patel, but Michael Hamilton went on to win the Calling that weekend, and he did so on the back of Oldhim at a moment where Oldhim wasn't really considered to be that strong, and nobody knew who Michael Hamilton was. That changed very, very quickly following that weekend as the gentleman started to go on a tear that has culminated with him being a 5-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor. Next closest, Maximilian Klein with 3. He just has such a huge advantage over the rest of the field and continues to go ahead and fight with Pablo Pintor over that GOAT title. You know what locks it up for Hamilton? A second Tier 4 win.
Talk about consistency. Michael Hamilton's run is nothing short of just sheer impressiveness. His opponent, though, Jonathan Magnusson, slowly making a name for himself as well, starting off building up that fan base with these unique picks in the form of Ziggy and Betsy skin in the game.
Yeah, so we've reviewed the bracket, Pankaj, and we know how things are set out in front of us, and that means it's time to make some calls.
He's going to put me on the spot.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Who is going to go ahead and win this Pro Tour?
The whole thing. We're not going one by one through all the quarterfinals. I mean, it's just the entire thing. Okay, so I do think it is Noah Clark's Pro Tour finals to lose. Based on the bracket, on paper, he has favored matchups all the way into the finals. However, again, this is a player's metagame, and I want to focus on who I think are a few of the strongest players in this topic. It was very weird to say. At first, I was going to say 2, but there's also so many others. So
yeah, they're all strong.
Michael Hamilton, Jacob Clements, Margin Bay, Alex Vore, these are all, in my mind, like the strongest players in this top 8. And I think I'm going to have to go with what my caster pick was at the beginning, Jacob Clements.
Yeah, to me, this entire top 8 bracket hinges on that Noah Clark versus Jacob Clements matchup. I think you're exactly right that Noah has the matchup spreads he's looking for as a gravy bones, but it comes down to the players and if they have a plan. And I think if Jacob Clements can find a way out of that matchup, he is my pick to take down this entire tournament. And I think he's going to do it. I laid down the gauntlet in the pre-tour and said, I think Jacob Clements is playing the best Flesh and Blood in the world right now, but has to do the thing at Tier 4s. And he's done it thus far. I think he is equipped to go ahead and get the job done. Let's go back to those caster predictions and talk about where we started the weekend and what we thought would go on. Sam O'Byrne still very much live with his winning hero. 3 copies of Oscilio still sitting in the top 8. And his winning pick also present, Alex Vore in the top 8. Great predictions from Sam O'Byrne. Moving on, we see his breakout deck, Katsu. I didn't really see that develop here. Not a whole bunch of Katsu going on. Even over in the calling, haven't seen a ton of Katsu. I get where Sam's coming from. It seems like the on-hit's very, very easy to connect with right now. Just hasn't materialized here.
We were expecting a very aggro-slanted metagame post-Victor LL, so the Katsu pick makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately for Sam, this time didn't quite work out. Alexander Vore, though, on that Oscilio deck, super live to take down this whole thing.
We move on now to Pankaj Bhojwani, winning hero, Arakni Marionette. You got your 1 copy. And your player, Jacob Clements, still present here, still willing to get the job done. Incredible caster predictions thus far. They're about to get worse when we get to me. Don't worry about it, folks. Meanwhile, your breakout deck, Reinar.
Didn't quite make it either. We saw Reinar on stream, did well into a Guardian. Unfortunately, copies of this hero didn't seem to perform very well into the rest of the field.
You can see, though, as Guardians become more and more prevalent, perhaps there is a Reinar angle to be explored. Moving on to me. Poor choice, Bryan Gottlieb. You have not acquitted yourself well. Dash.io not really getting the job done here this weekend. Just more Guardians than I expected, frankly.
Lots of Jarls, but your winning player prediction, though, was quite close. I was speaking to Sam Sutherland, and he said, yeah, after day 1, he was like, ooh, there are a few more Jarls than he was expecting.
You and me
to
both,
your point
Sam.
about Guardians, eating up Dash.io's lunch, so to speak. But I think Sam Sutherland was quite close.
Yeah, meanwhile, breakout deck. I'm going to give myself a thumbs up here. We saw Aurora do some really impressive stuff. Also, I believe top 20 finish, if I recall
Andrew
correctly.
Lorenz, I might be in the top 32, but,
Okay.
It's there in the standings.
Yeah.
Impressive finish.
Performed very, very well in the CC rounds. I still think there's a lot to hear from Aurora in the very near future. Moving on, Scott HowlingMines, Arakni Marionette, still present. Jacob Clements, still present. Very, very astute picks from Scott. Breakout deck Valda. We saw Valda around the top tables. How do you think about Valda in the future as we head to this Guardian meta? It seems like Betsy is the mirror killer we've been looking for.
I see Valda as perhaps a Guardian in between Betsy and Jarl, where I think Valda has a stronger aggro matchup than Betsy does, but a weaker Guardian matchup. So if you want something that's a little bit more in the middle of a polarized matchup spread, I would go with Valda. But Betsy as well might have something to say with that regarding her log.
Moving on, we go to Hayden Dale, winning hero, Kasai. Don't think so, Hayden. Not present in the top 8. Kasai's all around the top tables. Ultimately couldn't get it done down the stretch. Do you think the metagame just turned a little bit hostile here as we got to the end? We saw Betsy do seemingly very well into Kasai.
And also Arakni Marionettes being the most represented deck, I think, is a bit of a thorn in Kasai's side.
Very true. His winning player, Colin Erickson, not present here in this top 8. Going to be a miss there for Hayden. And then this, I just don't understand how Syndra can be a breakout deck, but ultimately didn't really deliver. It was around, but not really looking like a force. Again, question for you, Pankaj. This meta that we're seeing represented in the top 8, is it just hostile towards Syndra?
Again, the increased representation of Jarl, something that not many players were expecting, I do think is a bit of a problem for Syndra.
Yeah, so decent job, caster prediction. Some of us better than others. I still think in the future Dash.io has a role to play in this meta. I think Syndra is still present. Again, it's all about adaptation. That's what this post-Omens format has been all about. Week after week, it feels like this format is changing in both subtle and dramatic ways.
100%. I cannot wait to see how our top 8 today causes a ripple of change throughout the metagame after this.
Well,
you know, I've been saying, I do feel like if Proto Vegas was 2 weeks later, we might actually see a very different metagame, because that's how fast things change in this game.
Yeah, it has continued to evolve, and we are going to see that next evolution played out here on Pro Tour Sunday. We are going to bring you every single game. You are not going to want to miss a single second of it. We'll be back in just a little bit with Flesh and Blood action here from Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Okay,
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Stop now, I ain't finished. Look at my team going way off. Now we run in the game, they can't play us. We don't need an
quarterfinal number 1 is upon us, my friends. We're about to take on the journey to see who our next Pro Tour champion will be. I am Bryan Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhojwani. We are brought to you by our friends at TCG Player. Pankaj, this is what I get up in the mornings for. This is what I live for. Pro Tour Sundays, the highest stakes Flesh and Blood has to offer. And I love seeing new narratives develop and new superstars of the game like Bryce Stroyek go ahead and pick up his first Pro Tour top 8.
We are down to 8 players remaining after an intense weekend of competition. 7 more games remain before we crown our new Pro Tour champion here in Vegas.
Let's take a look at that bracket. Remind you of the games we'll be rolling through today. As we mentioned, we're kicking things off right at the bottom of that bracket. It is Brazil's own Filipe Lima Cardoso taking on Bryce Stroyek, Oscilio versus Betsy, a matchup we all thought we were going to see all weekend long. No, absolutely not. Bryce Stroyek and Jonathan Magnusson coming with 2 very different takes on this Betsy deck.
I like how you brought up, sarcastically, that this is a matchup that we were expecting, because I do believe one of the advantages that Jonathan Magnusson and Bryce Stroyek both have in this sort of format is that they have way more experience in the matchup than their opponents do. I think we saw that happen yesterday in the Betsy games against Marionette as well, where Marionette need to try and figure out the game plan on the fly, whereas Betsy knows what they're doing from the get-go.
Yeah, and Bryce has looked cool, comfortable, composed in our feature match area. I want to hear from the man himself, get to know a little bit more about Bryce. Thankfully, we were able to interview him. Let's hear from him now.
Thank you very much, Booth. I am lucky enough to be sat here nice and early with our new big bad log lad. Bryce, congratulations on making it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. How you feeling about it?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, it's just amazing feeling. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Betsy, bit of a question heading into the weekend. I think a few people caught whispers of what was going on, but it wasn't a known quantity. Talk to me a little bit about how you ended up on the deck.
So I was playing a lot of Victor, more of the defensive with the defense reactions and Fiddler's Greens and everything. And I think swapping to Betsy with a similar game plan, I didn't have to, do as much testing. I already knew what most of my game plans were. But then into some of the other decks, when you have the log, I think your matchup spread was even better than with Victor. So I think it was just kind of obvious from there that I should be playing it, and it obviously is working. So
Can't argue one way or the other. It's Filipe Lima Cardoso for you in the quarterfinals. It's Oscilio. We know it's that Gone in a Flash style, more attack-centric version. Is that a matchup you were hoping for, not hoping for?
So it does have the attacks, but he's also playing quite a number of the arcane spells. It's more like a hybrid, which is, I think I'm a little bit more difficult for me, but I think I can 100% win it, so I'm ready for it.
Perfect. So from your perspective, I guess maybe you had the testing going on last night, something kind of trying those extra loops in. What's the plan in the matchup? What are we expecting to see? It can just be log. Log is an acceptable answer.
I think it is just log. I think that is the game plan. It's always the game plan for mostly things. But yeah, it's just gonna be log.
Slow, methodic. We're just gonna log. Nothing wrong with that. Obviously, a huge weekend for you. Anyone, team-wise, family-wise, you wanted to say a quick thank you to?
Yeah, for sure. My family. I have to shout out Trent. He gave me the cards. I told him I'd shout him out. All the Dragon's Lair people back home, all the locals, the Yes Chef people, the chat. Yeah, I think that's
too many names. 100%.
Yeah.
That's part of Flesh and Blood, right? It's just everyone to thank. Well, Bryce, thank you for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Congratulations. Good luck today.
Hey, thank you.
I'm sure the entire chat is behind you, and we'll see if Betsy can bet big here in Vegas.
Good stuff there from Bryce, ready to go ahead and do battle with Betsy. I got to push back a little bit on Scott, though. I don't think the whole chat's going to be behind Bryce. I know that Brazilian contingent in chat, always some of the most vocal, most passionate supporters of Flesh and Blood. They'll have something to say in favor of Filipe Lima Cardoso.
Bryce did shout out chat in the interview, though, so I'm sure he earned himself a few
He's
more
earning fans. Absolutely, absolutely true. Pankaj, let's hear from you. This matchup, do you think there is an edge one way or another?
I think this is perhaps the closest matchup across all the quarterfinals that we have. Filipe, if you can find the Gun Flash early and do a strong combo, can put Bryce in a very low life total that makes him maybe hesitant to even swing the log because then you get chipped on your own turn. On Bryce's side, though, does have a few pieces of disruption. We saw how effective Command and Conquers were against Arakni Marionette yesterday. If you can line those up with the Gun Flash that's going to be parked in Arsenal, we could see him take this down.
It sounds like our players are ready down in our feature match area, and we are ready to bring you the first quarterfinal of Pro Tour Las Vegas. There you see on the left-hand side, it is Filipe Lima Cardoso taking on none other than Bryce Stroyek, Oscilio versus Betsy.
My first question is, I'm curious how much AB Bryce is going to bring into this matchup, but we will find that out as we get into the game. First, we're going to take a look at Filipe's run through this Pro Tour. We saw him on stream already, I think once, and looking at this Pro Tour run, it is, I mean, impressive as we can expect from all our players in the top 8. Only taking a few losses in the CC rounds and an immaculate 6-0 record in draft.
Yeah, one of the first players to go ahead and lock, actually probably locked about with that round 12 win over Yuki Lee Bender. May not have known it at the time, but went ahead and picked up another win against Matthew Dilks. But Filipe Lima Cardoso has just, since he arrived on the scene at Pro Tour Los Angeles, piloting Kano, been such an ambassador for the game. Of course, hops in the coverage booth when we head down to Brazil, has really spearheaded that community and given them a face to get behind, somebody to root for, and just go ahead and carry the torch for Brazil.
It is notable that of 2 of his losses in the Classic Constructed rounds, they were both to Oscilio. He's yet to pick up a win in the mirror match. Luckily for him, he's on the opposite side of the bracket from the other 2 Oscilios in the top 8.
Yeah, would have to maybe set up yet another Oscilio finals in a Pro Tour. We'll see if we go down that road. But of course, there is a massive hurdle to get over in the way, in the form of Betsy. It is Bryce Stroyek who got hot towards the end of the day. 3 W's in a row to go ahead and pick up that top 8 berth. And his loss was to the Betsy Mirror.
I love looking at Pro Tour top 8 competitors' runs throughout the weekend and noting the wins and losses against other top 8 competitors. We saw Filipe have 1 loss against Majin Bay in the CC rounds of the Swiss, and Bryce here having 1 loss against Jonathan Magnusson in the Swiss as well.
Yeah, and I want to note, thus far, no games into Oscilio. So kind of untested in this particular Pro Tour is Bryce Stroyek. Does he have a game plan? Is he able to go ahead and overcome this challenge of Filipe Lima Cardoso? We're going to go ahead and look at Filipe's deck now. There you see it is the kind of Majin Bay coded version of Oscilio, gone in a flash combo-ish approach. Pankaj, tell me about this deck and tell me how you feel it fares into a Guardian like Betsy.
There have been a few modifications since Majin Bay made this popular at US Nationals. Particularly, I want to point out the increase in the number of arcane damage pieces, particularly Flash Bolt and Strike Twice. We can expect that Betsy is going to adopt a more defensive posture in this matchup. And when they do that, they block out your turn. If you can leak a bunch of arcane damage on their turn, off of cards like Flash Bolt, off of cards like Strike Twice, discarding Echo Flash, maybe even playing Echo Flash in some spots, that's how Filipe can maybe close out this game and really get those life totals on the Betsy side to 0.
The big combo, though, Filipe will be looking for, can he set up an Astral Bridge with further firepower on top to get just the largest Gone in a Flash turn possible? I will say, these Oscilio decks have impressed me for how well they play without Lightning Greaves. They are still able to be dangerous to do damage.
And another loss of this Oscilio deck is Remembrance. Majin Bay did have copies of that card at US Nationals because he thought it was essential to put back some of those tall arcane spells back in the deck when your opponent just wants to block you out and AB everything you're doing. In this case, Filipe no longer has access to that card, but has 3 copies of Comet Collision, 3 copies of Meteoric Impact. We need to watch for these to see how much damage these can leak, and this also depends on how much AB Bryce is going to present.
Well, let's take a look at Bryce's deck. Maybe we can get some insight into exactly how many pieces of AB he will have in this matchup. Again, a very unique take on this Betsy deck. I want to call out the Heart of Fyendel, maybe adding a little bit of cushion to the game should it go long. But what stands out to you about this deck list, Pankaj?
If I'm reading this correctly, there's only AB2 in Bryce's deck. We can expect him to bring both of these, but that means those Comet Collisions, those Meteoric Impacts will be leaking quite a bit of damage into him over the course of the game. Speaking of cushioning that you were bringing up, 3 copies of Sigils of Solace, 3 copies of Fiddler's Green as well, and Filipe's deck will allow Bryce to block with those copies of Fiddler's Green, and maybe that's how he can maybe alleviate the lower amount of arcane barrier that he's able to present.
Yeah, for Bryce, I think really breathing a sigh of relief that he got paired into this version of Oscilio with only AB2. Tall arcane version might have presented a large problem for Bryce. Maybe someone like Majin or Alex just able to walk him down. But in this particular matchup, I do feel like Bryce's tools line up pretty well. And AB2 is awkward, but in combination with Rampart or the Ram's Head, maybe you're able to find another home for that resource. There are some outs here.
I also want to talk about the disruption pieces that Bryce has access to. Command & Conquer, he also has 1 copy of Drink 'em Under the Table, and of course 3 copies of Terra Sunder as well. Of course, Terra Sunder will require him to keep a pretty large hand, but it's one of the ways he can chain disruption turn after turn. Drink 'em Under the Table in one turn, Command & Conquer in the other turn. Filipe has blocked out a bunch. Now you have the space to pay Terra Sunder and just lock Filipe out of the game.
Look, Pankaj, we could talk about this matchup all day long, but it sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area, and we will leave it to them to determine who will be moving on to our first semifinal here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, kicking things off on Filipe's side,
who has already found a copy of Gone in a Flash and a Sigil of Brilliance to back it up as well. If Bryce cannot find a way to deal with this potential 6-card hand Gone in a Flash, we might see Filipe just combo right out the gate.
Fantastic start from Filipe, also offering some arcane damage to kick things off.
Answered very perfectly by the Slap Happy. Additional prevention available in Bryce's deck. Slap Happy alongside AB2 going to be able to cover 4 of this damage. Goes down to 2. Will get a Vigor token though for his troubles thanks to Slap Happy's effect. Question is, how much can he leverage that? We know that his list compared to Jonathan Magnusson is lacking some of those suspense aura cards in the blue base. So what's he going to do with this extra resource on his turn?
Great first turn if you're a fan of Filipe. Lima Cardoso does in fact set up that Sigil of Brilliance, has Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, and leaked arcane damage on turn 1. Basically as perfect as you could ask for.
Now the question is, how many instants is Filipe going to draw up? Doing a little tech check, it looks like our players.
Appreciate that, boys. Love to hear from you. Does find an instant there in the form of a shock.
It's a Comet Storm Shock, though. That's a 2-cost instant, not what you want to see with your Gone in a Flash.
We'll have a redraw off the Sigil.
It looks like the combo for Filipe might need to wait a turn or 2 as we head over to Bryce's side of the turn, who has found a piece of disruption. Command & Conquer gonna hit the combat chain. Unfortunately for him, no gold token to go ahead and put a wager on this off Good Time Chapeau and even activate Betsy to it. So the 2 floating, representing Pummel, but these are open deck lists, people. We know he doesn't have Pummel.
Still a great time to have Command & Conquer, and it actually gets a little bit better for Bryce, because one of the hard things about this turn, it was going to be hard for Bryce to leverage the entire hand. I think he's done so, though. Has a Sigil of Solace in hand as well. So just full efficiency here on display from the Betsy deck, and the disruption to go ahead and challenge that Gone in a Flash in the arsenal.
Command & Conquer is a very difficult card for these versions of Oscilio to deal with. Typically, the only cards they want to block with are Fate Foreseen, which obviously you can't use on Command & Conquer, and the deck has a lot of instants, a lot of 2 blocks.
Are we just claiming the crown right away here from Filipe?
But you can't crown away your Gone in a Flash, because that's your essential combo piece. Pretty tough call here for Filipe.
Both players kind of with a perfect start to counter each other so far, even having the Slap Happy on the previous turn. Like, this game could have snowballed very, very quickly against Bryce. Filipe just going to go ahead and commit to the defense here.
Has to use the Lightning Greaves to shore up the 2 block of the second strike, and does seem to have a fairly decent turn on his turn cycle. Does have 4 into 4 damage, but into a defensive deck like Betsy, you need way more than that to overcome the defenses that Bryce is going to put up.
We're going to see what the Sigil of Brilliance yields for Filipe here. Picks up a fresh card, Enlightened Strike.
Okay, so it's 4 into 7 instead of 4 into 4. So
pretty good. Pretty good, and passes that Gone in a Flash forward. Going to have to keep it safe for yet another turn.
Bryce's side has drawn one of those, Guardian hands, a whole bunch of blues in there. Does include a Terra Sunder. Question is, will he actually take damage to hold onto that card? Seems a little bit unlikely, potentially. We're going to have to see once his E-Strike hits a combat chain.
Just being juiced up for 7, we suspect.
And when you see E-Strike for 7 instead of E-Strike 5 draw a card, which is typically the more desired mode of this card, if you're in Bryce's seat, you're probably thinking, what is in that arsenal? Looking at the hand, you saw that there weren't too many instants in there. He's not using it here. He didn't pick draw a card. Alarm bells potentially ringing on Bryce's side.
Do want to again focus in on this equipment suite. that Bryce is working with. AB2 available, but what's not available, a lot of block value like we typically see from Guardians.
Bryce is contemplating whether he wants to hold on to this Terra Sunder. Some disruption his way would cost him a hefty amount of life, though.
Bryce quickly in the tank on this blocking decision. Pro Tour top 8, every single point of damage, every decision you make will determine your destiny. It cements your legacy in this game. Pro Tour champions, they live on in infamy. For years and years, we celebrate our Pro Tour champions. We looked at so many of them over the course of this 3-day tournament. Folks like Matthew Folks in attendance. Michael Hamilton, of course, in attendance in this top 8.
Looks like we're going to go with the tried and true log.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Log gonna go ahead and do its thing on this turn cycle.
And we heard him call it out in the interview. Sometimes the game plan is going to just be log, while on Filipe's side,
Oh,
he
look at
found a
this.
disruption piece.
Yeah, strong arsenal here from Bryce. It is, in fact, drink 'em under the table. That's going to be powered up by the Betsy ability. Back-to-back disruption here from Bryce.
And remember, this is a one-off. I think Filipe called that out too. He's like, one-off. 9 overpower. Promise of discard on the other side should it hit. And Bryce will get to draw a card as well, potentially refresh that arsenal.
Yeah, seems unlikely Filipe is going to be able to do much about this particular salvo.
He has found a good hand for God in a Flash combo. There's 3 instants in there, including an Astral Bridge, which could potentially be an extra instant as well. Has a redundant God in a Flash in that hand. A shake of the head for Filipe here. Did not want to be disrupted on this turn when he finally has found the instance for the God in a Flash parked in Arsenal.
Yeah, and he's just got to let it hit. Is going to have to give up a card to that Betsy, and Bryce is going to also pick up an Arsenal on the back and gives up that redundant God in a Flash you mentioned. I still think we're going to see some fireworks here from Filipe.
I believe the draw was a choke slam of the blue variety. Be curious to see if he even chooses to Arsenal that. Sometimes in Guardian decks, you draw a blue off the top. You don't want to Arsenal that. Just holds on to it.
Has to pass on it. Did find a no block in this hand in the form of Heart of Fyendel, but is able to go ahead and I think find a sink blow to put it away. We saw the reveal from Bracers here. It is not an instant for that Astral Bridge.
Just an Entwine Lightning off the top, so 3 instants in hand. Now, in Filipe's side, I'm curious. You see that reveal. Do you think you need potentially a bigger combo than this to overcome the Betsy defenses, or can you still just combo off here?
One of the small problems is you've given up one of your Gone in the Flashes as well, now sitting there in the graveyard. We know the other one's in Arsenal. How long is it going to be till that other one shows up? Can you even find it before the game ends?
At the same time, though, you know Bryce's deck. There aren't too many disruptive pieces. It does feel like you potentially have a little bit more space, but that is a risk that they're going to take. Still 2 more copies of Command & Conquer on the other side. Your Gone in a Flash might end up being pressured at some point.
Filipe's starting to look a little uncomfortable here in our feature match area. Things have not gone exactly according to plan since that first turn, mostly on the back of fine draws from Bryce, finding that early disruption.
This is an important juncture in the game for Filipe. It's a very important decision point that could very well decide the outcome of the game.
Filipe's struggling with it, really having to think here.
If that was an instant off the top, I think he 100% goes
Oh, you
for
pushed
it.
the go button.
But now that it's not, he's just wondering whether this is going to be enough.
Question is, what does the hand look like without that backup? You can't just sit here forever. Betsy will leak damage. We've seen Log already do its thing effectively many, many times in our feature match area. Thus far for Bryce, he's had even better disruption turn after turn.
If Oscilioing into it, questions, does he discard Astral Bridge? Does discard Astral Bridge. He could have maybe held on to that and decided to go for potential high roll. He's taking the disciplined line, though.
Yeah, picks up that Entwined Lightning we saw on the top of the deck. Just going to go ahead and offer 6 here. We assume a more casual turn now being played by Filipe.
I really like the discipline from Filipe. You're sitting across a defensively slanted strategy. You need to make sure that when you pop your equipment, it gets as much value as it possibly can. So we're not going to see the boots popped on this turn, but he does also have a Sigil of Brilliance. So I think he's going once again for potential 6-card Gone in a Flash combo turn, asking Bryce, can you disrupt me once again. You don't have too many pieces like that in your deck.
Bryce is going to sink away that heart, picks up a fresh draw. Follow-up of the electrostatic discharge. And gone in a flash here from Filipe.
And now Bryce has seen it. Alarm bells potentially were ringing in his head from the arsenal that wasn't moving, the E-Strike that picked +2 instead of draw a card. Now he knows for certain, sees the Sigil of Brilliance, and he's just holding on to a blue. This is going to be vanilla damage from Bryce's side. Can Filipe find a good combo hand?
Yeah, it does have that tunic ticking up, so we'll be able to log. And now the onus is on Filipe to put something together here. Has the gun and a flash at the ready. How good's the draw? See some instants.
2 instants. And a meteoric impact, which costs. We saw how disciplined he was on the previous turn cycle to not go for the combo. This time, though, will be 5 cards thanks to Sigil of Brilliance.
Yet another card will enter the hand. Feels unlikely to get any defenses here on this log.
And unsure whether Bryce has chosen to wager on this pile driver. So far not being represented. But it does feel like an aggressive matchup. You just wager as aggressively
it
as you
seems
can.
like it. It's also not easy for Oscilio to go ahead and convert those golds, mostly reds in the deck.
And if they block 6, you're happy.
Yep.
If they don't block 6, you're happy too. So it's very much a win-win situation, it feels like.
Always paying attention to demeanor in the feature match area. Thus far, I'd say Bryce looking comfortable.
Filipe's hands haven't been the most cooperative. Discards an instant, potentially signaling to us that he doesn't plan to go for the combo at this point. Draws a copy of Echo Flash, not a card that this Oscilio deck really wants to cast very, very often.
And no blocks here from Filipe. Going to fall down to 21. The life total is starting to disintegrate a bit.
This is the inevitability that this Betsy deck puts you under. It just turns out 6 damage every turn, sometimes it being, 1 more thanks to Betsy's hero ability as well, does shorten your life total very, very quickly.
I think I didn't write down the last turn, right? So it was 9, right?
Just checking out life totals here, confirming that they have them correct with each other.
36 minus 9.
Been enjoying the slow, measured pace of gameplay over here. Of course, in the top 8 games, matches are untimed. Players are allowed to take a little bit of a moment to breathe and decide what the optimal play pattern is going to be. And you have to do when you're against titans of the game, killers in Flesh and Blood.
And you are at 35 because I wrote down my damage on your column. So 21, 35.
Players have confirmed life totals now. They do check out with our count as well. Bryce going to drop a fresh hand here. Filipe also has some drawing to do on the back of that sigil. Go ahead and take a look at the draw. Adds an Enlightened Strike to the hand. A solid hand here. Is it a combo hand, though, Pankaj?
Depends what the discarded Echo Flash gives us.
The
Flash,
best
of course.
discard for that Oscilio ability. Going to go ahead and amp it up with the Volzar.
And in this point, just 1 instant in that hand. So a little bit difficult for this to be the combo turn. It feels like that instant potentially going to be what gives a Flittering Charge go again, as Bryce does take the 2 damage from the Echo Flash.
We pick up a fresh one. Another
Lightning
instant,
Press.
Lightning Press.
Not the greatest instant to pair with the Gun and Flash. You have to pick. Either you recur the Gun and Flash, which is typically what you do, but then you do lose out on the +3 of the Lightning Press. Might see Filipe. He's been patient so far.
Very patient.
But there's only so long you can be patient against this Betsy deck.
Time not on Felipe's side. Here is the Flittering Charge. Four damage is the offer here from Filipe. Bryce knows there is more to come for sure.
And I'm curious whether Filipe goes for the tall arcane damage spell that he has in his hand. Has found a copy of Meteoric Impact. Will of course require him to pitch a card to deploy it. It's a little bit less damage efficient compared to, say, sending more physical damage to the E-Strike, but it is guaranteed damage because the opponent only has AB2.
Bryce saying no blocks here. We don't expect to see that very often from a Guardian. But there is that Lightning Press, and of course, defense reaction at the ready. Shelter from the Storm comes down to defend 4. 3 damage leaks to Bryce, falls down to 30. Turn continues on Filipe's side.
A couple of options for Filipe here. Could go for the arcane damage spell. You already have tapped Volzar though. So that would be 2 cards to send 5 arcane. Alternative is you send E-Strike with Go again, which is 2 cards for 5 physical damage, but you can follow it up with the Gun and Flash and bounce it back with the Sigil.
Seems pretty clean.
It's a question of, do you want to go for the higher value line or the one with more guaranteed damage?
Yeah, and that is what Filipe is debating right now. Still 3 cards left for Bryce. No Tunic counter at the ready on this turn. Meaning he probably would like to keep 2 cards if able.
Sigil of Solace, an interesting card in this matchup as well, can buy you a little bit more space. Just get a bit more buffer against his Betsy deck with that inevitability. At the same time, though, it's a defensively slanted card.
We are going to see E-Strike here, but it's looking like E-Strike for 7 is the plan. Interesting, Pankaj. So we assume that Sigil will be run out, or will Filipe keep the Sigil? Like, just efficiency you assume he spends here. But let's see what he does. Yeah, there's the Sigil.
Okay,
why do you think he took that line over the Gun and the Flash line?
I'm honestly a little bit shocked by that. 5 into 4 go again. You're still playing the Sigil either way, so you get 9 damage that way versus the 7 on this one. It does feel like that's just a 2 physical damage inefficient line, unless I'm missing something less.
Interesting.
So head over to Bryce. I don't believe we saw a disruptive... Oh, I think he's just passing here.
Yeah, he
Yes,
did
just
say
passing.
pass. Felipe is considering his turn now. Going to go ahead and get an Oscilio activation in.
Discarding Sigil of Aether, which is an instant once again, does pick up a copy of Electrostatic Discharge, has another copy of Echo Flash. Scar for Scars, both of them will have go again because he's 5 points lower. So even if Bryce takes the first Scar for Scar fully...
Yeah, and I wonder if that actually could be a motivator behind Felipe keeping those life totals in a good place. Look, it lines up now, Pankaj. I know it's unlikely. He would have to draw basically exactly double Scar, but I'm struggling to come up with another reason
Single
why you
Scar,
would go
it
this
still
way.
would have been live, but double Scar, yes.
Shelter from the Storm, clean block here for Bryce.
Echo Flash being discarded here once again, second turn in a row. 2 arcane damage coming Bryce's way. And this card is so impressive in Oscilio Constella Intelligence because it doesn't cost them a card on this turn. Filipe is going to draw back up once the Oscilio Hero ability resolves.
Yeah, basically free damage.
2 free damage. This deck has been likened to OG Aurora of the past, and Echo Flash to me feels like a Starfall that you don't need to pay for.
Felipe still with another Scar in hand, now brings it out there to the arena. 4 damage offered again.
With go again. And has 2 instants in hand. So does have a pretty nice follow-up here. Discharge into Gun and Flash for 7. Use the shock to bounce a Gun and Flash right back to your arsenal. Still very efficient lines. We have yet to see him combo off, but these turn cycles are still a lot of damage against Bryce. And we are seeing Bryce's game plan over here. Until he finds disruption, wants to block as much as he can.
Yeah. Felipe just playing the 0 for 4 game right now. Does have the electrostatic discharge here. Overcrowded the block from Bryce out of Arsenal, and it backs it up with a sink below. 1 damage leaks, but very, very good defensive turn as Bryce waits for that Tunic to go ahead and tick up. Does have a shock, does Felipe to return that Gun and a Flash to Arsenal. So we're going to go into the next turn in a very similar position. Just a small amount of damage dealt, and now on Bryce's side, you start to wonder, can you just start running Felipe out of resources? The life total looks healthy. However, still know there's a combo turn coming, and I think the deeper this game goes, the more Felipe needs to get not a chip damage combo turn. He needs a huge damage combo turn. That has slowed him down a little bit because he has already expended multiple important cards.
He wants a combo turn that's backed up, where the instants are electrostatic discharges in particular, the ones that give +3 to Gun and Flash. But I believe we've already seen 2 copies of that card. Needs to make sure the combo turn leaks a fair bit of damage onto Bryce. Because one thing about AB2 is while it means that you presented less armor in the matchup, it does mean that the tricksiness of the Oscilio deck to potentially kill you on your own turn, the potential for that does get reduced.
Another great block here from Bryce. Very efficient. Puts 4 in front of it. We're going to have some life gain on the backside. Filipe gets the go again here, and once again, it's looking just like a very chippy type turn. 7 damage on the E-Strike. Happy to just have offered 14 and do a little bit of setup for the next turn as we try and get that big gun and a flash play together. Important to note on this turn, Bryce will have Tunic at the ready, meaning able to go ahead and offer damage with just a 1-card hand.
Although I do believe, I think his last card in his hand is a Sigil of Solace. So again, just going for the build up his life buffer over here. He knows he's going to leak a bunch of damage on the combo turn. Wants to make sure he's as healthy as possible. And with the Sigil of Solace that he's going to park in his arsenal, effectively at a 30-point life total is Bryce Stroyek.
27, 24.
And we've also seen 2 Sigils of Brilliance so far from Filipe's side. Those are pretty essential to have a much bigger combo turn than's potentially expected. 2 of them gone already, 2 discharges gone already. Does feel like the threat's slowly getting diluted in Filipe's side.
Yeah, I keep mentioning it. I don't think Bryce came into this matchup thinking he was going to attempt to fatigue Filipe. But as this match plays out, that angle is starting to open up to me. And I think Bryce has put himself in a very advantageous position to go ahead and execute on that game plan. Going to need to keep defending, but it's looking strong thus far for Bryce. I would say if I were to give advantage right now, I would be leaning Bryce's side.
The term attrition comes to mind. You force some cards either on defense via the drink 'em under the table, via the command and conquer, just have very efficient blocks, efficient life gain, and just ask your opponent, can you kill me before my log bashes you into the ground?
4 go again on offer from this gun in a flash. Filipe with 4 more cards rolled up in hand. Blocks made by the Fate Foreseen here.
Thunderous Retort, doing an impressive Sigil of Lightning impression over here. But it is of the red variety, which means that Ravenous Rabble, should it reveal it, doesn't get too much of a debuff, whereas Sigil of Lightning, of course, is a blue. Very innovative deck building coming out here from Filipe's side. As he plays out the discharge, isn't popping the Greaves yet. Go again was conferred by the Thunderous Retort. I'm going to go ahead and just do more efficient turn cycles here. We have 4 into 7. I do believe he has another 4-power attack in his hand as well. So it's just going to be more chip damage coming out into Bryce's turn, who I believe is yet to find more disruption. Still hasn't found any further copies of Command and Conquer. And of course, the Drink 'em under the table was just 1 copy there. Bryce waiting to see that Arsenal disruptive piece before perhaps he takes a game action other than log or other than blocking.
Entwine Lightning here. More just chip damage from Filipe, slow and steady.
There's a lightning press here to back this up as well, and Bryce has found a 2-block effectively in the form of the Slap Happy.
Two damage done, gone in a flash follow-up here from Filipe. 4 more damage being presented.
And this will, the lightning press here, just going to be used as effectively 4 damage, where you miss out on the +3 of the press, but you get a gun and a flashback, which is worth 4, and of course, worth more than that if you include the lightning greaves and the potential for more instants.
Does go ahead, take it back. I saw a brief moment of consideration there from Filipe where he thought about maybe just firing off that gun in a flash, but I think he also wisely concluded he just needs to keep valuable resources in his deck at this point.
Look at the deck size for Filipe. One other consideration as this Oscilio deck into a defensively slanted strategy like this Betsy is that every single time you activate Oscilio's hero ability, you are going down 1 card in deck for not too much.
Again, nothing from the Betsy on this particular turn cycle, just goes ahead and passes.
Let's take a look at what Filipe is working with. Has been trying to find this combo turn for quite a few turn cycles now. They've eluded him so far, but we're seeing a couple more tall arcane pieces in this hand. We've yet to see too much of it this game. We saw Meteoric Impact earlier, but it was not deployed. I believe it was bottom to the E-Strike as well, and that's another tricksy thing that you can do in this Oscilio deck. Keep your tall arcane spells towards the bottom, towards the end, and use them to close out the game as your opponent hits the single-digit life totals.
Bryce taking a review of what has gone on thus far in this game. What does Filipe have left?
And I think something Bryce is noticing is exactly what we just called out. not too many tall arcane pieces have been used by Filipe. He needs to be watchful of those. Remember, again, open deck lists. He knows there's 3 Meteoric Impacts, 3 Comet Collisions in Filipe's deck, and I believe there's only 1 copy of those cards in the graveyard currently for Filipe. Comet Storm Shock as well. Towards the end of the game, if you have a yellow or blue to go along with it, can suddenly deal a bunch of damage into your just AB2.
Both players studying the tome of this game, understanding how these future pages will be revealed, what is left in terms of salvos from Filipe. Still, this deep into the game, turn 7, Old Knocker, Lightning Greaves at the ready. We know there is explosive damage left for Filipe. Can he put it together in a proper order to get over these massive defenses from this Betsy deck?
You know, I want to come back to the decision from Bryce earlier where he looks like he didn't wager that pile driver because there's no gold token generated over there. I do wonder whether that's maybe a decision that comes back to bite him later. We've seen what gold tokens can do in this Betsy deck. Conferring overpower onto a Command and Conquer, for example, can be incredibly, incredibly effective. At the same time, you potentially let your opponent hand fix if they do block out your pile driver, so Bryce may be going for a little bit more of a conservative line there potentially.
Shout out to the over 3,000 viewers that have joined us here for our first quarterfinal at Pro Tour Las Vegas. We're only getting started. 6 more matches of flesh and blood to bring you here today before we crown our next Pro Tour champion. Will it be one of these gentlemen? Only time will tell. Filipe doing some calculus now, thinking about how this hand comes together.
You have to be very careful about every Oscilio activation you do in a game such as this, especially taking a look at the deck size compared to the graveyard, looking about even, maybe the graveyard being slightly higher than the deck as well. With the opponent at exactly half, this is a very, very close game.
Time is not infinite for Filipe. Your deck is a resource. It will run out on you just like your life total if you do not manage it appropriately. You have to play Flesh and Blood on multiple axes. Somebody like Filipe knows that all too well. Member of the Wizard Council. Long, proud history with this class.
And what a great evolution of the Wizard Councils. Used to be a meme going around that Kano players can't draft, and here we have 3 well-renowned ex-Kano players, Alexander Vore, Majin, Filipe, Lima, Cardoso, all in the top 8 of the Pro Tour, with very impressive draft records.
Sigil of Solace kicking things off here for Filipe. Wants to pad that life total just a little bit.
That's an instant in the yard for the Volzar activation as well. Finally, we're seeing the Comet Collision come down. Now, that is action point used by Filipe. So follow-ups after this are only going to be instants or the Oscilio hero ability. 5 arcane damage coming Bryce's way.
Looking like a very arcane-focused turn from Filipe. I wonder if maybe he's even thinking about just IPing here and setting up for the future. We mentioned Filipe needs to find a big combo turn. Now with a couple of instants rolled up, it could be the right time to go ahead and slow down a little bit. 2 damage is going to leak here.
At this point, with the opponent's sub 20, some of these tall arcane spells, the 2 remaining copies of Meteoric Impact, 2 remaining copies of Comet Collision, some number of copies of Comet Storm Shock as well, can potentially be all that Filipe needs to close out this game.
Thinking carefully about these last 2 cards in hand.
Has not activated Oscilio on this turn yet, so that will be available.
Gonna play out the Echo Flash here, is Filipe.
That's a rare thing to see in this Oscilio deck. Pitching a red, but look at that pitch.
Yeah,
Filipe recognizing tall arcane spells to the bottom of the deck. This will help me close out the game.
And with that combo still available and Bryce at 17, it may come down to those last few cards in deck and finding that chip damage with that last big arcane spell. So often that's what these last turns look like. What can Bryce find here? Looks like it's going to be Truce deployed.
So that was a very interesting call by Bryce over there. He pitched a full card to AB an extra 1 and was floating 2 at the end of it, but the card he pitched was Terra Sunder, and his Tunic is up. So he could have taken 1 more damage to go for a Terra Sunder line, instead choosing to keep the life total high, prevent the 1 point of damage, and just deploy a Truce, which if Filipe doesn't attack, he'll gain 3 life, but if Filipe does attack, he gets an extra card to block with.
I wonder if that points towards the shifting priorities of this match for
From
Bryce.
both players,
Yeah,
even.
and Filipe as well. Sigil of Brilliance was deployed on Bryce's turn. Going to kick the turn off here by adding an additional card for Filipe. A little bit of unfortunate news revealed by the top of that deck. It is a yellow for this Ravenous Rabble. Going to be coming in for just 3.
Does give him a little bit of information about the top of the deck as well, which is an instant. It's a Constella Contemplation.
Bryce going to be working with a 5-card hand here on the back of that Truce. Sure to have many defensive options. Puts the double down in front. 3 cards left in hand for Filipe. We'll try and get a look at what he's working with.
And I wonder whether we're just going to see a tall arcane angle from Filipe over here. You know your opponent has extra cards. You know they rarely are able to convert extra cards because they're a Guardian. Okay, let me just send arcane at you and set up a little bit more. Thunderous Retort left behind in hand as well to promise go again in the following turn.
I think this lined up very well for Filipe, with Bryce having just a juiced hand on the back of that Truce, able to go ahead and dodge any defense he may have been able to offer with this Meteoric Impact.
And now we're seeing the inevitability of this Wizard deck. You're worried about Golden Flash combo, you're blocking out all this physical damage, but they also have so much tall arcane. Filipe hasn't comboed yet, and he's double the life total of this Betsy.
Yeah, and a setup for a future turn with that Thunderous Retort. But again, Bryce has the answer, able to go ahead and present Command and Conquer here for Filipe, challenging that Gone in a Flash. And it is time now for the crown. Going to go ahead and stash that Gone in a Flash away. He'll pick up a fresh card here. Finds a Ravenous Rabble.
Ooh,
Very defensive turn here for Filipe.
And we spoke about this. This Oscilio deck struggles to block against Command and Conquer because a lot of the blocking cards are those defense reactions, which of course you can't play against CNC. He's holding onto a Shelter from the Storm and a Fate Foreseen as well, which he cannot deploy. Forced to just eat the CNC. Could have discarded the Shelter to just prevent at least 1 and not have to IP on his turn, opting instead to hold it to the card. But if you do that, you are going down 1 card in deck effectively for just 1 point of value.
Yeah, I think that's important to avoid at this point for Filipe Lima Cardoso. The question is, what can he get out of this hand? 5 cards with some go again at the ready. Is there damage to be done?
I think we are witnessing a masterclass of this Oscilio deck piloting, which is to be expected when you're watching a player of Filipe's caliber, but I love how disciplined he's been with the combo, recognizing that it's not just the combo that leaks damage, it's also Tall Arcane that leaks damage into AB2. He's playing both axes very, very effectively.
Speaking of Tall Arcane, more Tall Arcane on top of the deck with yet another burn spell.
I do want to point out, though, the Crown of Providence that did sink the Gone in a Flash, I do believe is next to a few of those other Tall Arcane pieces that we've been seeing him pitch the past couple of turn cycles. I believe there's a copy of Comet Storm Shock there, for example. Not great to pair with the Gone in a Flash.
There is still another Gone in the Flash in the deck, though, and we know Filipe's got to be getting close to it at this point. Sometime in the next 1 or 2 turn cycles, I expect that to show back up.
And there's some information here for Bryce regarding the texture of Filipe's hand, meaning that we know there's a Constella Contemplation in there from the Ravenous Rabble reveal in the previous turn cycle. And at this point, I don't believe Bryce has seen any defense reaction, so not much to be read based on the Crown of Providence block on the Gone in a Flash. Thunderous Retort go again here, a little bit redundant, thanks to the natural go again of Ravenous Rabble.
Feels like Bryce really in the tank for this blocking decision.
Let's take a look at what he's working with over here. It is a bunch of blues here for Bryce, so curious what he is contemplating about with this hand. I do wonder whether he's a little bit concerned about the arcane damage, the tall arcane damage being sent his way, that he isn't able to efficiently block. Good time Chapeau now going to come out to block over here. Bryce, I think at this point, fully committing to just having a defensive posture, wants to make sure that he keeps his life total out of the pesky arcane damage range. giving up the very valuable headpiece, but that is an offensively slanted headpiece, cashing it in for defense instead.
Here is Oscilio activation. Filipe looking to pick up that burn off the top of the deck. Volzar activation. And is going to go ahead and fire off some more tall arcane damage.
He's just chipping further and further into Bryce's life total. Can't do much about these arcane damage spells. I remember that was quite face-up for both players. Comet Collision, of course, revealed off the top to the Rabble. Great thing about this Oscilio deck is that these effects like Braces of Belief, Fate Foreseen, Ravenous Rabble, that you just use your Oscilio hero ability to its maximum effectiveness.
Sigil of Ether going to be set up here. Arsenal, again, an IP penalty for Filipe, but not a bad one, I think. Finds another copy of Astral Bridge, I believe. More defense reactions. Good time for those to show up with this pile driver coming in. Probably going to be overpowered as well.
3 defense reactions currently available to Filipe. There's a defense reaction in Arsenal and 2 in hand. Of course, can be played out to overpower. Bryce currently contemplating whether he wants to wager this pile driver. Gold token to an opponent who is known to like to combo on you.
Yeah, I wonder if Bryce really does have a lot of fear of this gold token entering the arena on Filipe's side. Going to have to check the bin once more, and that is a healthy looking graveyard at this point, Pankaj. As we mentioned, many resources deployed by Filipe Lima Cardoso at this point.
And I counted 2 Comet Collisions and 2 Meteoric Impacts. Definitely at least 1 Comet Storm Shock. I'm not sure if that was 2. Those are the threats that Bryce is trying to find, trying to get a count of how much more inevitable damage is there going to be that he can't do anything about. And at this point, we need to note from Filipe's side as well, he's only seen 1 copy of Fiddler's Green. We talked about the life gain being a little bit of a buffer to compensate for the only AB2 presented by Bryce Stroyek. The more physical damage Filipe sends towards Bryce, the more chances he has to block with that Fiddler's Green and pad that life total up even further.
For Filipe, it's been 10 turns deep in this combo deck with no combo deployed.
But still, you know, very strong life lead for Filipe over here. But now that we're seeing these defense reactions, we do need to question how much of these defensive pieces does he have in this deck, because those won't do him a lot of good if this does come down to a threat density type situation for him.
Looks like there is going to be a wager here. Filipe does the opting on the back of Fate Foreseen. Thus far, that card is sitting on the top of the deck. Debates again, goes bottom.
Very interesting wager, but no Betsy activation. Discipline from Bryce here. Doesn't want to get shocked with arcane damage on his own turn. This is a masterclass of Betsy play as well. Amazing discipline from both our players here in the feature match area. Leaving the 2 floating, saying, I don't want to get Echo Flash on my turn, and you just get free extra chip damage.
Filipe happy to get those 2 Fate Foreseens out of hand. Also looks to have a shelter from the storm in hand this go around.
We did hear correctly, right? This pile driver was wagered?
It was wagered, I believe.
So gold token should be conferred over to the opponent, looks like. We might have misheard on that front.
Could have been he said no wager.
Could have been he said no wager then, yep.
Sigil of Aether online here. Going to go ahead and deal its 1 arcane damage, potentially giving some amp later on. If it succeeds, I suspect Bryce will want to go ahead and prevent damage here.
And Volts on the Sigil of Aether hides information from Bryce.
We are going to see Filipe now get a card out of deck, wants to freshen up a bit, burns that Sigil, or that Storm.
So we have to come back to the decision he made two turn cycles ago, excuse me, where he didn't discard the Shelter to the Command and Conquer. Could have gotten the 1 extra life, chose to hold on to it, clunked up on defense reactions, and then discarded it to no value.
Pankaj, Filipe's hand now is loaded up. It is gone in a flash, double Astral Bridge, as well as another instant. Surely we are marching towards Old Knocker, Lightning Greaves. The question is, can one more time Bryce find the disruption to keep Filipe off a powerful combo turn?
But one nice thing about the Gone in a Flash being in hand is that even if Bryce has his 3rd copy of Command and Conquer, Filipe can still just take it and still go for a fairly decent Gone in a Flash turn. Bryce's side has found Terra Sunder, though that one attacks the hand, though, unlike Command and Conquer. Terra Sunder Tunic is up as well. He could go for a Dominate. Discard 2 on hit.
That is going to be the play once again.
Wow.
Bryce has found exactly what he needed at a moment when Filipe was set to combo off.
All this game, Filipe held on to the Crown of Providence, saying, I need to worry about CNC. I'm going to be disciplined about this headpiece. Finally uses it to the second CNC that we saw in this game. Draws a Gunner Flash in his hand, saying, cool, I can't be Arsenal disrupted this turn. I don't care about Arsenal disruption, but Bryce has the hand disruption.
Bryce was in a massive amount of danger should this Terra Sunder not have shown up here, but a perfect timing if you're a Betsy fan.
And I do wonder, in Bryce's seat, do you do this because you saw your opponent discard a shelter? Filipe could have Arsenal that shelter, would have insulated himself from the 7 Dominate. I don't think he Arsenaled a defense reaction, because he had 3, the 2 Fates and the 1 shelter. We saw both Fates be used and the shelter discarded. Filipe potentially a bit punished for not holding on to the shelter from the storm. Into 7 Dominate. This is the biggest punish that Bryce could have had on this turn.
100%.
And
It's been such an interesting matchup so far, Pankaj.
We're speaking about how this hand is an amazing combo hand, Gone in Flash with 3 instants. What it isn't is a good blocking hand.
No, absolutely not. They are rare in Oscilio. It is rare you block particularly well, but this is not one of them. And Filipe, again, faced with an impossible decision here.
I believe quick flash of the Arsenal there is, I think, another instant for Filipe.
What a turn it would have been on Felipe's side. Who knows what that top of the deck yields, but Astral Bridge could have made things absolutely ridiculous here. It's not to be, though. Terra Sunder exerting its influence over this game at the perfect time for Bryce Stroyek.
Even the floor of Astral Bridge on a Gunner Flash combo turn effectively being 5 damage, 4 from the Gunner Flash, 1 from the Starfall effect. Even if it whiffs off the top.
Heavy sigh there from Filipe. He knows this was his moment. He knows he was probably walking to the semifinals, if not for this Terra Sunder showing up once again at the perfect time. Old Knocker and Lightning Greaves still unable to do their thing.
He's been so disciplined with his equipment this entire game. Turn 12, quarterfinal 1 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. We're seeing both players put on an absolute masterclass, but it seems like Bryce has had the perfect answer every time.
Filipe find the line one more time. Can he continue to show the patience needed to navigate this tricky, tricky matchup?
He has a life total. One thing about the Terra Sunder pile driver play is that it's not a lot of raw damage. You can take the 7, go down to 16. You have to discard 2 cards. But you still had a fairly healthy life total. Still have the healthy life total lead, but it's threats out of your deck.
It's deck damage. Like, that is as meaningful. As I mentioned, Filipe is being attacked on dual axes right now and has been from the early turns of this game and has been contemplating it throughout, has made several quote-unquote inefficient decisions to go ahead and maximize deck potential. And once again, perfect cards coming out from Bryce.
One other resource that we need to think about with regards to Felipe's threat intensity is the number of instants.
Yeah.
Gunner Flash needs a bunch of instants to fuel the strong combo turn. He's discarding a couple here. He's used a lot already this game. He's been discarding to Oscilio as well constantly. How many of those does he even have remaining to fuel the Gunner Flash combo? We know the bottom of the deck is a lot of tall arcane damage.
And ultimately, Filipe just forced to take, gives up 2 of those instants, including an Astral Bridge. Now has a hand of just Gone in a Flash, Astral Bridge, and just passes here.
Recognizing there's no point just sending damage at a Guardian with 4 cards, sending a small amount of damage. That's just threats you're losing from your deck for not too much value. Asking Bryce, can you disrupt me again?
Trying to put together a bigger hand is Filipe. Bryce once again put to the test, asked to disrupt in some fashion. What is the play going to be? Can he convert the hand? Always a question for Guardian players.
It's very few times in Flesh and Blood where you see that the correct line is to IP2, is to instead of drawing 4 cards at the end of a turn, just drawing 2. Very rare that it happens, but it is such a treat when you see players recognize that being the spot and recognizing that that is what you have to do to win the game.
You know where I see it a lot, Pankaj?
In Wizard decks,
Well, at the Pro Tour. In
True.
particular, where players are of the highest skill level and they recognize it's not always about numbers, it's not about doing as much as possible. You have to have this long vision of the game. You have to understand how things actually play out, what your win conditions are. And for Filipe, he knows it has to be a big gun and a flash turn. Needs more chip damage, and then hopefully is able to finish the game with Tall Arcane that he's been pitching to the bottom of his deck over the course of this game.
and finally we see a Betsy activation. First time this game, gold token going to be generated for Bryce. No good time Chapeau to cash in for that gold token though, so it'll be interesting to see how that even lines up if it does. As we see Sigil of Solace sending his life total further and further away from the 0.
Yeah, converts the hand fairly well here. Only 1 card left stranded. 3 new cards picked up, and now we're going to head over to Bryce's turn, or excuse me, Filipe's turn, and this is the moment. 100% gone in a flash combo time. Can it get the job done? Can it get Bryce low enough? Big questions to be answered on this turn cycle.
About time. Can we rewind back to turn 0, where Filipe found his first copy of Gone in Flash in the opening hand, and here we are at turn 13, where we are finally seeing this combo come out. This is why he is in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. The discipline that's required to pilot this Oscilio deck to its maximum effectiveness against a deck that's trying to block you out. We are seeing that firsthand.
But for Bryce, thus far, 2 4 blocks available. Double defense reaction. Has the sync as well. Going to go ahead and get that Gone in a Flashback. Going to deny the sync here, I believe, with the timing. Goes ahead and bounces that before the sync is able to resolve. And here is another Gone in a Flash. There's going to be a bunch of them on this turn. Bryce with a total of 13 block left. How much damage is going to get through? It's going to depend a lot on that Astral Bridge, Pankaj.
A lot riding on whether Astral Bridge confers an extra 4 damage by hitting an instant off the top. First, it's going to be the Constella Uplift, however.
This is amping 1, and this is on the stack to amp later.
Responding to the Volzar
Time for Volzar.
resolution.
Yep.
Activate Volzar, respond to it with the Uplift. So Constella Uplift only going to be coming in for 1, but will untap the Volzar, and you can tap it again later to get Amp 2 on your following Arcane Damage spell to guarantee that you at least leak a little bit of damage in. Just minor efficiencies coming out from Filipe Lima Cardoso here. Also bouncing your God in a Flash before your opponent gets to resolve the effect of defense reaction.
Yep. Smart heads-up play. Deny any further hand improvement. It is time for Arcane Barrier here. First point is prevented. 2 resources going to be floating. Here is Gone in a Flash once again. Reaching for the Tunic here, going to commit that to the defense. Knows he has to keep this life total healthy.
One thing to note about making sure you block out every breakpoint on this turn as well, and AB as well, it does turn off the opponent's second strikes, of which we haven't seen that many copies of from Filipe's deck here. We know he's running 3 copies of it. So Bryce wants to do that count.
100% that's what he's checking for right now.
Don't give them any extra value. That's what he's thinking about. This is amazing play from both our players here.
Pulled the Tunic back at first. Now confirming whether that should get involved in the block here. Is second strike
I think we've
an
only
option?
seen 1. It was blocked with on the first Command and Conquer, I believe, alongside the Lightning Greaves. Haven't seen any of the copies of that card. Bryce, that's what he's thinking about.
And at this point, so few cards left in deck for Filipe. You have a very good estimation of what could be left in hand. Does it demand the Tunic here? Bryce once again reaching, moves it forward. It is time for Volzar. It is time for a shock headed the way of Bryce.
Leaks 1. Just mean a theoretical second strike. If it is there, it does get turned on, but it is not.
One more
In this
time.
case.
Gone in a Flash. Block is for 3. Damage is going to leak this go around.
Astral Bridge time. What is this going to hit? Is this going to be an instant? And
It is an instant off the top for Filipe Lima Cardoso. Huge reveal.
Astral Bridge are going to deal 1 point of arcane damage thanks to Starfall. Constella Contemplation will also deal 1 point of damage thanks to Starfall on its effect. So effectively an extra 5 damage conferred by this Astral Bridge.
Once again, Gone in a Flash.
All the way down to 8 fault Bryce after the Gun and Flash combo turn that Filipe has been holding for such a long time. Excuse me, no, Vore, he's going to send the Gun and Flash as well.
Blasting, has the Ponder as well.
Exactly, to refresh the arsenal.
And now the tone of the game has shifted, Pankaj. It has become about tall arcane damage. Can you find the remaining burn to go ahead and eliminate the last of Bryce's life total?
Also note, Filipe is going to draw up first. Bryce is going to have no cards in hand. 4 damage is not out of reach for this Oscilio deck if the hand texture for Filipe complies. Looks like not going to be the case over here, but has the Comet Collision, has the tall arcane for his own turn.
Yeah, just goes ahead and lets Bryce draw up here. I think the nerve's starting to race a little bit for Filipe. I saw a little shake of the hand. He knows he's close, but job not done. A little bit of work left to do. Can he find the burn he needs to close out this quarterfinal matchup?
He's been careful. He's been patient this entire time. We saw him have Gun and Flash at the beginning of the game, only pull the trigger 13 turns later. He knows he has the damage that he needs. Going to be very, very careful. This is an interesting opening over though, because Bryce has found Fiddler's Green. If Filipe closes the chain to send the tall arcane spell, Bryce will heal from that card because it will hit the graveyard before Filipe is allowed to send the Comet Collision. Is that just a little bit of a break for Bryce?
Yeah, unfortunate for Filipe. Bryce, of course, covering off the full value of the Flittering Charge here.
Filipe not happy to see that Fiddler's Green over here. It was so close to being a deterministic lethal against AB2, but Fiddler's Green changing the math on that.
Again, a good timing here for Bryce, finding that Fiddler's Green exactly when he needs it. Going to go ahead and shock himself is Filipe.
So that the second strike is live. Going to be Forco again. We saw Bryce play around it perfectly the previous turn cycle. Does have the 4 block to cover this up, though. But that's one less point of damage that was headed towards Bryce's way as well, to get one more point on the second strike and the go again.
Go again, not going to be used here. It looks like we are just going to go ahead and move to Arsenal.
3.
Bryce moves back up to 7. Does Filipe have enough to play through this? Excuse me, does still have the fire here from the arcane damage. It is the Comet Collision. AB2 on offer from Bryce.
And same thing, once again, 4 life on Bryce's side with no cards in hand. Does Felipe's hand deal 4 damage on the opponent's turn? Took a quick glance at it. And now I'm trying to remember how many Sigils of Solace have we seen from Bryce's side. I know there was at least
2 cards left in Felipe's deck, down to the absolute wire here. 4 damage left to be dealt. Can he find it?
There is one more Meteoric Impact. That is the card that he has drawn up. We know the Arsenal is a defense reaction, though. So no offense coming out from there. And Bryce has found even more life gain. There's a Heart of Findel in his hand right now, while Filipe has the life lead.
Can Bryce find a window for that life gain to matter?
That Fiddler's Green changed so much.
Here is the
about this game.
Meteoric Impact on offer from Filipe.
Just play this for nothing?
Yeah, just for instance.
This is 6. This is exactly 6 against AB2.
And Bryce has a heart in hand, but Pankaj, the timing of this does not work. He needs to actually be above this life total. He will not gain this life in time for this to be enough to keep him alive.
You will go to 0 first, I believe.
Yeah, this
before you heal 1.
This is incorrect, Pankaj. This is not how this plays out. Hold on, hold on.
I think our judges are going to catch that and perhaps amend that game state.
They are moving forward. We will see if judges realize the misstep here, because I believe Filipe Lima Cardoso has actually done what's necessary to go ahead and win this match.
Just as he draws up his final hand of the game. From all that discipline, carefully managing the entire resource that his deck provides. Do believe he has managed to overcome the defenses of the Betsy.
Now, Filipe does have a Comet Storm left in hand with Bryce at 1. Should things go wrong, I think we will get the correct outcome here. But players checking the decks right now.
And we saw
I'm being told that judges are conferring off screen.
Should be getting an amendment. Really soon. Here we have it.
And judges have now stepped in. They are going to go ahead and evaluate the situation. I think, Pankaj, this is going to get to the proper resolution.
It should be Filipe taking it down in just such amazing fashion. That's what it means to play as a wizard into a deck that has a lot of life gain, a lot of blues, a lot of prevention, making sure that every card you have extracts as much value as possible.
Look, that's a complicated interaction. I don't fault either of our players down there in the feature match area for not understanding how it plays out, but thankfully our crack judge staff was close by, able to get it sorted. Simply what happens here is that Bryce is trying to pitch to prevent with AB2. However, the damage is already considered dealt at that point, so he falls down to 0 on the back of the AB2, and then there is life gain floating. But once you're at 0, you're dead. You do not have time to pick up that 1 life, and the judges now have correctly stepped in, I believe, and gone ahead and made sure the correct outcome is reached. Let's go back down to the feature match area, and you heard the roar from the crowd. That is all that's left to do, is go ahead and sort this one out. Filipe Lima Cardoso has, in fact, won this match, taken Bryce down to 0, and now you see the players kind of a bemused look on their face. They apologize, but the fist bump is conferred, and Filipe Lima Cardoso is moving on to our semifinals with just an absolutely masterful display of patience, intelligence, and just Oscilio mastery. King of the Wizard Council absolutely deserves that reputation.
And things did not go his way. Remember, there were those early CNCs that was combating his hands perfectly, it seemed like. And the one turn he gave Bryce space, it was combated with a Terra Sunder.
Time and time again.
It was time and time.
Command and conquer,
unlucky for
Terra
him.
Sunder. It just felt like everything was going against Filipe, but did not lose his cool, did not rush things, stayed patient the entire time, and finally found the Gone in a Flash turn he needed, found the instant off the top of the deck with Astral Bridge. I believe we were at pitch. I'm not sure if Filipe knew the top card because you saw a little lucky rub on the top. You always kind of question your memory, even if you're like, I'm pretty sure this is the card, but please just give me a little bit of sugar off the top. And Filipe did, in fact, get it, setting alight the crowds in Brazil, seeing their champion move forward to the semifinals. Let's look at our bracket and how it stands now. The first Betsy has fallen. Only 1 Betsy remains, but what is still in the mix here is 3 Oscilios. Are we again marching to an all-wizard final? There's so many heroes that have a lot to say over what exactly will be going on. And if you're Filipe, having moved on now, are you looking to take on a Betsy again? Are you looking for Michael Hamilton's Jarl? What is your preferred outcome here,
I think
Pankaj?
you'd prefer to play against the Betsy. We saw that the toughest moments for Filipe in that game is when Betsy was able to send disruption. Michael Hamilton on that Jarl list going to be able to do that way more consistently than these Betsy decks. So I think Filipe, if he could pick, would rather play against a Betsy rather than the Jarl.
Yeah, so our first semifinalist is determined. Of course, Omens of the Third Age have set these Oscilios alight. In fact, the entire Lightning class, we had an 8-0 Ziggy over in the calling here. We saw Aurora doing big work. So Omen's impact still being felt, still being unpacked. But already we got to talk about the next big thing. Of course, I'm talking about Usurp the Shadow Throne. It's been nothing but all-star reveals all weekend. We kick things off with the keynote, laying out some key dates for you. But also we got our first look at the big guy. It's Vetreiði the Forsaken. And it's not only Vetreiði the Forsaken, it's Vetreiði Usurper, the first flip hero in the history of Flesh and Blood.
I had a quick chat with James White after the keynote, and I asked him who his favorite hero was from Usurp the Shadow Throne, and his answer was Vetreiði. So, lot to look forward to regarding this Shadow Runeblade, but of course, that is not all in Usurp the Shadow Throne. Shadow Brute players rejoice. Levia finally getting some support, and I believe, Bryan, this was your favorite hero from Usurp the Shadow Throne.
It was. I really did not start this development pipeline as the biggest Levia fan out there, but I certainly left it one. This hero has gotten to a very, very impressive place. Also loved playing this hero in Limited, my favorite of the 3 heroes in that format as well. And you're going to get to check out that Limited format as well as check out Levia in Marvel form when we head over to the World Championship in Paris, which I absolutely cannot wait for. You are going to want to get your hands on this Marvel Levia. I expect her to feature prominently in the future metagames. Let's just say that. Moving on, we have our newest Necromancer, only the second Necromancer in the history of competitive Flesh and Blood. It is Malice, Dominia of the Dead. What are you thinking, Pankaj?
We are finally seeing the hero that debuted on the card, Dead Threads, of course, an iconic chess piece for Gravy Bones. This hero has me excited, which is not something I was expecting to say regarding a board state hero.
Yeah, notorious board state hater, Pankaj Bhojwani, has now been converted. He is on Team Malice, signing up for duty, been recruited by Malice. And of course, if you want to get your hands on this Marvel Malice, you're going to want to check out Gem Pack 6, where she features very prominently. Of course, it's not only about the heroes, more and more cards joining the fray. First impressions, Pankaj, of our look at the majestic version of a Usurp card.
It has my mind running, Bryan, alongside the hero text on Vetreiði's ability, particularly the flip side as well, being able to give this go again if you have traversed into the usurper side of Vetreiði. What more can you do with a card like this? Usurp and then find a rune chant and usurp once again. After that, it seems almost like Vetreiði might be doing a little bit of a chain cosplay from back in the day.
We'll see. No comment.
That sounded like an admission to me.
I will comment on these Malice allies. Of course, Malice's whole game plan involves setting up those allies in play. Eventually, though, their existence is fleeting. They will decay, they will die, and that means it's time for corrupted corpses to get in the mix, reborn yet again, and offering go again to a board state class.
You know, I thought Necromancer was about raising zombies from the dead. Malice seems to be raising them from the dead and then raising them again from the Banish Zone, which I think is very, very cool. Moving on to the Shadow Brute support that we're about to get. Ally is also the name of the game for Levia, it seems like, but a big question up in the air: how is Plasma-Fed Insatiable Hunger supposed to attack?
Nobody knows, Pankaj. Literal nobody knows. I'm sure more information will be revealed as time goes on. Also revealed here this weekend, how about the gem to end all gems, the final fabled gem being presented for the time being? It is, of course, Soul of Existence, breaking barriers, presenting 4 resources on pitch with a purple pitch strip.
I know known Levia enjoyer Mansant is already really excited for this card in Levia. The 4 resource curve, the things Levia can do off of this sounds quite terrifying, if I may say so.
Levia in general apt to be a terrifying hero after Usurp the Shadow Throne. We've seen how other heroes have been buffed in the past. Oscilio and Omens comes to mind. But of course, it wouldn't be a complete set without a banger reprint. Arknight Shard showing up once again in packs. Finally get a chance to get my hands on an Arknight Shard, and I feel like Vetreiði will probably make good use of this one.
So we knew there were going to be 2 gems in the set, and it does seem like both those gems are available to the Vetreiði that is coming out in this set, because of course it's Shadow Runeblade. Curious to see whether maybe even Vincent has interest in Shadow of Existence. We're going to have to wait to see.
Another existing hero apt to be buffed by a return to the Shadow talent and a return to the Runeblade class. Back-to-back sets of Runeblade. I expect we'll be seeing that class in the feature match area very, very soon. But this weekend, it's been about Wizards. It's been about Betsy somehow. Yeah, and it's been about Guardians for the time being. Our first Guardian has fallen, but there's several more in the mix still, and we have 6 more games of Classic Constructed to bring you. The first one was absolutely incredible. We saw King of the Wizard Council, Filipe Lima Cardoso, bring pride to Brazil. Perfect, poised, passionate play here in the feature match area. And what will be left as we head to the next 6?
Lightning strikes again for Filipe, Lima, Cardoso, making the way into the semi-finals of the Pro Tour here in Las Vegas. There's like 7,000 eyeballs watching us right now, which is really good stuff. Scott Mines, Hayden Dale, I am so ready to get back into some gameplay. How about you?
I am, and after seeing the Pride of Brazil take that one down there, Oscilio through to our semi-final, and we've got another fantastic match coming our way.
Oh, we do. It is time for Jacob Clements versus Noah Clark. Will be Arakni Marionette, Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter. Maybe the best player in Flesh and Blood right now versus someone who seems to have a grudge against Jacob for a battle-hardened loss not so long ago. So some ground to be made up one way or the other. Going to check in with our quarterfinals, of course. We now have Filipe in to our semifinals as our first result, and we will quickly find whether we have Noah or Jacob heading that way. Gravy, Arakni Marionette, a matchup that seems to have pretty steadfast opinions. Where do you sit on it?
So I played a lot of Marionette over this last season and a fair amount of Gravy as well. And the matchup, I think, previously was very Gravy favored. And it's just sort of ticked down and gotten a lot closer. That is through different cards being printed, unmake the underlings, for instance. Also, just the way that the decks have evolved, including the way Gravy has evolved. And then also how players have just learned to play differently into these matchups. You know, a card like Chum still so important. You spoke before about Jacob Clements, maybe the best player in Flesh and Blood right now. And he's certainly got the chops for it, right? The accolades, what he's putting together. He's winning basically everything he touches this year, and it's been so exciting to see him clinch this top 8. And now we're going to see if that journey continues.
So let's check in with the bracket and see how things will shake out. If you're joining us for all the fun today, there you go. Filipe Lima Cardoso, our first semi-finalist, taking down Bryce is Betsy, to the broken hearts of many in chat. We'll have Noah Clark and Jacob Clements coming up for you next, but there are 2 more games to enjoy after that one.
Yeah, you can still pin your hopes on J-Mag on that Betsy playing up against Michael Hamilton. That will sure to be a fantastic matchup. A Guardian mirror, and of course, on the other side of things, we'll see later on that Oscilio mirror as well. So there's still so many more games to come in this quarterfinal round.
Very excited just for these names and the matchups in general. I hear Noah is the chatty type, and Noah, really, perhaps. I like the chatty type, so I want to interview Noah. I would prefer to do that. I'm going to take care of it, so bear with me. Okay. I'm going to go have a chat with Noah. We'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess over to that.
Thanks so much, guys. If you spend any time online in any Flesh and Blood space, you are familiar with the handle Darkodius. Noah Clark, nice for many people to put a face to the name. Congratulations on finally making top 8 here at Pro Tour Vegas.
Thank you very much. Please don't go on Twitter for the next couple of days. I will be insufferable.
I'm glad you know it. Makes it a lot more easy to palate. Huge deal. Gravy Bones this weekend. I know they've robbed you of some of your illusionists in the past, but how did we end up there? Was it just a meta pick, or was it something more?
Well, first of all, he's a necromancer. There's going to be a second necromancer too. I'm a necromancer main now.
I understand.
Maybe. No, so basically, I prepped this hero for Nationals, which was last week. I was between this and Ziggy, and there was an Oscilio list I was looking at that I kind of liked. And then I just didn't have time. My Nationals was last week. Yeah. I didn't have time to prep a different deck. It's a funny story. I was talking to a member of my team, Max Diekman, and we were having a conversation like, hey, we're probably both playing Gravy for Vegas. He was, 7-1 day 1 as well. And we both looked at each other and said, this is not the right deck to be picking for this weekend, but we simply don't have time to learn another.
Fair enough.
But we accidentally got a really good room for Gravy, and I think my list is very good. So, good choices.
We take those when they happen, one way or the other. Quarterfinals for you, it's the big JC. Jacob Clements finally broke that tier 4 curse as well. Not the easiest matchup. Arakni Marionette, typically good for Gravy from what I understand. Are you happy to be on the other side of that?
I would say it's one of the matchups I am happier to see for sure. I've played, I think, 4 or 5 Marionettes on the weekend, and I've only lost to 1. It's an interesting matchup for sure. Being able to have first, second, because I'm the higher seed, is very big. Because the Arakni can kind of pivot between trying to kill you or trying to kill your allies and fatigue you. I think my deck is hedged enough in its configuration to be fine, and I've got enough D-reacts to kind of not die.
Sure.
But it's Jacob Clements, I'm still looking for revenge when he beat me in top 8 of Showdown London. Anything can happen. But if I didn't like my Gravy matchup going first into Marionette, I wouldn't have brought the deck.
I think that's personally a great way of looking at it. I'm told reliably you've had some pretty incredible games on the weekend, some real highlight moments. Did you want to just share anyone that comes to mind?
Absolutely. I mean, there was a Gravy Mirror day one that was insane, where I beat a teammate of mine, which was crazy. But the big thing was a game against Yuki Lee Bender, which apparently was my winning in, but I'm not 100% sure. Where I think there's a point in the end game where I'm down about 15 life, but I have board presence, and she's gone through a lot of her like tools to kill me. And she's throwing a Calycera at me with one card in hand, and I have a Blood in the Water. The Blood in the Water hits off the top because I've compassed, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like, okay, if I Blood in the Water here and it's her last T-Tox, I live at exactly 1. See, I did the math wrong because she was Marionette and I was marked.
Oh.
So I hit the Blood in the Water, she T-Toxes me, and I'm like dead. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going in for the handshake, and I'm like, wait a second, I technically have 1 out because I just changed my sideboard to play the 1 more defensive card. So I'm like, okay, I'll activate Gravy, blind. I hit the Oasis off the top.
Whoa.
So I live at 5. She's out of like daggers or buffs or everything. I still have 2 allies on board. So I just walk her down from there. I had to, like, I packed up. I ran away from that table because I was having a panic attack about how, like, hand of God, actual factual. Insane.
Sometimes it's just your weekend, and hopefully it continues to be your weekend. Much like any other event, this is never a solo affair. It's all about teams. It's all about friends, family. Is there anyone you want to give a thank you to while we've got you in the booth?
I got a laundry list. My girlfriend, shout out. Shout out the Toronto scene. They're fantastic. Shout out to my team, of course, Value Vampires. Spent last night all prepping these. We've been working on these lists together. Max Diekman specifically, we helped work on this. Big shout out to Jimmy Nero DeMars. He's the guy I beat yesterday in the mirror, but also he helped me build this list, although he's a red sloop hater. So, but last night, I just handed him all the deck lists to my opponents, and he was like, okay, I'll build your sideboards for you. So all of my sideboards are Jimmy Nero DeMars originals, which when you get a world's top 8 Gravy to build you your sideboards. Also, the 3 Loan Sharks, that's a Jimmy Nero DeMar special.
Love to hear it. Love to hear the names. Honestly, just the camaraderie always brings me a lot of joy. Noah, congrats again. Good luck with the rest of it today. Keep killing it on Gravy Bones, and we'll see if you're the dead one at the end of this.
Great exit.
Oh, come back in, Scott. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks, me. Noah's pretty great. I like Noah.
You heard it there from him as well. I agree, and a lot of confidence, I have to say, there from Noah. Very charismatic, knows his stuff. Lots of shout outs there to his team, to the likes of Max Diekman, to Jimmy as well. A fantastic Gravy player, as he said, and he spoke there about a couple of really interesting points in this game. One of them is that he gets to choose first, or it's okay, you can catch your breath, Scott. It's
sorry,
okay.
I'm dying.
Where he gets to choose first or second, and that is really big, I believe, as he said it, in the way that it's going to line up against Jacob in this matchup. So yeah, lots of things that we'll be watching out for.
Yeah, 100%. Can't help but agree that having a world's top 8 Gravy building your sideboard plans for the entirety of a top 8 is maybe a little helpful. I'm inclined to agree. Lovely stuff, I think. Just a nice, wholesome start to our game.
Yeah, and Noah is someone who's been really known for playing those illusionists in the past and really strong on board state decks. He really understands how to navigate game states, and that's what he's chosen to do here. And I want to go back to something that Noah said specifically, which was maybe not the right weekend to play Gravy, but we didn't have enough time to pivot off of it. However, I completely disagree. I think this is a fantastic weekend for Gravy. And actually, Noah, I think admitting it there, it turned out we walked into a room that was well set up for Gravy. And I think that's the way that things were looking to shake out as the week went by. Jarl was really rising. Obviously, Betsy has ended up rising. Marionette, the most played deck, and the likes of Dash.io and Syndra really falling away. I think this is actually the perfect weekend. And I've got to right a wrong really quickly on stream here. I have to do this because earlier in the stream, in the pre-show, there was a graphic flashed up that said my choice for this weekend was Kasai to win. That is just not fact. That is very much a lie.
You're a known Kasai lover, Hayden. What do you mean?
Exactly, a known Kasai lover. Gravy Bones is the deck that I thought was best placed for this weekend. I just want to really make sure that our audience know that, everyone out there knows that, and I'm cheering on Noah. I think he's in a really good spot in this top 8.
I'm glad we've managed to clear the air on your
I'm
behalf.
glad I got the chance to, so thank you at home for letting me do that.
All right, well, I understand that we think we have a good Arakni Marionette matchup. I don't know if we have a good Jacob Clements matchup.
Yeah.
So let's make our way down to the feature match area.
Straight to top of the tops now. We take them, make more, it's a lock now. Lay it all down, cause there's no slowing up. I can send it up, I can send it up, I can send it. I can send it. I can send send it up, I can send it up, I can send it.
Players are locked and loaded and ready to go. It will be Jacob Clements against Noah Clark here. Marionette versus Gravy. And as Noah alluded to in the interview, the choice of first, second, super important. He chooses to go first.
Yeah, very important, as we said, in this matchup. It's going to allow him to kind of dictate the flow of this game. It's going to ask the question of Jacob on his second turn, can you go ahead and convert your full hand? Can you mark me early? And if Noah can set up with a strong ally, potentially on that turn 0, that's going to go a long way to getting Noah ahead in this matchup.
Let's check in with the deck lists of our players and try and spot the tools that may sway this matchup in their favor. We'll start things off with Jacob Clements' Arakni Marionette list. Hayden, walk me through it. What stands out here to you?
Yeah, first thing we've got to talk about is that unmake the underlings, of course, that new addition to these Arakni Marionette lists to deal with gravies, but as Jacob told me himself, I wasn't expecting a lot of gravy this weekend, and I had to make choices as to where I was going to prune or cut cards in order to fit the other blues, like the Relentless Pursuits, because of that Boots of Omnis Ward, into my list. And Unmake the Underlings is the one that fell victim to that. So only one copy of that, which is going to be really important in this matchup. It will be about, can Jacob find that card at the right time? Outside of this, you see that swath of kind of defense reactions. Jacob is not going to be going down that route. He is going to be going full on aggro in this matchup. He knows the Gravy matchup can be a tough one. It is tight. I really want to point that out as well. This is not a hugely favored Gravy matchup anymore, but Jacob is going to really focus in on just going as big as possible. The other cards I want to point out are those stealth cards that he's got access to. Art of Desire, Body, and Meat Madness. I think he's going to be leaning on those to potentially push through some on-hits in this matchup as well.
Yeah, well worth knowing here, 0 copies of Take Up the Mantle for Jacob this weekend either means we won't have any sneaky Unmake the Underlings aimed at a charm that didn't look like one when they started the turn either. So a couple of different options going on there, card choices. Potentially a pain point for Jacob, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, of course, and open deck list, right? So Noah has the same information that we and you at home have, which is that Jacob only has access to that one Unmake and also no access to the Mantle. Maybe we can go ahead and take a look at Noah's deck list here.
Let's pop into the other side of the coin and see what Noah is working with. Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. We know, huge fan of these red Swiftwater sloops. Has kind of become the marquee standout. Those 3 Lone Shark were mentioned in our interview as well. What's standing out here to you, Hayden?
So Noah has an anti-fatigue package. He also has an anti-fatigue sort of hedge package. Noah has told me we ain't bothering with that. He doesn't think that Jacob is in any way, shape, or form going to try and fatigue him. And also speaking to Jacob, Jacob isn't going to try and do that. Jacob is going to be aggressive. So both players have correctly identified how each other are going to set up from the conversations I have with each of the players, unless they make a last-minute switch or pivot. But Noah is going to plan to present a pretty clean 60, rely on the likes of cards like Prismatic Leyline, for instance, to try and push through some big turns. We'll have to wait and see if we see a card like Swiftwater Sloop. He's a big fan of that card, but perhaps not needed in this matchup. The other thing I want to point out, we spoke about one particular blue on the side of Jacob Clements. One particular blue on the side of Noah Clark is Fearless Confrontation, a card that has been seen in 2 to 3 elves consistently in these gravies. Noah choosing just to play a single copy of this card, you know, for stopping those big 6 attacks like a CNC on a chum. Now, Jacob also aware of this, like we said before, thanks to these open deck lists.
So, will it be the most popular member of the Brood, or Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter in the hands of Noah Clark? There is only one way for us to find out. Let's make our way down into the game. Get ourselves locked and loaded up. Players now ready. Jacob, of course, sporting those infamous card backs that come with choosing not to sleeve your equipment. Oh,
Can I have a gift for you?
A deck list here being shuffled up. Fist bump quickly given.
Yeah, man. All right.
That is some real patented Noah Clark right there. I have a gift for you. It seems like you need them. The fistful of sleeves there to... the mental games have already begun.
Yeah, and it looks like Jacob Clements has picked up a hitchhiker on his Arakni Marionette as well there. Some sort of an ant or a beetle in our feature match area. Jacob's going to, maybe a spider even, Jacob's going to make sure that he sets the little critter free before he tries to unleash some claves on Noah Clark. We've got it all happening down in our feature match area.
This is the high octane action you pay to tune in for.
Time to reset ourselves, I think, as the players will be as well.
Okay. Hands being drawn up here. We know Noah choosing to go first. Now, explain to folks at home why that's such a big deal.
Yeah, it's really about, first of all, making sure Jacob doesn't get the opportunity to go first and potentially mark Noah straight away. But also, if he can find an ally to develop, that means that Jacob is going to have to point his attention into that ally to start with on his first turn. And we know, as Noah has correctly identified, and Jacob as well, this is a matchup that's going to come down to just throwing damage back at each other's faces and a little bit of a race. They're both approaching this like it's a semi-aggro matchup. Now, it'll be a lot more complex than that in reality. There'll be a lot of things that happen on a turn-to-turn basis. But the aim of the game for both players, it's not about fatigue. It's not about small amounts of attrition. It's about damage and trying to find, big ways to push strong turns through.
Really interesting pause here from Noah Clark. Did Compass said, that's a good one on top of the deck. Decides to golden tipple, discarding Sawbones in order to find it. 2 resources floating there. 1 damage coming across thanks to the tipple is Portside Exchange to join what was already a copy of Call to the Grave. That means this is pretty premiums here for Noah. Sawbones and even Shum, the 2 most impactful allies in this matchup, available as early as turn 0.
Yeah, he can go ahead and find that right now. It would mean that we would no longer have a card to put in Arsenal. However, we could just go and find it, play out that Sawbones and pass back. The only problem with playing something like Sawbones early is it does give Jacob a target to attack into, but it means that Jacob has to target it, right? He has to go after it. However, Jacob did tell me he's going to try and ignore most of the allies. As his plan in this matchup. Okay. He's actually just going to try and go face. So I'm really interested to see back on Jacob's turn. Now, he did say to me, it's always game dependent. And we know Jacob is a big fan of making sure that he makes every single correct play. The game is always on him, as he says. So he did say, I am subject to change that plan.
Okay, that's interesting. Seems like we might have a fairly dynamic game plan from Jacob, depending on the early plays of Noah. Makes you wonder exactly what reaction Chum plus Sawbones would elicit in that situation. We will find out in just a moment.
It's a great start. I'm not sure Noah could have drawn up a much better start, though.
Yeah, Portside Exchange going into the Arsenal here as well. Pretty premium in that regard as well. We'll utilize that Dead Threads to send the Sawbones swinging here.
Does have a gold-baited hook attached to it as well, so if Jacob doesn't cover this up, Noah's going to get a second gold for his troubles, which would be an even better start to this game.
That's actually very painful here for Jacob. Has a 3-card hand. Had the Orb Weaver Spinneret, really wanted to keep it, but the other 2 cards there only blocking 2. Can't allow that free gold on turn 0. Forced to send the Spinneret down to the bin.
Yeah, exactly. Advantage Noah on this first turn. Going first has really paid off for him here.
We'll make our way over to Clements, who draws up Reaper's Call, Lair of the Spider, cut through the same cloth, and looks like a blue in there as well. Okay. Call to the Grave, Soul will Swell, Murderous Rabble, and a Rigor Mortis to pair up very nicely with that Portside Exchange in the Arsenal. Good-looking hand here for Noah. Second Call to the Grave, definitely offering some flexibility too.
Yeah, and another ally as well. Can keep the train on rolling, and it has that first gold as well, if needed, to that Gravy Bones ability.
Reaper's Call on pitch duty will be Hunter's Clave coming across. Spikes the Sawbones, it would seem. We'll see a Sawbones activation for the sake of it before disappearing into the depths.
That's 5 damage as well that Jacob's had to use to clear that as well. So that's a nice, again, little win there for Noah. And you see, Jacob did say, I'm going to go after face, but in this instance, saying, no, I can't leave an early Sawbones on the table. It's so much advantage if you do so.
Lair of the Spider being pitched away, prefers to Arsenal Stains of the Red back. Will be Hunter's Clave for 1. Noah will take a peek at the top card of the deck. Better inform those decisions as to whether or not a card is better expended here trying to play defense, or if we're more than happy being marked.
Yeah, we'll see, and I've got to assume that Chum is going to get developed on this next turn and just continue to keep up this wall for Noah. He's got a little bit of damage in the hand as well if he wants to attack with one of these blues. Probably going to go ahead and try and block up with one of them, though. Thinking about cards maybe like, what if Jacob has something like an Incision to push over the top?
Well worth thinking about those +3 reactions and the implications of them. No blocks will be declared. We'll see a Flick Knives activation here for a point of damage and the mark. Of course, the Clave will then take the mark away and remark.
I think that is why Noah ultimately decided not to defend us. He sort of had the read. I think Jacob's going to want to flick this dagger anyway. You typically want to clear out that spot so that you can get that Griffin Calissa as soon as possible. So might as well keep the card if I can use it, is Noah's assessment.
We'll roll into Arakni Trapdoor is the transformation here. We'll go fetching a card out of the deck. Usually a defense reaction to be played from that hero ability. See if we can find what is.
Okay, I was wondering, do we have a second trap in the deck? Because sometimes, you know, when you're not playing into an aggressive deck, do you always want to have multiple traps? But you see there's a Lair of the Spider right at the front there, and Jacob does play a couple of copies of that.
Inertia trap here in the deck as well, so multiple traps available in this matchup still. Yeah, Inertia trap, pretty fruity in the face of specific attacks from this deck, a la Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah. I think Jacob as well, he plays so much of this under the trapdoor package. He's kind of forced in most matchups to have to play some number of them. But the strength of Lair of the Spider we're seeing with Boots of Omnus Ward, just making sure you've got multiple ways to create those marks is so important. And it's been a card that's come back into favor in these Marionette decks. And then alongside Inertia Trap, which is just so powerful right now.
Staying to the red back into the arsenal for Clements as we make our way over to Noah. He's looking at that hand that was shared with both players. We know all 4 cards, Saltwater Swell and Rigor Mortis. Things will be changing as the Rigor Mortis goes to the depths, courtesy of Portside Exchange, draws blood in the water as the follow-up. Pretty premium arsenal target for him.
Phone a friend?
Phone a friend is the name of Call to the Grave these days. Go find the ally of choice. Will be Sawbones again. A pretty important one in the matchup. Again, those preventative effects, kind of the natural counter to a lot of what Marionette is looking to achieve.
Yeah, you see Blood in the Water drawn there for Noah. And, you know, Noah, as we said earlier, identifying this as an aggro matchup, so has brought in those defense reactions to deal with kind of aggressive nature of potentially big turns like Save a Bloodshed and things like that as well from Jacob's side of things.
Gold comfortably generated from that Portside Exchange means the count is 2 for now for Noah Clark.
Yeah, he's got enough money right now.
That I can no longer swing because I'm afraid of Inertia Trap.
Murderous Rabble. You heard it from Noah. I'm going to pitch this Murderous Rabble that I can no longer swing because of Inertia Trap.
Yep. Noah's definitely played this matchup many, many times, knows what is typically going to be going found for Jacob.
Sawbones, Chum, both established the infamous duo that make it so much harder to clear each other from the board. A pass back to Jacob. Does find Orbweaver Spinneret in the hand, but it's accompanied by Tarantula Toxin, Command and Conquer, and another red.
Yeah, it does have the Command and Conquer if he wants to point it at the Chum here. Can he try and deal with both allies? That's going to be the question for Jacob. But you see Noah saying, well, you have the value of the trapdoor. Inertia Trap is going to be there. So instead, I'm just going to develop 2 of the best allies in this matchup and then ask you to answer them effectively. And if Jacob can't answer both here, that's going to put him in a little bit of a tough spot to start this game early on turn 2.
Any responses to Orbweaver Spinneret here? Jacob taking the stealth-focused line. Can't be throwing a CNC into Chum when Sawbones was happy to keep it alive.
The other thing as well about going second, so rather Noah choosing to go first, is that Jacob doesn't have access to the Tunic counter up yet. So he's still on 2, which may make this turn a little bit more awkward from a resource standpoint as well, thanks to, I think you said all reds in their hand, right?
Looks like it was Mark of the Black Widow was that last unknown card. We'll see ourselves with a Chum activation in response to the Orbweaver Spinneret. Discards Anka into the graveyard to facilitate that. All these attacks will be heading in Chum's general direction for the rest of the turn until that friendly first mate has finally perished. And now Jacob forced to reassess because Command and Conquer alone, not enough to take care of this Chum.
Yeah, and Noah saying there, you may not have wanted to attack this Chum. I'm just going to force the issue. And that is something that Jacob may have chosen to do, you know, in terms of let's just clear out the Sawbones this turn and point damage. Now, Jacob does have that CNC, so he maybe has the kind of ready-made answer to that. But I think that is typically what happens, especially if there's a really strong damage turn, is that the Marionettes actually won't go after Chum until they're forced to.
Get a pitch away. Tarantula Toxin sends 4 into Chum. Will need to use that stain to the red back from the arsenal to get it up and over the protection of Sawbones. Compass will take a peek at the top card in response.
And of course, can't point the CNC at the Chum to start with. It's not even just about playing around Fearless Confrontation. It's the fact that it wouldn't have go again, right? So it's actually a really nice use of the Chum there for Noah.
And we'll see Mark of the Black Widow sent at Sawbones. Clearing out both allies successfully this turn. A difficult spot for Jacob to work through. Less than ideal in many ways, but most of the risk taken care of so far.
Yeah, and Noah is still marked, right? So important. We're going to go back to Jacob's turn with Noah marked and a CNC, so we'll see how Noah wants to sort of push through this. But he's just stacking up this graveyard with allies here.
Portside Exchange, Bin Scuba makes a gold in the process, draws a fresh card. Looking at Tip the Barkeep and Jittery Bones, the latter of which is being pitched away to make Anka from the bin. We'll make a rum from this Tip the Barkeep to set up a bigger turn later on and get swinging on in for 5 with that Anka. Hook will be attached.
Wow, so much gold here so early on for Noah. This is going quite nicely for him. You know, sometimes these gravies can really struggle to accrue that gold early, and that can make turns really difficult. It means you're kind of having to play a little suboptimally, or you can't get all the value you'd like out of each of your cards, but that is not the case here for Noah so far. Life total is still really tight, though, because Jacob has kind of been forced to deal with this onslaught of allies every single turn.
It's very much been a board control game from Clements so far, bucking the expectations of both players. That might be about to change. Anka is allowed to connect. 5 damage comes through, 35 for Clements. Gold generated from the gold-baited hook. We'll make our way back to a full 5 cards for Jacob. He's looking at Kiss of Death, pick up the point. Copy of Shred in there. He pick up the point aimed directly in the direction of Anka.
Yeah, he's found a hand that he really likes from a damage standpoint, but also pick up the point is just such an easy, clean way to get rid of that anchor to start the turn. And then you can lean into something like this, a Kiss of Death turn with multiple reactions in the hand here.
Cardoso will take a peek at the top card. We see a hand that contains both Conqueror of the High Seas and Prismatic Ley Line here for Noah, looking at Golden Tipple and a Vastji around it.
It's a very strong hand. Now, the interesting thing here is Jacob has a blue in hand, and that CNC was held in Arsenal, right? So depending on what happens next, Noah may be facing down a CNC, and that's a blood in the water in the Arsenal, right? That's what he kept behind.
Certainly is. 8 damage now from the Kiss of Death. 9 damage total after a point of life loss comes on through. Noah says, sure, send me the bill. My hand is fantastic. Falls down to 29. The follow-up from Clements. Going to take a moment to evaluate. Might want to mark and transform as Arakni Marionette. Might want to put the screws into that Arsenal with that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, it feels like the perfect follow-up here. I don't think Noah's going to be happy about this. But no, we're going to instead, because we still have the Tunic sense. So we're going to commit Tunic on this turn because we want to try and get the mark if we can, or draw out a piece of equipment like we're going to right here.
Carrying Crown playing defense. Kiss of Death will be flicked because we do have an extra attack coming after it. The Crown trigger will do its thing. So we have 2 block here, so not going to be using that effect this time around, using the oft-hidden mode of Carrying Crown, of just playing defense. I will be sad, says Noah, and that's somewhat understandable. Command and Conquer lining up very well into that blood in the water that Noah begrudgingly did not use on that Kiss of Death.
And he just has to take it because he doesn't have a nice way to block this, and he's set with that Conquer of the High Seas in hand that he wants to deploy.
Crunch goes the CNC. 35 now plays 21 as we make our way back to Noah Clark.
That is a big shift in this game. Just last turn, we were talking about a very tight start to the game where Jacob is having to deal with allies, and all of a sudden, on a dime, he has turned it around and he has started pushing damage into Noah Clark's face.
But the return fire here from Clark is not exactly small. We're starting things off with a Vastji. Will be 6 go again as Rigor Mortis emerges from the depths to start the assault for our Necromancer.
Yeah, so opting to, I mean, Vastji is a fantastic on-hit, right, and still allows him to develop an ally here. Still has that Conquer the High Seas to save for the following turn, unless, yeah, he's got 2 cards in hand, right, so unless it's a blue on top of his deck and he knows about it with the compass, rather. In that case, we're going to see a Conquer the High Seas. I didn't get a glimpse at it when Noah compassed.
Not so sure myself. Believe it is Prismatic Leyline and Conqueror in hand. So
that's correct.
We'll probably need to go spinning with some gold to make everything come together.
I don't know if you're looking.
But if he knows that the blue's on top,
true enough.
I guess it's just whether you want to bother deploying it when Jacob doesn't currently have an arsenal on this turn. Do you just save it?
Will be 6 block from Arakni Marionette here to deny that goal. Going to see the rum being cracked to establish Scuba here. We'll see the ley line pitched away into the stack. Scuba will do the thing. No yellows available here. So
much better play.
Being generated, of course. Conqueror of the High Seas safely parked in the arsenal for the next big assault.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Nice use of rum on this turn to develop 2 more allies. And despite the fact that Noah finds himself 14 life down at this point, has just been able to develop yet another couple of allies. And can Jacob pull together another massive turn like he did last time? It's hard to pull those together back to back.
31.
I'll take 4. Down to 31 is Clements. Arsenal will be the call from Noah Clark. We'll go back to the Assassin. He's looking at a hand that contains Pain in the Backside and Kiss of Death. We'll lead on the former. 3 go again, threading a little bit of extra juice if it manages to find its mark.
It's quite nice as well because Noah saw that Jacob decided to defend with those 2 cards. Developing that Scuba was such a nice play, saying, well, I don't think you're going to be able to kill both my allies after I do this.
Lone Shark playing defense here, happy to block 3 when in a way, block 4 by preventing that extra point of damage Pain in the backside has to offer. Kiss of Death sent in the direction of Rigor Mortis, trying to make sure that 6 power will not come clattering in again.
Noah definitely doesn't need a loan in this game. He is well stocked up on gold here.
Jacob fanning through the yard. No reactions. No flick, the important part there, which was the consideration for Clements.
That is fine.
Pass is good, so we will move our way back over to Noah. Looking at a hand that contains Golden Tipple, a Vastye, and another blue in the form of Loot the Arsenal. Gold number 1 will be broken. We find a new card. It is Sore Bones coming into the hand. Noah going to tipple this one away, no doubt, and go looking for something even more fresh. Let's see what comes off the top of the deck.
Ooh.
Loot the
Good
Hold
yeah.
is the find from the Golden Tipple.
Jacob just going to take the 1 damage there.
Thanks for reminding me. I used to stream. Yes, this is still happening.
It's not a port side. I'll take the 1.
30.
1 go again for now. No hook attached on this one.
How much here?
Jacob largely unfazed by that. No big
I am
surprise.
Not floating any right now. I will
None
compass.
floating. Compass will take a peek at the top card. Can't quite catch it with where the camera is. Noah seems...
He liked it, though.
Yeah, seems pretty content with what he finds there. Maybe not. Some stress kicking in all of a sudden. Some decisions to be had. Evidently not an easy choice as to how to navigate this turn now. Card will be drawn. Pitching away that Loot the Arsenal. Gold broken. What did we find? Blood in the water. We're going again. More gold broken. What do we find? Sink
my
below.
goodness.
Oh. Gravy activation. Gold being broken. Sunken treasure. Okay, we did find our 2 blues. Sink below, kind of discarded at the cost of doing this. We're going again. The 4th gold being expended. Another card found. Murderous Rabble off the top here. Should allow Noah Clark to do it all, right?
I'm so interested what specifically Noah is looking for on this turn. He's pitched away a Prismatic Leyline. Was he looking for another Leyline on this turn? He's got enough to just play out the Conquer if he wanted to. He can swing with the Scuba, perhaps just looking for something like an Avasti, something that's on hit available, and then can follow up with something like a Sawbones here.
Yeah, that Conqueror, obviously very strong, but usually best saved for an Arsenal if you can help it. We'll swing that Scuba with the Avasti, put Lone Shark back on the bottom of the deck, make a gold in the process.
Yeah, because, I mean, he's back to 1 gold at least, but he found the Murderous Rebel and the Avasti, so had a blue to be able to trigger Sawbones to be able to play it, to trigger Watery Graves.
Oh, yes, thank you. Go again. 4.
So there is an on-hit effect here being threatened. Wonder if we'll see perhaps a piece of equipment, a Mask of Deceit getting involved, but not currently marked on the side of Noah Clark.
Interesting hand here for Jacob, looking at To the Point. Stains of the red back, Codex of Frailty, and a blue copy of Shred.
That's a pretty good hand.
Now the question is 4 go again from this Scuba. On hit, make a gold, courtesy of Avasti.
Yeah, I think Jacob's going to be really hesitant to want to block with any of these cards in this hand. He's got quite a nice double dagger swing into Codex hand here. The only thing is he hasn't found something like a Leave No Witnesses so far to get with that Codex, but he's got a couple of okay targets.
Seems like a very tough decision here for Clements, who does not really want to go replenishing the gold stocks of Noah.
Or lose a card, right?
Or lose a card.
Yeah.
26, trigger, make a gold.
Goal made from the Avasti here. We will see the goal broken again as Blood in the Water is pitched away. Let's see what Noah is looking for.
Oh, it's
another Conqueror.
This has been a really interesting turn for Noah.
Oh, no.
A bit of a disaster, to be honest.
Pass declared. Didn't even develop the Sawbones. Found himself digging, looking for something important, and just couldn't chain a turn together. There was no space for the Conqueror, no space for Sawbones. Just burnt a gold stack and didn't really get anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure Noah had something in mind there, but honestly, Scott, I can't tell you quite what that is. I'm a little confused there as to what he was trying to dig for. I think he had a safer play. Possibly he did need to dig for at least another blue, but he could have just sent the Conqueror of the High Seas naked. But I think he was looking for something that would allow him to keep that Conqueror and still send some damage, develop another ally perhaps.
I think obviously there is some pain there that we did find 3 reds along the way. Does make those gold tokens significantly worth significantly less in resources, but to me it definitely seemed like we were looking for the ability to just do it all. I think the idea was attack with the scuba, send the conqueror, play the sawbones, attack with the sawbones, and needed to draw blues to do that, and instead found blood in the water, sink below, and another conqueror.
I think you see Noah ahead on the hand there, maybe just thinking about that last turn and what he might have done differently. Yeah, I think he is really just sort of contemplating. But anyway, Noah must turn his attention to what is in front of him here and make sure he stays focused on the task at hand. As Jacob Clements evaluates this turn, has the full 4 cards. Jacob actually taking a while to decide how to play this turn out again, reassessing things.
Will pitch away that shred. Gonna fire away the graphene Kulisera to start things off here. Just 1, no go again currently. Will be met by a compass check. Always just 1. Always just
sure,
1.
just 1. Does have that Stains of the Red back in hand here, so is going to be able to get go again off of that naturally.
No blocks.
Noah declares no blocks on that one.
Yep.
Jacob is going to flick that Hunter's Clave, so it's going to mark Noah up here.
Yep. Hit me with it.
Hit me with it, as To The Point and Stains of the Red back make this dagger significantly larger. Up to 9 we go. Go again, down to 11 for Noah here. The life disparity growing increasingly large.
Is Noah going to... Noah has that Conquer the High Seas there, and then there's going to be the Codex for the CNC because of the 2 resources floating here.
Disappointing stuff here for Noah. Really punished for not finding a window for that big, bad boat last turn. Command and Conquer will be threatening it in one way or the other, and you can see the look on his face as his head sinks under his hands. It's a disaster for Noah, who has to reevaluate the entire situation.
Yeah, I think this is really important to note. If you're in this position as Noah, first of all, it is a very, very difficult spot to be in when you know that you've possibly gone with a line that hasn't worked out, but you have to forge ahead. You have to focus on how you get back into this game. You lose the Conqueror of the High Seas here. The important thing is what happens next. You still have a scuba on the board. You have the 4 cards in hand. What can you make happen?
When you're in a Pro Tour top 8, you are acutely aware of how difficult it is to achieve that. When you've done so, you cannot waste the opportunities you find while you are here, and Noah Clark will not be doing that. While we're still here, we're still in the game, there is still a chance to make this comeback. 26 plays 5, Saltwater Swell will be the start, and we will see our Call to the Grave found on top of the deck. So 5 resources available. We know there is another boat in the grip of Noah Clark after going gold spinning last turn, so we're almost certainly seeing a Conqueror this time around.
This is actually still a really good spot for Noah here. He's got the Saltwater Swell. He's managed to get those 5 resources up. He's going to send a big chunk of damage Jacob's way. I'm really interested to try and get a glimpse at Jacob's hand and see if he has a defense reaction in the hand.
No blocks declared. 1 damage connects from Saltwater Swell. 25 plays 5 now. We'll close the chain on this one. Then Rip Roar the boat. Conqueror of the High Seas will come on through here. Going to be 8 go again, courtesy of High Tide. On hit, destroy your arsenal, make some gold. On Jacob's side, pick up the point, Codex of Inertia, Under the Trapdoor, and Reaper's Call are the 4 cards in hand.
No, we'll be able to send the Scuba afterwards as well, thanks to that card in hand. And the Dead Thread, so even if it is a red, he still has access to those 3 resources.
Of course, blue played this turn as well. Does mean Sawbones is an option if Noah would prefer to get that one established.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So this is actually Noah's in a fine spot here. He just has to manage his life total. Can Jacob potentially... It doesn't look like Jacob actually has the hand to be able to just take this and then swing back, but that's, I think, what he's evaluating as we have a look in here. It's a little bit awkward.
Not the best. Double blue, only the 1 dagger to work with. A little hard to get the best out of here for Jacob. Would incentivize some defense, but it's just so hard to let go of cards when you have such a roaring life lead against a board-centric deck.
Yeah, and it feels to me like Jacob's fairly happy with the card he drew off of that Ponder. Was it? It wasn't a defense reaction, was it?
Didn't quite catch it on the Ponder cam. We'll have to wait and see. Gonna reach for the Mask of Deceit, not currently marked, but interested in finding an Agent of Chaos. We'll go spinning for a random one. Noah crosses the fingers. 5 comes up, and the eyes on Noah Clark at the realization of Arakni Tarantula. A real dangerous threat when you only have 5 health to play with. Persuasive Prognosis will bite the dust here. 6 damage connecting with Jacob Clements. He falls down to 19.
So Jacob is going to go with this line of saying, yep, hit me. I'm going to try and send back what I can. He even spun the dice there to try and find a way to turn some of these mediocre cards in hand into something more powerful, and Tarantula will allow him to do that.
Combat Chain Broken will reach for the Sawbones with the resources available. Rigor Mortis pitched away to facilitate that. Going to send it clattering in alongside Gold Baited Hook. 6 damage on hit. Gold be making. Jacob immediately says, yeah, absolutely.
Hit me.
I will take 6. I think this game is mine to take.
Noah looking for a defense reaction in this next hand. That's going to be really, really crucial for him trying to stop what Jacob wants to develop, because if he can get back to his turn with those allies, or at least one of them, he's going to be in a really good spot.
Oh. Another Conqueror, double yellow found. As pick up the point is sent into Sawbones. Away that one will go. Dagger was rebought by pitching away that under the trap door. Leaves Jacob with 2 cards. It's Reaper's Call and Codex of Inertia.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating to see where we get to with that. And of course, we have this Reaper's Call in hand. We can ditch this to the Tarantula here if Jacob so wishes to do so, and then follow up with that Codex of Inertia. Noah's hand actually does defend pretty well, though. It all blocks, which is a good spot for Noah to be in.
Compass check. We will see a block of 3 on the Clave here. Tarantula activation to turn it into a 4 and try and push 2 damage over the top and enforce that mark. Will it be time for quick dodge flexes to save the day?
Yeah. I think what ends up being hit off this Inertia, Codex of Inertia, could be pretty important in this game as well. If Jacob kind of whiffs on this, he's going to lose a lot of tempo, and Noah won't have to commit any more cards to defense after this.
No one knows what's on top of his deck too, courtesy of that Compass peak. So if Codex of Inertia does do its thing, he'll have a better idea of where they're both at.
Wonder if Noah is thinking about something like a Codex of Inertia. Very hard card to sort of think about. You're more thinking about Frailty most of the time, typically.
It is time for those flexes to come on through here. Keep the Tarantula at bay. 5 will block 5 here. And there is no extra trick in hand for Clements to get this up and over the top. Close the chain. Codex of Inertia will go spinning. What do we find on top of each deck? Inertia made, Ponder made. Jacob finds a fresh one.
Oh, he found Codex of Frailty off the top.
Codex of Frailty for Jacob Clements as the blind hit from Codex of Inertia will keep this turn going.
And Noah's his prismatic ley line, so it is some damage that he can throw out at least on a scuba, but he has to be able to keep a card to do that. Otherwise, that Inertia will take it away and he'll get nothing for his troubles.
1 card left in hand for Noah. Jacob with the decision. Is it worth extending this Codex of Frailty now? There is a card in Arsenal. You aren't getting full value out of the situation. It is going to be good enough to get things spinning.
But he has no Leave No Witnesses, so he doesn't actually have a card that is super threatening here. He's just going to get damage. I mean, still threatening, of course, but not threatening that Arsenal card for Noah.
Damage is still pretty good when your opponent is only at 5. Kiss of Death, the find. 3 physical damage, threatens 1 more loss of life, and most importantly, an additional point thanks to that Arakni Tarantula. Noah Clark has to respect this with at least some equipment. We know those quick dodge flexes will be jumping in the way.
We've also got the tunic counter and the boots up and available, and you're going to see them used there for Jacob.
Keeps things going. Tunic counter will send over the Graphene Calicera. 1 point of damage, has the ability to deal 2. Flick Knives will flick for even more damage, down to 2 from Noah Clark. And we will see the chess piece utilized for quick dodge flexes here to prevent the game ending on the spot. That got real hairy, real fast.
Yeah, Noah down to 2 here. So game's not over, though. Noah has managed to get back through. As devastating as that turn was, Noah has been able to sort of hold steady, and he's going to come back with a card in hand and that ley line in Arsenal.
Double Ponder resolved. Jacob picks his favorite of those 2 cards, and Arsenal's it for now. Back to Clark we go, who does have that 1 card in hand and a prismatic ley line in the Arsenal that was delivered by Codex of Inertia. Portside exchange in the blind will draw a card. It doesn't need to discard. Will enable Oyston to come out of the bin. Prismatic Leyline will be followed by an attack from Scuba here. So 6 damage on the yellow ally. Gold being generated by that effect. The hook available. Take another one with a bit of luck.
Looks like Jacob has maybe found a Tarantula Toxin in the hand as well. So I'm, again, going to be looking for, can Noah find a defense reaction on this next turn? Because Jacob just takes the damage there.
No blocks. Go to 7. Gold is made. Back to Clements. Tunic ticks up to 1. Noah finds 4 blues in the hand as Hunter's Clave kicks things off for the Assassin. It's just 1 damage for now, and the Compass will try and find something more appealing for Noah.
Oh,
Quick
this
block
is
here.
so tight. And yeah, so Jacob, it is a Tarantula Toxin and a Scar Tissue in the hand here.
Block is good. Follow-up is up, sticks and run. Savor bloodshed. Graphene Calicera for 9. We know the hand is Tarantula Toxin, and to the point, Flick Knives will find an activation here to try and draw a card. Vomits the attack reaction onto the table and puts an end to Noah Clark. The dream is far from over for Jacob Clements. Moving on to the top 4 of the Pro Tour. Still has a chance to have 3 winning weekends in a row.
I can't believe that. If someone told you at the start of the year, yeah, someone is going to win a calling and the Nationals and then potentially a Pro Tour in a row, generational run that would
Back
be.
to back in 3 weeks would be incredible stuff. The dream's still very much alive for Jacob, and we'll be following along as it happens. Let's take a look at the bracket following that game and remind you what things now look like as we approach our 3rd quarterfinal. Filipe, Lima, Cardoso, and Jacob Clements, the winners of the rounds we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Noah Clark falling there. Gravy Bones not going to take it out this weekend, and it is going to be a showdown. Jacob knows he will be playing against an Oscilio in the semi-final. The question is, which one will it be? And on the other side of things, Filipe knows he'll be playing against a Guardian, but which one will it be?
Oh, still plenty of things for us to find out between Margin Bay, Alexander Vore, Jonathan Magnusson, and Michael Hamilton, who will still be coming at us in a variety of games. I feel like that game didn't play out the way that we or our players expected it to.
Yeah, it was super interesting. It was really tight early on, right? Those first 2 or 3 turns was a lot of attrition-based sort of decisions by both players. Noah really trying to... You saw how strong that going first was. He was able to establish an ally. He was really, really rich on gold. And Jacob actually had to take care of some of those allies in fear of sort of falling behind in the game just from a value standpoint. And then everything just changed. Jacob found a spot to push some damage, and it felt like Noah was in a position where he felt like he had to respond. I think he felt like he had fallen quite far behind in the game, and you saw him go cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching through that gold, trying to set up a really big turn and push his kind of massive damage. And we're in Vegas. Noah was gambling, and he didn't hit.
Doesn't always pay off for you, but that game had choices. It had heart, and it had soul, which is awfully apt given where we find ourselves in the very near future.
Welcome to the show. Don't be shy, dear. I know we're to die for.
Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Moody duty mullah underside your head, I'm moody. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Moody kukukogi sugi pansin head, I'm beauty.
My art is to die for.
The world premiere in Seoul will see both the debut of Usurp the Shadow Throne and To Die For, our lovely K-pop rendition of Malice and her various corrupted corpses.
You'll be seeing us there as well, Scott. We will be there getting ready to die for, I suppose, and trying to get our hands on these promos as you see that world Premier Malice there.
Absolutely beautiful piece of cardboard. The Corrupted Corpses really do it for me. It's the bandmates. You'll get one of 3 of these at random in those World Premiere packs. That's where you'll find them. They're not going to be anywhere else. And I know that if I'm playing Malice, I can't play with 2 members of the band. So I'm going to have to make sure that I get all 3 of these when I'm throwing my Corrupted Corpses all over the place.
Surely the aim is to get the band back together that weekend.
You would be correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think maybe my favorite part of this package, I'm a sucker for this playmat. I don't know. It not only is it beautiful, it's just got some charm. The rise of Vetreiði, the unfortunate fall of the much beloved and behested chain, comes alongside either a cold foil puzzle piece or that Marvel version of K-pop Malice. You'll get access to 1 band member and a K-pop Malice hero card in that world premiere package.
Speaking of playmats, of course, that exclusive one will be available at 3 different events as well. So, sorry, not exclusive. That one will be available at 3 different events
We'll get to
over
that
the
in a
rest of the
moment.
year. So you can pick up that one. And we spoke about it so many times this weekend because it's been so exciting that Death of Chain and Vetreiði back. But as we say, tickets are now live for those early bird packages. Get in. They will very likely sell out. And we had a website crash the other day. So
yeah, if you were interested in the early bird package, you want extra value. The demand is there. We literally had to stop selling them for a while. It was all your fault. It's back now. You can get in there. You're all fine and dandy. But make sure you get in that extra value if you know that you're coming along. That playmat, which Hayden was just talking about, is this one. Will be available at Seoul. Will be available at Calling 100 and also the World Championship in Paris. It's going to be pretty limited availability at each of these events, though, to make sure that it is available at those. It's foil. It's shiny. It encapsulates a really big moment in Flesh and Blood history. Not sure what else you could really ask for.
if you want to go ahead, though, and get one that you can only pick up at the world premiere, that is this To Die For Malice one. You'll have to be there in person and getting your exclusive playmat, that foil playmat with that signed Malice signature.
It's the signature that does it for me. It really sells the whole like
Nice
K-pop idol vibe. Whoever got that one inside of LSS, chef's kiss on that front. Looking forward to adding this one to my collection with a little bit of luck as well. That world premiere in Seoul, going to be very exciting stuff. If you're coming along and you want to make a little bit more of the trip, or perhaps it's Paris that will be your flavor of the week instead, cosplay signups are now available. If anyone knows how to sculpt EVA foam and would like to turn me into Vetreiði, please do let me know.
We can do that.
I'm so down. So unbelievably down.
We can do that together. And of course, if you want to go ahead and get your hands on that Malice Armory deck that is coming out, you can do so on September 18th and start playing Malice immediately, working out, okay, what does my Horde of Zombies look like?
I love this product. It's been on display in the lobby on the way in through the door all weekend, and I have almost committed theft several times. It's not a
It's
good
empty,
place
don't
to
worry.
be.
It's empty.
I give myself some hope. Malice, Dominion of the Dead, our brand new Shadow Necromancer hero, reanimating zombies from the graveyard, controlling corrupted corpses in the Banished Zone, kind of building this zombie army to send a massive volley of damage, but also having some differentials between the zombies that aren't these corrupted corpses, some unique effects we've already seen, let alone the ones that are still to come.
Yeah, and speaking of those effects, one of my favorite new keywords is decay. I think this brings such a unique dynamic, not only for Classic Constructed, but I'm excited to see how we may see this in Limited as well. And I think it changes how you evaluate the way you send attacks and damage at allies because of knowing that decay at the beginning of the end phase is going to happen.
Yeah, to see your end phase on this one. Big fan of Corrupted Crown and Dig for Souls as well. Very cool cards, the former of which is just Shadow. Just Shadow, just a rare. It means it will turn up in numerous places in Silver Age. It's all pretty exciting. I'm ready to get my Malice on.
There's not long to go as well. September is just around the corner.
Oh, don't say that.
But before we get there, we've got to crown a Pro Tour champion. Very much still to play for here at the Pro Tour, and we're going to see the likes of Majin Bay, Michael Hamilton. There is a number of well-known players and exciting decks. Betsy, we're going to see Betsy still.
We are. But first of all, we're going to be locked and primed for an Oscilio mirror. Jacob Clements continues the story, vanquishes Noah Clark on the way to the top 4. Gravy Bones, just Noah's bones. It will be Arakni Marionette finding its way into the top 4. Stay with us.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
Two games gone by here live from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. And we got 2 more games to go as Titans will continue to be crowned. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bhojwani here to bring you this next round of action as we have 2 of the founding members of the Wizard Council about to sling spells, crackle with energy, but only one can sit atop that Wizard Mountain at the end of this game.
And you just know that both these players have played a bunch of Kano mirrors back in the day,
dude.
And now they're here playing
God.
all Arcane Oscilio against each other. A lot of these similar instant speed interactions, but slightly different deck lists on both sides.
Yeah, no, it has been truly one of my favorite deck building experiences and just deck builds to watch over this tournament with these 3 completely different Oscilio lists making top 8. We know Filipe Lima Cardoso awaits the winner of one of our next quarterfinals in the semifinals. So one Oscilio is in, but only one other Oscilio can join in the semis, and it's going to be a tale of 2 different styles of decks.
And remember, the winner of this one will be facing Jacob Clements the next round. And I have to say, Sam, coming into this match in particular, I was a little bit nervous. I was talking to Majin yesterday, and he was, I mean, to put it bluntly, he was dooming. He saw all the prevention effects in Alex Vore's deck and was feeling very uncomfortable with it. Went to the testing house, jammed a bunch of games with fellow Wizard aficionado Peter Budensic on Alex Vore's list. Now feeling a little bit better about it.
Won some games, right? From what I understand, won some of those testing games. And the thing about Majin, I was talking to him as well. You know, he was definitely like, dude, I just feel like out of all the decks in this top 8, like this might be my hardest matchup. But the thing is, you know, when you look at these lists, when you look at these players, Majin in particular, like he always cooks on a plan. Like he will be like, okay, if I don't feel good about this when I look at this on paper, what do I need to do to feel better? And he's done this multiple times. I think back to last year, U.S. Nationals against the Florian, against the new, right? We watched Majin enact these beautiful game plans and game states that he had to work towards turn after turn after turn. So you know he has it in him. The question is, did he cook it up well enough for this event?
Speaking of cooking, we have to shift focus over to Alexander Vore's side, because the stories that I was hearing as Peter Budensic was trying to pilot Alex Vore's list was, how does this deck work? And I think a lot of players had that question where it seems like unless you're Alex Vore, you just don't know how to pilot this Oscilio deck.
One of those special players in this game against one of our game's brightest stars in Majin Bay. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how we have gotten to this point and what awaits us remaining in this top 8. Filipe Lima Cardoso, Jacob Clements, both advanced to the semifinals. And we got a couple players waiting in the wings. Majin Bay and Alexander Vore are going to be our next feature match here. 2 members of the Wizard Council doing battle, but I'm really excited for that J-Mag versus Michael Hammy game, 3rd through 6th. That'll be right after this one.
And there's a lot on the line here for you, Sam. See, my caster pick, Jacob Clements, is still live.
I know.
Yours, Alexander Vore. Can he take down Majin Bay, the known Wizard captain of the Wizard Council? You know, your caster pick. We're gonna have to see.
I know, but what's tough is I'm such good friends with both of these players, so I'll be bummed and happy either way. We haven't had a chance to hear from Alexander Vore yet, so I took a moment before he went and got into the feature match area to chat with him. So I'll go ahead and tap into some of the etheric spheres and beam myself over to Alex. Ready? Here we go.
I'm here with Sir Lord Based himself. It's Mr. Alexander Vore, top 8 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Oh my goodness, we've known each other for a long time. I'm very happy for you. How you feeling?
Feeling good, definitely. Thanks. I feel like you almost jinxed me at the start. I heard you chose me to win, and I was like, well, that's bold, but we'll try and fulfill that for you. I don't know if you have any bets on that, but
No, I'm not really a betting man. I know there's a bunch of betting happening in the top 8 with our Betsy, some wagering, but I sat in this chair during our pre-tour, and I said with my chest, I said, give me Alex Vore on this tournament. Wizards are good. I know this man is a chef, and you cooked up something that I still think nobody really understands. We looked at the deck list. We tried to break it down. Justin Loag said that you guys were in the testing house, and they were all like, yo, this deck is cheeks unless you're Alex Vore. So how did you make it work? How did you come to this? What's going on with your deck?
It's an interesting take. I think post BNR, where Classic Oscilio kind of changed forever, and that was kind of a lot of what I was doing before. I was building Oscilio before he got the really good cards that kind of pushed him to the top, like Consign and things like that. I was like, okay, what do I want to do? I'm generally not a player that wants to net deck the top decks. It's just not my vibe. I don't enjoy doing that. I think my track record for decks at like tier 4 events is like Kano when he was bad, Riptide, Rhinar, weird Oscilio Brew. So I play weird stuff. I was testing a few different things, and I think, everybody still has the question of like, okay, what does Oscilio look like post BNR? What does it look like with Omens cards, things like that? And the list that I gravitated towards most was kind of this version, Counterburn, I think a lot of people are saying, where you're playing these prevention effects, you can kind of chip them on their turn, things like that. So it's similar to Arcane, but more prevention based. And I'm just thinking like, okay, how can I leverage the Plutonic Starplate and the Sphinx? Because historically, your Wizard, you got 3 pieces of 10-cent common equipment in play in Stormstrider. So I'm like, we can play 4 legendaries now. It cannot be bad. It cannot be bad. Like, I refuse to believe it's bad. And I'm like, okay, who doesn't want to draw cards? Like, if you trigger plating every turn or every other turn, you're getting more value than Tunic. So, like, why wouldn't you? And I kind of came to the conclusion in testing, I'm like, well, I want to use this one resource. I want to do something with it, because if you're not doing something with it, it doesn't matter if you're triggering it. And I kind of came to the conclusion that there's enough support in cards that generate Ponder tokens or do things similar to that effect that sometimes you can just leverage the helmet to replace the card. So, like, you play Constella, Intelligence, whichever one makes the Ponder. You get a resource, you shot them for 1 or 2 for free, and you just draw another card. You're like, surprise. It's like Echo Flash, you discard it, you're like, boom, I draw another. So that's the gist, I guess, of how the deck was developed. As per usual, Chris Aielli helped inspire building this deck. We both played it at Nats. I was on the bubble, and he had a tougher gem roulette, I think. But in classic
there was
Chris,
something there.
Yeah, in classic Chris fashion, he never stuck with the deck. I told him, I think it's still good. Like, I don't think it's the best deck, but I think it's good and competitive. He's like, I don't believe you. I'm playing Kasai. I'm like, okay.
Well, where's he? Why is he not in the top? Where is he then? Huh?
That's what I told him was Scepter Florian. The entire H team played Scepter Florian at PT London. He was the original architect of that. He's like, nah, I don't think it's good. You can't beat Zen. And then I'm like, yeah, you can. Loomy Doom, it's time. But yeah.
Well, let's just briefly, because I know you got to get ready for your games coming up. Talk to me about your journey. PT, the very first PT in New Jersey, you took the Kano deck that you just said was bad. You weren't even on that Aether Wildfire shenanigans that everybody else was doing in that same way. You brought it there. You're here now with another Wizard. Tell me just a little bit about, reflect, if you will, on your journey, Flesh and Blood, from then to now.
I mean, it's fun. I mean, I think that was definitely my first, big top 8. I think maybe I had some Battle Hardens or some random things here or there. But, that was the start, I guess, of maybe my more competitive side of the Flesh and Blood career. And, I still enjoy playing a lot as a hobby. I travel when I can. I don't know if I can give Jacob or Brody a run for their money, but I play when I can, and it's fun. I enjoy doing that. I think my logic has always been the same. I'm here to have a good time. I want to play things that I enjoy playing. I want to play good games. And, just do the best that I can.
Yeah, well, one of our other top 8 competitors said, as we were chatting yesterday, he was like, the thing about Alex, he just never gets tilted. Never gets tilted. And every time I watch you play, you're just yapping, enjoying the game. Something, and a little anecdote I want to share that I remember from your battle-hardened win in Philadelphia. You were playing against Jacob Clements, Oscilio Mario. You take that game down, you win the battle-hardened. Michael Hamilton, I just watch him look across the table at you because he was sitting on Jacob's side and just go, I feel like there were so many hard decisions in that game, and you just got every one of them right. And you just go, yeah, you know.
It's a good compliment. Yeah, I remember that from Michael Hamilton, no less. That's, you know, probably the best player, or one of them at least.
And I mean, dude, it's paying off. You didn't drop a single game in CC. Pretty unbelievable stuff. So
I know,
it's ridiculous. And limited. You're supposed to be, you know, this limited grinder, and that was the trouble. But as you say, you know, some other people in the pod were giving you some trouble.
Yeah. We'll say that. We'll say that. I came in. I was like, okay, you know, I'll lose a couple games to CC. It's okay. I'll carry myself in draft. And you know, I just decided to cosplay Colin instead. You know, who needs draft? Just win all the CC games.
Yeah. Well, I want to let you get ready. I want to let you get back with your friends. Anybody you want to shout out or thank you might be watching at home?
You know, I think the H team as a whole, you know, helping test, you know, providing resources, things like that, that's important. You know, Chris in particular, you know, this was an idea that was kind of brewed together and refined, and even though he didn't stick with it, you know, he helped kind of develop the initial baseline, so I think that's really important. You know, I think there's a few people that I've worked with from like the Wizard Council that we have.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
3 of them are in top 8, so I mean, pretty good there. And some other people in the Discord and broader community that have helped me either with questions or testing or things like that. You know, I'm definitely appreciative of everybody who, you know, is willing to help.
Yes, well, the Wizard Council stands strong in this top 8, and perhaps none stronger than Alexander Vore. Congratulations on the top 8. Let's get ready for the game. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good game between these two. Pretty fun to hear from a pretty unique voice in Flesh and Blood, shall we say.
I love hearing about a player who just plays what he wants to play. He said he doesn't chase the meta. He's brought Riptide to a tier 4. He's brought Reiner to a tier 4. He's here on his own cook of Oscilio in the top 8 of a Pro Tour. It's fantastic.
And you heard him mention it. Colin Erickson, last time we got to do a coverage of an event, you know, at a similar scope with the U.S. Nationals, right? Dropped some games in draft. Did not lose a game of CC on the way to that title. Can Alexander Vore continue a similar run? He's got a pretty impressive opponent on the other side of the table as the Wizard Council Magisters prepare to do battle. Let's Pro Tour Las Vegas continues its electrifying action as this third quarterfinal begins to get underway. Majin Bey, left side of your screen, host of World Tour Weekly, and let's be clear, on one of the more generational runs we've seen in this game. Worlds last year, National Championships last year. We have the top 8 here. We have the top 8 of the National Championships this year. He is doing incredible stuff while also working full-time on school, on World Tour Weekly. He is really on a generational run.
Absolutely stellar performance coming out from our World Tour Weekly host. And it's also backed up by an incredible draft performance across all these Tier 3 and Tier 4 events.
Alexander Vore, of course, on the right side of your screen, got that 8th seed buff. We know how 8th seeds do in Tier 4s, in Flesh and Blood, and we know how good both of these players are. Absolutely kings of the Wizard class with completely different takes, and man, I'm looking forward to this.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our players' deck lists over here, starting, of course, with Majin Bey, who is the highest seed in this matchup. This is a spells version of Oscilio. He has moved away from the Gone and Flash version of the deck, has opted for 9 defense reactions, which were very handy for him all the way up till this point. We're facing across another wizard who's slinging Arcane at you. Not that effective. What will be effective, however, is the AB3, should he find the resources to pitch into them when Alexander Vore is sending his sling of Arcane spells at you.
Yeah, if we take a look at the pieces in the arena here, at these equipment pieces, I heard Majin and Alex, they were just kind of chopping it up yesterday about their equipment pieces. But we're taking a look here at the balance and the crown. These are 2 pieces for Majin That's all he's got. That's all he's able to use. He doesn't have a headpiece that's really going to get him as much value as he wants, given that Alex probably not sending any attacks at all.
He's going to have to hope that the balance of justice lets him draw a card, but Alexander Vore can see that on the other side of the field. So every time Alexander Vore puts a Sigil of Brilliance on the field, you know he's just not going to activate Oscilio's hero ability on the turn cycle to turn on Majin Bey's balance. That headpiece, to your point, Sam, probably not going to be very relevant in this matchup for Majin Bey.
Yeah, taking a look here at the full list one more time. Majin Bey, of course, got plenty to work with. What are some other things you want to highlight before we get down to the arena?
Talking about the mental block over here, we want to see how much prevention effects Majin Bey has, because note that his equipment is a little bit weaker in this matchup specifically against Alexander Vore, because it has the AB3, but what other prevention effects does he have? It looks like it's just going to be mental block alongside a resource card. Maybe he can deal with some of the high arcane damage coming from the other side. However, Metacarpus Node does give him a little bit more reach on the kill turn should he manage to get the game state to a point where that's relevant.
Yeah. As we move and look ahead at Alexander Vore on the next part of this game, I personally am really wanting to just first set the stage with the pieces in the arena. Let's look at this equipment, because there's only 4 pieces of equipment plus the Volzar available for Alex. That's all he needs. You heard him say it in the interview. He said, I'm a wizard player. I'm used to 10-cent commons as my only options. I have 2 legendaries I can now play, 4 legendaries. He was like, they can't be bad. He built this whole deck around wanting to get value out of Plutonic Starplate and Third Eye of the Sphinx.
Third Eye of the Sphinx is so interesting. There's so many reasons to play Crown of Providence, Balance of Justice in this metagame, but Alexander Vore says, nah I just want to make sure I get to crack my Ponder. And look at that. He hasn't dropped a single game of CC this entire tournament. You talk about Colin Erickson's run at US Nationals, dropped a few games of draft, but didn't drop a single game of CC all the way until he took the whole championship down. Alexander Vore following in those footsteps.
I want to highlight Voltic Veil. I think it is the one card in this list that we have never seen registered, perhaps at any level of competition, at least at tier 4, at least at this level. Talk to me about why you think it's in there, and what do you think it's been doing for Alex all weekend?
It's the counter burn strategy that this Oscilio deck in particular employs very, very well. You prevent damage on the opponent's turn, and especially when there's flick effects going around in this metagame, say by Arakni Marionette, you get to prevent the damage efficiently and also deal 1 arcane damage to them. Remember, and some of these, like the Cloud Covers, for example, and Cosmic Sutures as well, also trigger your Plutonic Starplate, which then give you an extra resource to maybe play another one of these effects or cash into the Third Eye of the Sphinx.
Yeah, there's no major crazy combo that we're seeing, right? This is not like, oh, he's looking to stack X, Y, and Z and blow his opponent up for 60. He's just looking to get consistent value out of the Plutonic Starplate, consistent value out of the Third Eye of the Sphinx, and basically just grind these games out and do things in annoying timing windows on his opponent's turn using cards like Chromatic Refinement. He's getting Aether Flares in there, and he's got, of course, the Storm Striders to finish this thing out.
He's not looking for a big offensive overlap turn. Yes, it's just a bunch of evasion, a bunch of efficient numbers, but it is worth pointing out that he does have an anti-fatigue plan built in here in the form of Voltaris, Arc Ramp, Save the Thought, and Tap Lessons Path. These 4 pieces allow you to have an efficient loop in the endgame for anyone who's trying to fatigue you. Unlikely to come up in this matchup, but that is a toolset that Alexander Vore has come prepared for.
2 different Oscilios, 2 different philosophies, only 1 spot in the semi-finals. The Wizard Council has convened and determined only one of their founding members may move forward. Will it be Majin Bey? Will it be Alexander Vore? Let us tune into the stars, look through the cosmic vibrations, and find ourselves a victor.
And Majin Bey, as the highest seed, chose to go second over here, is hoping that Alexander Vore maybe can't chip in too much, can't set up too much, wants to start the game with tempo. Make no mistake, people, because Alexander Vore has 9 cards that help him prevent arcane damage efficiently. Majin Bey is the underdog in this matchup, has chosen to go second, trying to potentially just have a strong start to the game and hit the ground running.
Yeah, Majin Bey looked for this turn order, had made the choice. Alex with a nice turn 0 sigil into the Comet Storm Shock plus the Volzar, so 7 arcane damage, 6 arcane damage, 5+1.
Majin does have AB3, but not a 6-point life deficit already built up by Alexander Vore on this turn 0. Sigil of Solace +3 arcane damage leaking over to Majin Bey. He's not happy with the start from Alex Vore.
You can see Sigil of Aether in the pitch and Sigil of Aether on the combat chain here for Alexander Vore and Majin Bey. A lot of overlaps in these lists and a whole lot of very important distinctions.
Sigil of Aether now heading to the graveyard for Majin Bey. Looks like he is going to amp the Volzar on this. So 2 arcane damage. If this connects at all, the next arcane damage effect for Majin Bey will be increased by 1 thanks to the amp. And here's where we might start seeing some of the counter burn strategy coming out from Alexander Vore, using this preventive effects, triggering Plutonic Starplate.
Okay. Good start.
Not that yet.
Another Sigil of Solace in response to the Sigil of Aether ping. Up to 42 now for Alexander Vore after starting this game at 36. Cosmic Suture immediately now gets to come out. Plutonic Starplate triggers as well. Any response before the floating resource. Gain the resource. Here comes the Cosmic Suture.
Which effectively turns the Constella Uplift in the pitch zone, which is a yellow, into a pseudo blue thanks to Plutonic Starplate. And the reason the Sigil of Solace was played first was to trigger the Starfall on this Cosmic Suture. And it looks like he's also going to activate Volzar on this as well. So it's 2 arcane damage coming Majin Bey's way on Majin Bey's turn.
Activate Oscilio for Majin. Lose the second Comet Storm Shock. We saw 1 pitch, now 1 in the graveyard. Now we've got Cosmic Suture coming in for 2 arcane damage. We're going to AB 1 of that with an Aether Flare. You have to imagine Majin might be setting up a pitch stack. We saw Aether Flare, Comet Storm Shock, a yellow, head to the bottom of the deck.
Could also just be a little bit resource and action point light. Majin Bey's deck does not have that many blues, not that many that you normally expect a wizard deck to have, but I think there's 9 blues in this deck.
Yep, that's definitely what it is, Pankaj. Take a look at that. Look at the pitch zone. Aether Flare, Aether Sling into turn the Mind Fire. So if any damage is able to come through, Majin will be able to get a Ponder token, which would be very important given that he'd otherwise be on a 4-card hand for the next turn. But there's already Prevention floating and AB3, but we've got Strike twice now coming forth for 3 arcane damage that Majin Bey is completely shields down, given that he was entirely resource deficient. Majin Bey chose to go second. It's biting him in the butt.
And let's take a look at that turn cycle as a whole. Alexander Vore leaked in 4 damage on Majin Bey's turn and only took 3 damage himself. That turn cycle feels like it really went Alexander Vore's way. Remember, he also gained 3 life on top of that. Question now is, though, Alexander Vore is shields down. It is Majin Bey has drawn up. It is Alexander Vore's turn. Can Majin Bey leak a little bit of damage before Alexander Vore draws up to maybe shore up this life gap?
Pass is good.
Pass is good from Majin Bey. No way to do any arcane damage on Alex's turn. 1 arcane damage with Consigned to Cosmos Shock.
Yeah.
And that's not a good start for Majin Bey. Really wants to take advantage of your opponent fully tapping out and passing to you with no cards in hand, but did not find the cards that let him leverage that, the instant speed stuff in that Oscilio deck.
Alex got to give this one a think.
And this feels like it's playing into Alexander Vore's game plan quite a bit. Dealing damage on your own turn for Majin Bey, Alexander Vore gets to trigger the Plutonic Starplate on the opponent's turn, gets to leverage these prevention effects. Cards like Voltaic Veil don't do very much on your own turn, really wants to deploy it on Majin Bey's turn, and looks like he's getting the opportunities to do so right now.
Now we're seeing why Oscilio won so effective with these new cards from Omens of the Third Age. The Oscilio activation allows you the Echo Flash to hit the bin, and now there's 1 arcane damage coming across. That's going to be AB'd by the Scour, so 2 floating. Now we resolve the draw from the Oscilio. We still got the 1 floating. Arcane damage on the stack from that shock, from the Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Looks like there's another copy of Echo Flash in the hand for Alexander Vore as we take a look here. Let's see, there's a blue Tome of Quandaries. Looks like that might just be hitting the pitch.
Pretty tome.
Not the most efficient usage of cards here coming out from Majin Bey. The Consigned to Cosmos Shock, just 1 damage, and lets him trigger Starfall, lets him activate Volzar, at least. So Aether Sling coming in for 5. But note that if Alexander Vore has some arcane prevention effects, Majin Bey can't rely on the go again from the Aether Sling. If Alexander Vore, his deck has the tools to prevent 5 on this, and then Majin Bey might be left stranded with a card in hand.
You can hear Alexander Vore, the players discussing this, trying to figure out if it's better to respond before or after the Volzar activation resolves. So before the Volzar activation resolves, we're going to go ahead and play the Cloud Cover. That's going to trigger the Plutonic Starplate. This is what the whole deck is built around, an extra resource now on consistent turns for Alexander Vore.
I'm going to AB2, prevent 1, or sorry, prevent 3.
I will pass priority.
AB2 and prevent 3 here. Pass priority. Majin Bey can't do anything else.
Look at that. Really needed that Aether Sling to connect, to convert that hand. But Alexander Vore with the Cloud Cover, able to short that out. Majin Bey ending up IPing as we head over to Alexander Vore's turn, who has 3 cards to send back Majin Bey's way.
This is where it gets wacky. Oscilio,
You hear Alex Vore saying, here's where it gets wacky. Activate Oscilio, Echo Flash to the bin.
Yep. Okay, let me think. It'll be for...
And he has opted not to activate Volzar in response to the Echo Flash hitting the graveyard trigger. So just one Arcane.
Oh my god, and it's another Echo Flash in the hand. He's got all 3 copies in this turn. Oh, would you look at this? It's going to be Oscilio discarding from Majin Bay, discarding the Echo Flash.
And note, this is before Alexander Vore gets to draw a card of his Oscilio effect, so he doesn't know what he's going to draw. His deck's chock full of prevention effects, might not even find an offensive spell, so he needs to contemplate this AB2.
And you hear Alex say, here's where it gets funny. I AB1 with Echo Flash.
And then I will draw from my Echo Flash.
Yes.
I love these instant speed wizard interactions.
So now Majin draws from his Echo Flash. Anything from Alex, or anything for Majin, I guess, before Alex gets to draw from his Oscilio activation.
That is currently what's on the stack, the resolution of Alexander Vore's Oscilio hero ability.
Totally good.
And a point of Arcane has leaked over. This is exactly what Majin Bay wants to do. Chip in damage on Alexander Vore's turn after he has spent resources on your own turn to deny you your tall Arcane effects.
All right, Arcane Barrier and 3 damage leaked. We're going to go ahead and draw the card now. That's a red, and we're just going to be utilizing the Volzar for a meteoric impact here. 4-6, needed that one floating. Alex was not willing to do any Arcane Barrier, and now we see why 6 Arcane damage Majin Bay has to deal with. He's got 1 floating, but he doesn't get that consistent Plutonic Starplate value. We saw Majin Bay put out that strike twice, but he's not getting the same value that Alex is. Didn't float him a resource from the Plutonic Starplate.
And Mental Block now coming out just for Prevent 2, and then pitching a red over here and generating a Ponder token for Majin Bay. This efficient arcane damage prevention from Alex Vorsize alongside efficient arcane damage dealing via cards like Meteoric Impact, turning out to be quite a problem for our World Tour Weekly host.
Like to see Majin Bay just put the 3. He gave a little not quite stank face, like, what do you think about that, huh? What do you think about my 3?
One of these days,
one card 3 is
got like a wand on it.
Yes. You know, somebody can make a lot of money.
That'd be pretty cool.
Not quite sure what
Then they
they're
have to stock a
discussing.
bunch of dice just for like us wizard degens.
Talking about how
force the rune blades to use 2 separate dice to indicate.
Talking through exactly how to resolve or represent, shall we say, the arcane damage.
But it could.
Good amount of options here for Alexander Vore. Mental Block, Scour, Chromatic Refinement, and
I'm going to play Chromatic. Triggers play.
Comet Storm.
I have 1.
Interesting. Chromatic Refinement probably makes it able to resolve Comet Storm Shock with just 1 blue.
Also has a turn to Mindfire in hand as well, which is worth thinking about.
Yeah, and look at that. We're playing the Chromatic Refinement, getting that resource immediately. AB3.
So the resource there from the Plutonic Starplate not actually being made to any good use.
Oh, bummer.
Didn't have a way to discard Mental Block to generate, to use a Ponder effectively as well. He has an arsenal that he's happy with. Card in hand that he's happy with.
Yeah, wow, and look at this. It is the Chromatic Refinement allowing for both halves of Comet Storm Shock to be able to be played. I've never seen that, and it's such a nice combo with these cards. Now, interestingly, I think we're seeing the Shock come forward here. Right, we're about to find out if Chromatic Refinement.
Comets for 6.
So the Shock gets the increased damage from Chromatic Refinement. The Comet Storm side of it is getting +1 from the Volzar.
So, wow. So in this deck, it allows you to get a resource if you need it on your opponent's turn. It then becomes 2 damage and the ability to not have to spend an additional card on these 2 halves of Comet Storm and Shock. So it's 8 arcane damage on this turn for Majin Bay to try to deal with.
And what's interesting is that Majin Bay is also running copies of Chromatic Refinement, but does not have the Plutonic Starplate to get the extra resource on the opponent's turn. We're seeing that equipment difference that we spoke about as we are going through the deck list manifest before our eyes.
Yep.
Tunic resource to go up to 2.
AB3. Take 3 to 24. You got
So
it.
interesting. Majin Bay every 3 turns gets a free resource off the Tunic. Alexander Vore, though, seems like every turn effectively has a tunic counter available on the opponent's turn. As let's take a look at the life total, Sam. Alexander Vore 11 points ahead. He's very close to his starting life total, whereas Majin Bey has been chipped down 1/3 of his starting life total.
I just have to wonder if Majin at the end of this tournament, regardless of what happens, takes a look at Alex and go, I mean, let me see the list, bro. Like, let's cook on this.
I mean, remember how Majin Bey ended up on this list to begin with? It's because this list beat him at the Battlegrounds 1 or 2 weeks ago when he was on Jarl. And he saw what the opponent was doing and thought to himself, I want to play that. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing with Alexander Vore's list.
Win or loss, you have to imagine Majin Bey. He's given this one a real think. He takes stock of his other founding member of the Wizard Council.
Lots of respect between these two players.
Oh, it was so fun watching them chop it up yesterday as we were getting all the top 8 together. 2 damage over the top from the AB3 here. Pass priority, anything from Alex Vore on Majin's turn.
You are good.
Good to pass. Looks like we got a Pilfer the Tomb in the hand, probably just in for the block.
And Alexander Vore now has his own copy of Aethersling. And Majin Bey doesn't have too many prevention effects. We already saw 1 mental block being used. So Alexander Vore relatively safe to just send this Aethersling for 5. And near guarantee that he'll get the action point, unless Majin Bey has found a blue and another copy of mental block. This 5 arcane damage going to be very tough for Majin Bey to deal with.
Heard Noah Clark saying again yesterday when we were getting the top 8 together, he was like, there's only 1 copy of Pilfer the Tomb in the top 8. Unfortunately for Noah, Jacob Clements didn't need Pilfer the Tomb, but we can see it there in the pitch for Alexander Vore. Wow, Majin just has to take it down to 19. Tap Oscilio, get the go again. Oh, and a turn to Mindfire to follow this up. 5 more arcane. Majin's already said, I don't want to block much on this turn. Let's see if now he feels as though he has to respect it. I will say we're seeing the difference in Flesh and Blood design really on display here. Oscilio 2, you need to tap for that ability. Oscilio 1, you do not. So a lot of these cards that ask you to tap your hero, Oscilio can just do plenty in and amongst all those effects.
And we're seeing that between these 2 cards itself already. Aethersling caused a hero to be tapped, which means turn to Mindfire doesn't actually threaten any ponder because the hero is already tapped. However, Alexander Vore already had a card he wanted to arsenal, so didn't need to worry about generating a ponder off of that. The tap of the hero just going to be used to confer go again to the Aethersling.
And now look at this. Majin Bey kept a whole lot of cards. And you heard Majin say it. Mine are a little less safe than yours. Did we find prevention in the hand for Alexander Vore? Currently, no.
But there is the Oscilio activation.
And there
the Cosmic Suture
Never mind. In the arsenal. Oh, Majin Bey, he knows that this is going to be a challenging matchup for him, and I think we're about to see why. Cosmic Flare triggers the Plutonic Star Plate. Any response before the resolution? The answer is no.
I feel like that didn't exist.
4 resources generated out of Cosmic Flare on the opponent's turn, thanks to Plutonic Starplate. And Starfall now active as well for the Cosmic Suture in the arsenal, as well as Volzar Meteoric Impact.
Somewhere, a Flesh and Blood designer is smiling, seeing Alexander Vore make such good use of the Plutonic Starplate and the Cosmic Suture.
It does feel like it's in this matchup in particular, or any matchup where they send Arcane at you, that this Plutonic Starplate really shines.
Alexander Vore just doing deck brewers everywhere a service, right? Proving that you don't need to just listen to podcasts like Arsenal Pass to hear about the best deck list, right?
Those guys don't know anything.
They don't know
to be
anything.
Honest.
You can go ahead and cook up yourself and utilize your own brain power and put together a pile of cards that maybe no one else understands, but at least for Alexander Vore, he has the ability to put it all together. And for Majin, you can see he had a plan. He didn't actually need the go again. He had a way to convert the hand, gets the 3 life, so up to 20 now, as we've got the Aethersling here still coming forward.
So after the cards from Alexander Vore's side resolve, that's when Majin Bey decides to put an instant in his own yard in the form of the Sigil of Solace and then activate Volzar Meteor Storm to pump the Aethersling by 1. But thanks to the prevention effects, still doesn't get the go again. We heard him say it himself. His are a lot less safe than Alexander Vore's.
I'm so curious. AB1. Yeah, I was going to say, Alex talked to me about this. He was like, sometimes you don't get value. When he was building the deck, he was like, sometimes you don't get value out of the Plutonic Starplate resource. So what do you do with it? Oh, I have the hat. I have the 3rd Eye of the Sphinx as a way to utilize that 1 floating he got from playing the Constella Contemplation. That's the exact card he talked about. He was like, sometimes I just get to make a ponder, which means I just shoot my opponent for 1 and immediately refund myself with the combo of Plutonic Starplate and 3rd Eye of the Sphinx. And now, 5 Arcane from this Comet Storm Shock.
And he has a strike twice in hand as well, and it's near guaranteed that this will deal some damage as Majin Bay pitches another red to try and save his life total a little bit.
So you go to 16? Yep. All right, I think it closes the chain anyways, but I will tap Volgar.
Played around it last turn, but...
Yeah, you heard Majin say, I played around it last turn. Couldn't do it this turn. Down to 12 goes our host of World Tour Weekly as the Chromatic Refinement hits the arena. 12 now plays 33. Only 15 minutes have elapsed so far in this game. Closing on 16 as the Chromatic Refinement powers up the Meteoric Impact. 7 arcane damage thanks to the Volzar activation.
We have to remember, as we reach these single-digit life totals, Stormstriders available for both sides. But in these life totals, Alexander Vore is the ones that are incredibly more threatening for Majin Bay.
Oscilio activated. Alex thinking about precisely what he wants to discard here.
I think I'll discard here. Sure.
Discarding the Chromatic Refinement as he sits at a healthy 33 life points. Feels like Majin Bay, for all his efforts, has barely been able to make a dent into Alexander Vore's life total. 7 arcane damage, though, coming in now from this Meteoric Impact, buffed up by Volzar and Chromatic Refinement.
So contemplation triggers the star plate.
Any response to plate? No.
Response to the plate. Here comes the resource.
I will Volzar this. So
Volzar this.
And I'll make a ponder.
So it comes in for 2 arcane, and there's the ponder.
I'll take 2.
You think the resource is just going to go into activating the hat once again?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Majin takes 2. It's currently 10 to 33 in favor of our 8th seed, proving that not only is that 8th seed buff real, perhaps Majin Bay's fears are coming to light and coming true before our very eyes. Alexander Vore's deck has not dropped a game of CC now. Why would it stop? Why would it start losing in the quarterfinals?
Certainly doesn't seem that way so far, as he pitches a full blue to prevent 3 points of arcane damage from the Meteoric Impact.
Tunic into the snapback here.
I'll
for 3.
AB1
AB1 take 2. So that's where that resource went. Still have the ponder. We still have 2 cards to work with.
I believe one of them is a sigil and the other is a cosmic suture. So curious to see how he navigates this turn cycle.
My turn.
Oh, it's a Chromatic Refinement.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope. Brilliance, any response?
Look at this. Yeah, you can see a little bit of a stink face from Majin Bay.
It's a bit of an opening for him. Remember, this is Alexander Vore's turn. He's now shields down completely. Echo Flash going to be discarded by Majin Bay. Vols are activated as well. So this is 2 free damage that he's guaranteed to land on Alexander Vore. If he finds something like a strike twice, can go ahead and deploy it here as well. Chip in a little bit more into Alexander Vore. Hope to brick him on some of those prevention effects.
No, we didn't quite find that. Trigger the ponder. Alexander Vore draws a mental block. Draws 2 mental blocks. Not able to arsenal that card, so has to pass on the arsenal here. A little bit of a break for our World Tour Weekly host. Another activation of Oscilio finds, I believe, a Burn Bear now. So this turn perhaps got a little bit more impressive as the Will of Arcana hits the pitch zone. Burn Bear comes forth, spews fire for 7 arcane damage. Alexander Vore, does he have prevention? We know he has the mental block. Looks like he's preparing a cloud cover to come in and immediately generate 4 resources.
So 2 turns in a row now that Majin Bay has managed to send 7 tall arcane damage towards Alexander Vore. Looks like his deck is very well equipped to just fade these tall arcane spells, though.
These effects from Alex, they work as well on arcane damage as they do on physical attacks. They don't say prevent the next arcane, they just say prevent the next damage. Mental block makes the ponder once again.
I will.
So Cloud Cover preventing 3, Mental Block preventing 2, has 1 floating as well from the Plutonic Star Plate, already representing 6 prevention. It's going to prevent even further anyway.
And then I need to AB 3.
Yeah.
So I'll have 1 floating still.
Yes.
And I'll use 1 prevention here. Make a ponder.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll pass party.
Maximum efficiency here for Alexander Vore.
Leaving 1 floating, is it just to utilize that Third Eye of the Sphinx once again?
It also makes sure that he generates the ponder. Remember, Mental Block needs to actually prevent a point of damage before it generates a ponder. So letting just 1 of it hit.
Activating the Third Eye of the Sphinx once again, just drawing a card. We're seeing these legendaries from Omens of the Third Age look absolutely spectacular in the feature match area. A real coming out party for some of these Omens of the Third Age legendaries.
And the card draw not ending yet for Alexander Vore, as the Sigil of Brilliance about to be popped at the start of his turn.
Breaking the gloves here for the amp on the Sigil of Brilliance. We draw a card. Find a strike twice.
Chromatic Refinement, Aether Bindings of the Third Age, both going to be amping up the first arcane effect from Alexander Vore. Vols are available as well.
I will resolve the chromatic.
Resolve the chromatic. Amp one.
All right, I'll play this. Cost 0.
Aether Sling, cost 0, gets tapped, going to be amped by 2. So up to 6 arcane. Activate Oscilio, lose a chromatic refinement on Majin base side.
Chromatic Refinement, Aether Bindings of the Third Age, and Volzar should be 7.
There should be 7. There should be 7.
Minor misstep from Alexander Vore here.
Because it's 1 amp from the Aether Bindings, 1 from the Chromatic Refinement, not quite an amp, and then 1 amp from the Volzar. So yeah, should be 7. But Alex still gets the damage through as the Meteor Impact just crashes in for another 5. A little bit of a head shake from Majin Bey. He says, pretty good. I wonder if he's feeling as though the writing may be on the wall.
I believe he has an extra blue here in his hand in the form of Meteoric Impact. Can't quite catch what color that is, but his deck is definitely very light on blues. And he's in the spot now where if he doesn't prevent enough, he's just in Stormstrider's range already on the following turn cycle.
2 damage now from the Constella Contemplation, makes the ponder. There's the strike twice, now gets to come in for 3 more. So Majin's finding his windows, but now he ABs 2, goes down to 4. Alex gets to draw up a full hand with Stormstriders, and Majin Bey will have but 1 card in the arsenal to work with.
4 damage is well within reach for this Oscilio deck.
Draws 4 cards, what do we find?
All Alex wanting to think about is a potential of a Sigil of Solace blowout from Majin Bey's arsenal. Aside from that, he has all the space in the... Well, he doesn't even need to pop it, to be honest. He could just wait for his turn and just send Tall Arcane anyway.
Yeah, these players, they love to play as safe as possible. You hear Majin saying, I'm sure you have no instant speed effects as he's passed priority to the end of his turn.
The purely instant speed ones are worth doing it. Usually. Sometimes. Maybe not here. Who knows?
It's like we're going to go ahead and activate Oscilio.
I feel like I should do
Alex saying it might be odd, but he feels like he should do what? We're going to lose the Haven Veil, draw a card. Find another Haven Veil, as he says, I see, as the Haven Veil comes forward. What are we going to do here for Alex Vore? Are we going to look for some damage?
I'm going to play this. It triggers play. I have a resource. I don't think it matters. If you pass, you're good.
Just being disciplined.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just going to pass the turn.
You don't need to. You're at 20. You're going to send a bunch of Tall Arcane to your opponent on your own turn.
Just keep it all going. Look for that potentially even safer window.
He's got all the space in the world here to navigate this wizard mirror.
Turn to Mindfire. Pitch 2 reds. And 6 arcane.
And look at this discipline. He's choosing instead to arsenal the prevention effect instead of the Comet Collision that he's put in his pitch zone. Again, he's just saying there's no point to take risks. When you are this far ahead, your opponent is the one who needs to take the risks. You can just take the safe lines. Just great discipline coming out from our Wizard Master here.
Yeah, Majin gives this one a real think. He's got the AB3. He can go down to 1, and that's when things start to get even scarier than they already are.
Does he even have the blue to AB3 efficiently? Looks like that's not the case, Sam.
Goodness.
4 reds in the hand for Majin Bey as he faces down lethal from this turn to Mindfire.
The Kano Master Majin Bey used to command fire, but now the color red betrays him as it fills his hand with cards that do not block. 6 arcane here from this turn to Mindfire.
You have to prevent at least 3 of them. 3 reds from the hand. Almost certainly going to hit the pitch zone. And remember, Alexander Vore activated Oscilio on the previous turn cycle, not on this turn.
Yeah, use it. Go to 1.
There's the Cosmic Flare.
I tap for a
To
ponder.
AB, go to 1, tap for the Ponder. Resolve the Ponder, get to choose even whatever arsenal you want. It's a Sigil of Aether.
Which is a blue, guaranteed blue, to hold in his hand for any damage that Majin Bey might want to send his turn.
On my turn, I'll activate Oscilio.
Activate Oscilio.
I believe it's before the calling, yes. Okay. It resolves.
There's a blue.
Death Flare.
Yeah, Flare was Arsenal here, and now.
Yeah, well, I know you're not blowing your Storm Striders, but maybe I get you to commit like something, and I can do it in the
Hear them talking it through. Majin even said, I know you're not blowing your Storm Striders, but maybe I can get you to do something, and I have a resource card.
There's too much discipline between these two players. They respect each other. They know that each other will play the optimal line. Alexander Vore just showing us his deck is built for this matchup, it seems like. Aether Flare for 4. Alexander Vore has a prevention effect in the arsenal as well. Does not need to take a lick of this damage.
Pitch into the Haven Veil.
Triggers Lightning Bond, so there's a trigger for
Lightning Bond, trigger for 1 Arcane.
Yep, I'm looking at the result. Yep.
And remember, this card itself is not a lightning card, so won't trigger Plutonic Starplate.
Yep. You heard Majin say, I don't want to die, so I will Arcane Barrier. Snapback now comes in for 3.
Yeah, so let's grab one more die here.
Yes, sir.
We were resolving in this order. One card, 2 to go.
The Voltic Veil's prevention completely eaten up by the Aether Flare. Oh, no. He's responding to the Voltic Veil with a snapback. He wants the Voltic Veil to eat up the snapback so that he gets the buff from the Aether Flare. But note the way AMP works, though. That means that the AMP that was originally going to go on the Aether Flare is now instead going on the snapback for 4.
Does Alex want to go for it here?
So there's 4 damage prevention floating on the Voltic Veil. If he AB3s this...
It'll prevent 1.
AB3 prevent 1.
I will say no blocks, prevent 3.
Okay, no blocks, prevent 3. Pass priority. Good. Still the discipline. No Storm Striders needed yet. He can just put forth the turn to Mindfire. Is there any prevention? 5 damage is on the stack. Majin Bey assesses the situation. He activates Oscilio. He goes to search. He finds off the top a Sigil of Aether. He gives a grin. He assesses the arena. He stares down lethal. And perhaps will extend the end of this game as the the Volzar Meteor Storm powers up. This Constella uplift down to 18 goes Alexander Vore.
Giving us a little bit of a show. Majin Bey just sending off his final offensive salvo, it seems like, as he faces down lethal.
Activate Storm Striders. Alex saying, Comet Collision, activate nodes. We're showing the power of what this closing statement might be. Takes 7 damage down to 12.
Right there.
We got him right where we want him. This can be Metacarpus as well, coming in for 4.
4 more damage. This we're going to use Spell Void on, so 3 down to 9. We see the damage before the fist bump is extended, and the Wizard Council has convened and elected a new Archmagister, Alexander Vore, proving himself the victor here in this third quarterfinals as Majin Bey, 14 wins, 1 loss, but took the one where it mattered.
Huge shout out to Majin Bey there for that final finishing salvo, giving us, just a few more fireworks before he knows that he's lost that game. Great sportsmanship coming out from him as well. But the story of this match was certainly Alexander Vore on that cook of an Oscilio deck.
Yeah, I mean, Majin showed us 11 damage out of nowhere. It's Icelander days, right? You can just, with the cards in hand and arsenal, put together something that can steal a game, but Alex had such a life buffer. Ended that game with 9 life, and that's the difference, right? That's 9 life of prevention effects that he had access to that Majin Bey did not. And those prevention effects, they weren't just good for Wizard Mirrors. He didn't drop a game of he hasn't dropped a game of CC yet. He is 10-0 with that pile. And it is so cool to see the way he is utilizing it and bringing cards we have never seen have success and making them look like all-stars.
Plutonic Starplate and Third Eye of the Sphinx seeming like MVPs in this Oscilio deck as well, alongside Voltic Veil somehow coming out of the scraps, it feels like, and showing up in this deck.
Yeah, I'm hearing... that's what that sounds like. I'm hearing a lot of people clicking on keyboards and going to tcgplayer.com and typing in whatever Alexander Vore just did and just buying whatever pops up. And so I might have to join you right after this. Let's take a look at the bracket and see the story of the quarterfinals as we move towards our conclusion in the semifinals. It's your pick to win this tournament versus my pick to win this tournament in our top of the bracket and a rematch of the Battle Hardened Finals from not even a year ago.
And Alexander Vore has the 8th seed buff as well. It feels like your prediction might be coming true, Sam. Also have to point out all those prevention effects against Arakni Marionette can come in so clutch when they try and flick you to get a mark at the reaction step, either for the Save a Bloodshed or for Surprise Piece of Disruption. Before we get to our semifinals, though, one more quarterfinals to round out.
And it's a good one, folks. J-Mag, Jonathan Magnusson, and Michael Hamilton, two talk about founding members of the Wizard Council, founding members of the Wolf Pack from days gone past, friends, old teammates, now turned guardian foes, about to put on a masterful display. I'll just give you a little bit of a preview. Was able to talk to J-Mag before his game just a bit ago, and he did say to me, listen, if we switch decks, Michael Hamilton beats me 99 times out of 100. I should have the advantage with the deck, but there's a pretty impressive player on the other side of the table, so we will have to wait and see.
I mean, we have seen upsets before in the top 8. We've seen upsets in this top 8 itself. A lot of people thought Noah Clark was definitely favored in the matchup against Jacob Clements. Can Michael Hamilton overcome the deficit in the matchup?
Well, we have had such great games here. The Tier 4s do not disappoint. And if you want to join us and be a part of this incredible experience, be part of the magic, join us at the World Championships in Paris. It is going to be a magnificent time for all folks. November 5th through 8th, 2026. Time to get those tickets. Time to get those souvenir packages, because I know you too are going to be in line with Man Sant picking yourself up a Marvel Shadow Brute Leviah. Those 3 copies of Outed, a package of Usurp the Shadow Throne, and that new playmat, all available in the souvenir package.
So we heard from Bryan earlier that he's very excited for Leviah in the upcoming set. Sam, what about you? You excited for the Shadow Brood? You're going to join Ethan?
Yes, I will be playing all of these Shadow Heroes, I think. I'm very excited for the set, including all of these beautiful gifts with purchases you can get at our merch booth. Get some of the incredible playmats, t-shirts, and merchandise that will be available. You too can walk away with these EA Pull From Beyonds. And of course, the promo events happening all weekend long during the World Championships in Paris. You can be getting Corrupt and Conquer, Gold, Foil, Marble. You can be getting Outed promo events. I want to be clear, all weekend long for these wonderful cards. And if you find yourself in the World Championship, you too will have that beautiful exclusive Outed playmat, 1 copy of the Outed and 1 copy of the Corrupt and Conquer. So we do hope you'll join us in Paris for this wonderful capstone event as the City of Light in Paris is besieged by all of the great demons of shadow. Sure to be a good time.
So we have 3 of our semifinalists locked up already here at the top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. For our last quarterfinals, Sam, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Oh, God.
Any predictions?
You know what? I mean, dude, what are you supposed to say? Bet against Michael Hamilton?
Yeah, I know, it's so
you're
hard.
supposed to bet against Michael
I mean,
Hamilton?
we are in Vegas, so, you can make bets like that, but it is hard to root against him.
Yeah, I'm not rooting against either of these players, but I will put my money where my log is. I will say it is time for Betsy to do her thing. What about you?
I'm going to go with the tried and tested Michael Hamilton.
But I'll be very clear. I'm even more interested to see if your pick to win this tournament this weekend or my pick to win the tournament this weekend advances through the semifinals. There's so much still to come here from Pro Tour Las Vegas. This has been one of the most wonderful events in Flesh and Blood history. The best draft pod ever. The best top 8 we've seen in some time. The 2 best Wizard players in the world doing battle. And at the end of it, Alexander Vore on top.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
If you joined us for the winning in round yesterday, you might remember that I almost blew out my vocal cords as a Jarl mirror came to a rather explosive end featuring Michael Hamilton and Nova Chan. We got something similar coming up for you next, but there's one big difference. The Logfather stands in the way of Michael Hamilton this time around. Jonathan Magnusson representing Betsy skin in the game. We're led to believe that log is a big part of how this matchup plays out.
I mean, we heard it from Jonathan yesterday in terms of 7 bigger than 6, right? So, and that is what I think we're in store for in this game. However, you're up against Michael Hamilton, and if anyone is going to be a man with a plan, it is going to be Michael Hamilton. And Guardian Mirrors are not the Guardian Mirrors of old. They typically look a little bit different, and I don't know if everyone was really set up for Guardian Mirrors this weekend. Jarl, definitely a known quantity. Betsy, a lot less so.
Yeah, very much agree. I enjoyed the last Guardian Mirror we have. Very hopeful I'll enjoy this one equal amounts. Let's check in on the bracket of our quarterfinals so far. Make sure we know exactly where we're sitting. Margin Bay, that first seed Kurz, biting him in the bud in the first round of the quarterfinals there will be Alexander Vore and that more prevention-heavy, Starplate-focused version of Oscilio making its way into the semi-finals. Jacob Clements, my pick for winning the event from day 0 way back when, remains untouchable, getting through that polarizing matchup against Noah Clark.
Yeah, what an oracle you are. The man on a heater. No, I think obviously always a great call. Jacob's still got, a couple of matches if he wants to get that done. And Alexander Vore, after that impressive display, is going to be putting up one heck of a fight, I'm sure. But we have to determine that final semi-final bracket. Filipe, who will he be up against? Which flavor of Guardian will it be?
I'm sure Filipe hoping it is another copy of Betsy after that barn burner we saw in the quarterfinals that certainly had a lot of heart to it one way or the other.
Yeah, and I think he's learnt a lot from that matchup as well. And I spoke to Filipe on the way, and actually we were getting some food together this morning before coming into the hall, and I asked him, what is your plan? And he said, well, I had to work it out. Betsy isn't something I was thinking about coming into this event, of course. And the plan that I think he had originally sort of got turned a little bit on its head in that game, was able to find the way through it in the end. And I'm sure if he ends up against Betsy again, we'll have a bit of a improved or at least adjusted plan.
Well, if you want to see the log swings continue, you'll need to get through the 5-time. Michael Hamilton, I believe now on a streak of 3 Tier 4 top 8s back-to-back. Hasn't missed one in the middle. It's even more impressive than we thought.
So Singapore, of course, top 8. And then we went to Yokohama. So 3 Pro Tours in a row. Worlds, we'll have to forgive him for Worlds for, I think he was around 60th or cashed or something, but that's
somehow that's a failure. It's just I don't know.
A light weekend for Hamilton.
Built different, absolutely built different, and that build is what I'm so excited to see. So let's make our way down to the feature match area. It's 2 two friends, two former teammates turned enemy in our final quarterfinal. Jonathan Magnusson, the Log Father, representing that log shirt. You know they were in for the long haul this weekend, choosing to go first in the face of Michael Hamilton's Jarl Vetreiði.
Yeah, choosing to go first. This is a matchup that attrition is really important, and fatigue can be a way that this game may end, and so choosing to go first and looking to take cards off Michael, presumably by having the first swing of the weapon.
Speaking of swing, let's check in with Jonathan's deck list. No doubt the plan to swing that pile driver over and over again, but what other cards should we be watching out for in this style of matchup?
Yeah, so again, had the chance to chat to Jonathan this morning as well. Make sure I did the rounds and hear from all the players about how they're approaching this. What did they learn last night? Now, it's so important when you clinch top 8 at a Pro Tour. You don't typically go out and celebrate.
No.
You typically go out and you start grinding, or go back and start grinding. You grab your friends, you grab your teammates, you get copies of your opponent's deck sleeved up because you have the deck list available, and you start finding out what you should be doing on Sunday. That is the winner's mentality, of course. And one of the things that Jonathan spoke about is double down and CNC. He said, that is my ticket alongside the pile driver. I don't think Hamilton has many answers if I can line up double down with CNC. Other than that, I'm just going to try and play super efficiently with the pile driver. Going to make sure I don't get caught out with any sort of like Winter's Bites or felling turns that may prevent me from swinging the pile driver. So if he can turn after turn swing log, as we've been saying, then he's going to put himself in a really good spot. He also has access to 3-tier Asunder. So towards the end game, that's something else that I'm looking out for, is he can set it up to try and push through some on-hit effects. Again, attrition and the cards in deck can become a thing in this game.
One that I'm personally watching out for here, 3 copies of Fearless Confrontation in the deck. Does have the ability to rip Dominate off of an Oakenhold in a timely moment. Might be one worth keeping your eye on as well. We'll move on over to the GOAT, Michael Hamilton. Jarl Vetreiði, the pick this weekend. Feels like a bit of an underdog in the Guardian Mirror. The log is definitely a pressing issue, but what are we hoping to rely on to swing things back in our favor here?
Yeah, it's going to be Pile Driver versus Sledgehammer, right? So to your point, it is slightly less damage, right? That is just the ultimate. It's just math, right? As we said before. I also want to shout out there, you spoke about Fearless Confrontation just quickly. A great shout out, because that has other text on it, right? We've seen it so much in Gravy decks where it's being used to sort of stop that breakpoint on hitting a Charm or killing a Sawbones or killing any other allies, but that Dominate text is so relevant. When it comes to Michael Hamilton's list outside of that weapon, the thing that Michael Hamilton said is, well, last night I went 0-5 testing this matchup.
Oh.
But he said, I have a plan.
Okay.
He said, I think it's a plan. It's a decent plan. I don't know if it's a great plan, but it is a plan nonetheless, and it involves trying to disrupt the hand of Jonathan Magnusson as much as possible. I want to draw your attention to the equipment for Michael Hamilton, and specifically Heart of Ice. That is going to play an important role in this game for Michael Hamilton. He's going to try and disrupt what Jonathan is doing on the defensive side of things, and you're going to be looking to see most of the attacks from Michael's side of things coming through with Heart of Ice being activated beforehand to try and throw Jonathan off how he can put together his hand. Like we said before, Jonathan said, I need to make sure I can swing Pile Driver return. If he's having to spend a card to play out, say, a Sink Blow or something like that, or multiple cards to play out other defensive reactions, that is going to make it more difficult. Pair that with things like Felling of the Crown, pair that with something if you can get Tear Asunder going for Michael Hamilton, or an Oakenhold, for instance, and disrupt those hands. That is Michael's ticket to victory. He needs to accrue the value through that mid-game, so look out for that.
Lots of meaningful ways to accrue an advantage in what will be a slugfest. There is only one way to figure out which player will be joining us in the semi-finals. It's Jonathan Magnusson, Michael Hamilton, all the marbles on the line.
And you immediately see Heart of Ice has been presented by Michael, so keep an eye out for that as we go through this match.
Yeah, big fan of this one. Walked into it myself back at Pro Tour Yokohama, Jarl players against Arakni, Huntsman in that case, and let me tell you, it kicked my ass. Heart of Ice does a lot of work in these slow defense reaction heavy matchups. First hands coming up for both of our players here. We see Talk a Big Game, Hold the Line, Overcrowded, and a Shelter from the Storm for J-Max. On the other side of the thing is Fizzler's Green for Hamilton, alongside Crumble to Eternity, Oakenhold, and Channel Lake Frigid.
Okay, so a few auras potentially to choose from. Of course, is going to want to try and... the general play pattern in these Guardian Mirrors is defend with 2 cards, put your 2 cards into your weapon, and swing. That's where that sort of value accrues with the 7th damage point on Pile Drive, right? You consistently can leak 1. So you're trying to find those ways to break that cycle as much as possible. But typically on turns, expect to see weapons just being thrown back and forth by both our players.
Love this from Hamilton. Keeps the potential for a naturally fused Oakenhold in hand.
37 back to 4.
We also heard this, just someone gets this gold right before decisions being made there. So Fiddler's Green going to fill the gap, taking 3 damage, gold being found, Fiddler's Green regaining it back. Going to draw up Rootbound Carapace Command and Conquer. Bit of a pain there for Hamilton, who had the potential to just rip the Dominate on the opening hand. No blue means that is not happening.
Yeah, and as we get prepared to settle in for this game, it's Guardian Mirror. This game is going to go long. Expect this to get to 2nd, 3rd cycle, and there's something crazy happens where maybe Michael or Jonathan can string together a bunch of Dominates. So settle in for this one.
Heart of Ice will pitch away that Oakenhold, and you should get used to this. It's going to be all about stacks in this game, which cards you can put next to each other, and that Oakenhold is a big part of getting that started. Crumble to Eternity, also a huge pickup here for Hamilton. -1 counter goes on the Tunic. Going to pick a fight over that at some point in this game. Attempt to make that Pile Driver swing way less efficient.
Yep, if Michael can get rid of that early on, we were speaking about blocking 2 cards, playing 2 cards, and if Michael's able to disrupt that game pattern with Heart of Ice, Felling the Crown, those sorts of things, and then Jonathan doesn't have that Tunic to be able to swing Pile Driver on the off turns where he can only keep 1 card, that is going to go a long way towards Michael Hamilton starting to sneak through the value. And I really want to put it this way. This is Jonathan's game to manage and Michael's to try and find the route to victory. Because if we just go turn over turn, that is going to go in Jonathan's favor. Michael is the one who needs to make something happen in this game.
Got to watch these stacks all the way through, folks. Being pitched away, Fate Foreseen, Sink Below in the stack here for Magnusson, who is happy to convert that alongside 2 blues. Will give plenty of defensive options in the face of the Oakenhold we saw on the other side of the table, while keeping 2 blues available to swing on in with that lock.
Yeah, fantastic shout there, Scott.
No blocks declared on the Pile Driver, so 7 will connect. Brings Hamilton to 33. Gold being generated again, up to 2 now for J-Max.
Yeah, the other thing that when I spoke to Michael as well was he was saying, in this game, I'm also going to get some gold at some point, especially as I start to block up, as he finds his defense reactions and he can 2-card cover a Pile Driver. He said those gold can become really, really relevant in the late game for making sure he can always activate that Heart of Ice on his attacks and making sure that he can get through his pitch stack as well.
Another Oakenhold to the bottom for Hamilton. We're stacking these up for later off the Heart of Ice activation. Sigil of Solace in response here before it costs a little more than we would prefer it to. 43 now for Jonathan Magnusson. Remaining cards are Glacial Footsteps, Command and Conquer for Hamilton, which will find its way onto the combat chain with Dominate here and threaten that arsenal that was just parked.
Yeah, and Jonathan actually has the double down CNC, but he's also got a defense reaction hand awkwardly, which is, of course, going to be no use here, not only under the Heart of Ice, but of course against the CNC. We may even have to get equipment involved here.
Chapeau being reached for here alongside Gauntlets of Iron Will. Magnusson definitely considering covering this up the hard way. Equipment, a very finite resource in this matchup. It's important in numerous spots for denying those on-hits, but important not to leave yourself with exposed zones either. We've alluded to it a few times here. Need to be efficient on that Pile Driver activation. If Channel Lake Frigid, Frostbites, Winter's Bites start causing you pain because you've opened up an equipment slot, it can be a real hefty downside.
And you see Jonathan trying to weigh that up, right? He's got to manage this because if he uses his equipment early, which is important to make sure he can Pile Driver turn after turn, it means down the line, future, he won't be able to do that exact same play to keep an on-hit effect out or to make sure that he can Pile Driver the following turn, or importantly, Oakenholds and Dominate effects. So Jonathan's really got to weigh this up. A really actually tough decision early on. On the other side of things, though, Michael has quickly fallen down to 33, so it was important that he tried to force the issue on this turn. Would love, ideally, if Jonathan just has to block this out and pass back. And Jonathan doesn't actually have a great hand here, right? Like he has that Fate Foreseen, so if he 2-card blocks this with the other 2 cards in hand, he can't swing back Pile Driver. But this is an all-red hand for Jonathan anyway, I believe.
If I'm not mistaken, you are correct. It's reds all the way through for Magnusson. Makes that Pile Driver far less efficient. Difficult decision here, given the Heart of Ice activation, kind of soft-locking that Fate Foreseen in the hand of Magnusson. He's got a tough decision here.
Yeah, really tanking in on this. I don't think there's really a good... I think you're going to have to miss the Pile Driver turn anyway, unless you just want to say no blocks. Because if you throw the 2 equipment plus a card in hand, you still can't swing the pile driver unless you... I guess there's a line where Magnusson goes for the gold.
Tunic would be up, would have the potential to do it.
Yeah.
Just going to say, okay, nothing I can do. I have to make this happen whether I like it or not. That shuttle from the storm in my arsenal is gone. I will fall to 37. Hamilton retorts with the fruits of the forest to start getting some fuel for decomposition in that graveyard. Puts him back to 35.
So that is the exact sort of turn that Michael Hamilton needs a lot of in this game. Ones where he puts his opponent in the tough situation of, okay, if you want to keep the pile driver on this next turn, you need to take damage and ideally take cards as well. And that's what we see here. Jonathan now saying, okay, in order to swing back with this Command and Conquer, I have to take the damage. That's what we're looking out for.
Double down, pitched away here for this Command and Conquer alongside that Tunic resource. Means it will be a fate foreseen, staying in the hand here for Magnusson to be parked back in the arsenal. On Hamilton's side, we're looking at Plow Under, Ripple Away, Boulder Drop, and I believe another Crumble to Eternity parked at the back of the hand there as well.
That Crumble's going to be really important to pitch this turn because we have those two Oakenolds in the bottom. We talk about pitch deck. It's going to be so relevant in this game, and Michael needs to try and find some of those dual talent cards at the bottom of the deck to pair with the Oakenolds. Crumble of Eternity, the perfect option.
Will be the red and the yellow going away. Some more decomposed fuel available. Shouldn't be surprised by this. A lot of the time, attacks like Boulder Drop is not at their best in this matchup. Much better spent sending in the sledge, reserving cards where possible. Going to respond to this Heart of Ice activation here with a copy of Slap Happy before it costs a resource to do so. Will hopefully provide a Vigor token that will make things a little bit easier for Magnusson's turn to function. Will block with that edge of their seats for 3 damage, falls down to 36. Keeps the wheels spinning.
Yeah, Michael just playing a little quickly there, and Jonathan saying, actually, I've got a response to that Heart of Ice. And yeah, to go back to your point about the 7 attack there, the Boulder Drop, you're just better off swinging the weapon every single time because it is about card density in your deck. And if you take out 1 card for 7 damage versus 0 cards for 6 damage out of your deck, that is a lot more efficient to be doing that when it comes to deck density, even though it is 1 less damage.
It is LOG once more on the combat chain. Pile Driver comes cracking on through. Hamilton looking at a hand that contains Macho Grande. Frozen to Death, which is an appealing one to keep when the Tunic has the counter on it, but no ice card to make it work. It's Autumn's Touch, maybe Fruit of the Forest in the middle, and a Terra Sunder to round out that hand.
Yeah, and Jonathan choosing not to Betsy activation on this one. So, Michael, we've got to work out what does that mean. Is it just because he thinks I might get a gold off of it, or is it about having something else in hand here?
No blocks declared, no reactions from Magnusson. Rootbound Carapace will emerge from the arsenal, will decompose away this early chunk of cards. Will block 4 and hopefully enable those Felling of the Crowns as time goes on. Hamilton careful here with the decomposition targets, and I like this a lot. Holding on to that Crumble to Eternity. It is a target for Everbloom Life later in the game, and if you need to create a stack that has those dual talent cards, you would much prefer to have kept it around.
Yeah, so you see there, Sigil was the reason there. Puts Jonathan back up to 39.
Heart of Ice activation from the Macho Grande here. It is those blues in hand. Hamilton is more than happy to descend in the sledge again, convert Fruits of the Forest to gain some life, and park that Frozen to Death in the arsenal. Ready and waiting for an ice card to join it. 40 plays 33, now 35 as Fruits of the Forest gains a little more life for Hamilton. He will arsenal that Frozen to Death and pass back to Magnusson.
Yeah, and both players, you can see in the pitch zone there for Michael, he's got a Terra Sunder and a Macho Grande. Both players getting the less relevant cards in this matchup out of their deck. Some of those suspense auras for Jonathan, some of the defensive or life gain tools as well, and then both players trying to stack really strong second, third cycles. Just get rid of the worst cards, keep the best cards effectively.
Tunic to 2, multiple edge of the seats pitched away for Magnusson to fuel the Pile Driver. Will be wagered this time, and so 7 overpower is the question being asked. For Hamilton, we're looking at Channel Lake Frigid. Good news if he intends to Frozen to Death. Felling of the Crown, Autumn's Touch, and Imposing Visage rounding out the hand.
Yeah, those fellings we spoke about can be really important for trying to keep Jonathan Magnusson off consistently being able to pile drive. Now, one thing I want to point out is Jonathan is coming up on a Tunic turn, so this may not be the time where Michael wants to force the felling, because Jonathan could always swing back with 1 card and Tunic. So Michael may try and line that felling up at a better time when Tunic is up. However, he may have no choice. We'll have to see how he plays it out.
Got a choice. No need to worry about the Tunic turn if the Tunic has exploded instead. Frozen to Death coming out of the arsenal alongside that Channel Lake Frigid we knew about. Frostbite on the chest and Tunic no more.
Yeah, so this is going to be perfect for Michael now because he will have the the felling the following turn, and he'll be activating, or sorry, following that game plan that we're kind of talking about of trying to put Jonathan in this, okay, do you want to take damage to keep your pile driver or swing back turns?
Back to Magnusson, who will now have to contest. Needs the whole hand to be funneled into the pile driver this time to get through that frostbite. Let's take a peek at it as we keep our eye on these cards. Staunch Response, Command and Conquer, and a pair of blues there, Intention in the Air, and Warmonger's Diplomacy.
So I think Jonathan actually over-pitching here. One, he wants to get the defense reaction to the bottom because he knows that second cycle is important. He saw a Tear Asunder, for instance, just be pitched to the bottom, but also Command and Conquer because there is a double down lurking very near the bottom of Jonathan's deck as well. So I think the over-pitch here is really just about, we're saying, block with the bad cards, keep the good cards, right? These four are all good cards. They're blues and they're the two important reds, so just get them to the bottom.
Channeling Frigid, joined by Sink Below to cover up the pile driver this time, means Hamilton will score the first gold of the game on his side of the table. Does enable some funky nonsense in the late game for Jarl. Have to remember, that gold can get you to your pitch stack much faster than you might have done otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the other play patterns that Michael can sort of enact is using the blue to pitch through into the gold, net a resource effectively so he can make sure that he can always Heart of Ice if he draws maybe an awkward hand with a red, for instance.
To facilitate a sledge in a pinch as well. It's Winter's Bite, Channel Lake Frigid, the two cards available for here for Hamilton, which has caused a moment of pause. Going to see that Heart of Ice activation. We know it's Felling of the Crown in the arsenal if we'd like to follow up with this one. No response will just be the sledge coming on through, making most of those two blues, holding on to the Felling for a more opportune window.
Yeah, something like the Winter's Bite, right, actually works really well with gold as well. So let's say we have, you know, a Winter's Bite and a blue in hand. We can cycle the other blue, draw off gold, pitch the other blue we draw off the gold, and still be able to Winter's Bite on that same turn. So it's quite nice, this gold in the end game.
Fiddler's Green immediately deployed on defense here. We have double down in the hand. Magnusson, one will be pitched away to allow the Sink Below to be played, which puts the other one very sneakily on the bottom of the deck, where Hamilton will not be aware of it.
Yes, and also right next to that CNC as well.
Double down, going to be right next to CNC together in the stack. Definitely one to keep your eyes on. Back to Magnusson. We'll have just the one card in hand. We'll need to go gold fishing to make the log function. Debating on the nature of that and how worthwhile it may be based on the card in Arsenal.
Yeah, do we know? Yeah, he's just going to pass back. So prioritizing trying to keep the gold.
Pass is good, according to Hamilton. Looking at a hand of Scar for a Scar, the patented card for Mr. Hamilton. Looking pretty good here. Heart of Ice activation off Autumn's Touch. Sink Below and Fruit of the Forest, the remaining cards in the hand here. So we'll be 4 go again from the Scar to kick things off, followed by either a Sledge or a Felling of the Crown.
So there's another one of those turns where Jonathan has had to give something up, and in this case, rather than life or a card from Arsenal, it has been the activation or the attack with a pile driver.
Heart of Ice already showing you just how strong it can be in a matchup like this. Fruits of the Forest discarded here. Hamilton just prioritizing getting these Earth cards into the grave as and when possible for cards like Felling of the Crown. Going to be 8 after decomposition here. Does not want to give up that Crumble to Eternity. Therefore, burning away Rootbound Carapace and Fruits of the Forest, sending in a healthy chunk of 8 damage.
Yeah, and Jonathan sort of said, you know, okay, I'm not going to send the pile drive this turn. I'd rather not give up a gold to do so. Have your 5-card hand, see what you can do. And Michael says, okay, I will, and here's what I can do with the 5-card hand.
Yeah.
Converting it entirely.
Always a real feel bad when you pass all the momentum to your opponent and they have it.
They can do it.
They can actually do the thing, yeah.
That is these Jarl decks, though. Like, that is what they're able to do with these current builds. You know, whether it's Scar for Scar, whether it's E-Strike, they are able to convert these 5-card hands a lot better than, firstly, typical Guardian decks, but also of recent sort of Jarl builds.
Yeah, it's cards like Fruits of the Forest, even Sigil of Solace, all these things allow you to find a way to utilize those cards. And when you're packing Heart of Ice, another one as well.
Yeah, Heart of Ice, exactly.
Tension in the Air plays defense here, blocking 3. Reactions, Fate Foreseen from the Arsenal will be paid for with Staunch Response going to the bottom for Magnusson. 1 damage coming through, 37 now plays 33 as the slugfest really starts to settle in.
Yeah, and we're really starting to craft the bottom of both players' decks at this point. You can even see Michael, like, taking an extra moment just to make sure he's got the 2 cards on the bottom in the right order, because it can matter massively.
It did. Magnusson decides now is the time to goldfish. Just breaks a gold off the blue, draws the blue, pitches it away, sends in a non-wagering pile driver. No shenanigans here.
And of course, he knew he was going to draw the blue because of that Fate Foreseen op to the top. So just a really nice little sequence there from Jonathan Magnusson, making sure that he can continue to swing that pile driver at Michael.
To your point moments ago, Hayden, we did see yesterday Michael knew where the last Crumble to Eternity was, Crown of Providence into it to make that Oakenhold come together. Got to watch out for that piece of equipment in this game as well. Slap Happy will respond to the Heart of Ice activation. Make sure it can be played before things get a little pricey. Hamilton here looking at Plow Under in the hand alongside a defense reaction.
Okay, if I think about this? Yeah.
Yeah, how many cards in the hand for Michael here? Just the 2?
Just the 2.
It's always pitch. It's always pitch. I can't see a world where he attacks with the Plow Under. First of all, Jonathan doesn't even have an arsenal. But even if he did, honestly, I think you still swing the hammer because this game is about card attrition. And one thing I do want to point out, we didn't speak about it at the start of the game, but Michael Hamilton has presented 66 cards in this matchup, and Jonathan Magnusson has presented 70. So he's got a 4-card advantage on Michael already.
I think it is one of the big boons of a deck like Betsy. Jarl gets the incredibly diverse equipment suite between the Ice suite, the Earth suite, all the powerful generics. Does take away from deck building space, though. It means a deck like Betsy has more in the way of raw card velocity. Will be that Sledge of Anvilheim that is pitched for here. 6 damage coming across with the Heart of Ice active. Magnusson blocking 3, taking 3. Will fall down to 34. Keeping 3 cards in hand here. You can see it's Roiling of Fisher at the front, so at least 1 blue to operate. It is that Slap Happy that was played coquettishly, and an extra blue in the hand there as well.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. You might be looking at this going, okay, the players are just swinging back and forth their weapons, right? And there's not a lot they have to think about, but there is so much they have to think about in this game. The second cycle and the third cycle in their pitch stack is actually really important, and it's not only important when they make those pitch decisions, it's also important to be remembering what they're going to be drawing back into roughly around the time so they can remember how they should be sequencing their turns in the lead-up.
Good to see that shot from the Storm emerging from the Arsenal there alongside an Autumn's Touch block. Keep the log at bay. Remaining cards in hand here. Everbloom Life, Scar for a Scar, again looking incredibly impressive for Hamilton. And another copy of Felling of the Crown.
See another turn similar to what we've seen before where Jonathan's going to be faced with a bit of a decision here.
Scar leads the damage. Hamilton closing the chain to enable this felling.
I will decompose.
Decomposition will get rid of that Autumn's Touch. And no doubt a Fruits of the Forest or similar as well. More Autumn's Touches in the back there. Less important to recur.
And you bottom a card, please.
Always admire the manners from Hamilton.
Please.
Please bottom a card. I would prefer it if you did.
So has put that card to the bottom of Jonathan. And now we're going to see, is he going to prioritize being able to swing the power driver, or is he going to try and save some life here?
Terra Sunder deployed on defense. Slap Happy from the Arsenal means 3 damage coming through. Now 30 plays 30. Vigor token will be made to enable a nice, easy pile driver swing.
It's actually fantastic for Jonathan. He has the exact right response here, being able to do both, preserve life total and still swing the pile driver. So a little bit of a loss on that one for Michael, but he has managed to push a bit of damage through on these turns where he's found things like the felling and the scars. So remember, keeping in mind, like both players have gained quite a chunk of life total in this game as well. So although they're both on 30, about 15 to 20 damage has been dealt by both sides so far.
Hamilton's side here looking at Pulse of Eisenloft, Terra Sunder, Boulder Drop, and Command and Conquer as the 4 cards available.
Yeah, one of the things that Michael doesn't actually have access to, which previous Guardians and even Jonathan has access to, is like a really good pairing with the CNC. So Jonathan, of course, has the Double Down. Guardians of old have the Pummels, for instance. Michael Hamilton doesn't necessarily have access to these really big blowout turns with CNC like some other decks in this format or Guardians of old may have had.
Will be a block of 3 on the Boulder Drop here, falling down to 27. Hamilton holding on to the other 3 cards for now as we make our way back over there.
Yeah, it's going to go back to Michael's side of things and see how he wants to draw this one up. He's going to start by activating that Heart of Ice. You're going to see this every single time. This is going to be the go-to for Jonathan. The only time where Michael probably won't bother doing this is when he knows what the pitch stack is for Jonathan and knows that there's no reason to do so. However, we're just going to go back to the status quo here. Is going to be the Sledge of Anvilheim coming in, and 2 cards are going to be thrown down on Jonathan Magnusson's side to keep that out. We'll go ahead and we'll Arsenal that CNC. So that is there, ready to throw if we need to.
Command & Conquer, such a premium part of these Guardian matchups, the decks that contain so many of those defensive tools. A great punish for scenarios like that. We will see that pile driver coming through, happy to wager this time. 7 overpower into the hand of Frozen to Death, and another defense reaction here in the form of Shelter from the Storm. Will successfully win the wager, banks a 3rd gold up for Hamilton, which is definitely something to be aware of. Final 2 cards, Mangle and Everbloom Life, pitched away to facilitate a swing of the Sledge. Look at it, Sense Weakness, Ripple away, Act of Glory, and another defense reaction in the hand for Magnusson here.
And Mangle going to the bottom of the deck as well for Michael could be relevant at some point when Jonathan decides to block with one of those other 2 pieces of equipment. If Michael can push through that Mangle, maybe get some value that way as well.
Always got my eyes on Mangle in these more evasive matchups, just because of Gauntlet to the Boreal Domain. Not difficult to give that one dominate when those pieces of equipment have fallen by the wayside, when those defense reactions are otherwise spent.
These 2 cards. I'm deciding the order.
Michael here, telling you exactly how important the pitch stack scenario here is. It's these 2 cards. I pitched a Mangle, I pitched Everbloom Life, but I need to stop, I need to pause to consider the order I'm putting them back with, because I know one of these is going to end up in one hand and the other one is going to end up in a different one.
Yeah, we'll know the counts, I'm sure.
Pile driver, 7 overpower. We're looking at Frozen to Death. Another copy of Mangle, Winter's Bite. I believe another ice card in the back of the hand. Hamilton, plenty of resources to work with. 27-27 here right now.
The CNC in Arsenal is actually really interesting, because I think the way that Michael wants to deploy a CNC is when he knows Jonathan has defense reactions in hand, because it's no more value than just swinging Sledge, because he doesn't actually have any, unless I'm missing something, Scott, he doesn't actually have any great ways to pair things up with the CNC necessarily, other than the fact that it disrupts the defense reactions from Jonathan. So I wonder if he's even going to sit on this CNC until we get back to where Michael knows about defense reactions, or he just tries to pick a hammer he thinks Jonathan may have a defense reaction and swings it then. Otherwise, may just keep on sledging.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's really only that copy of Sprout Strength that can do something funky with Command & Conquer in a pinch. Otherwise, it will just be a case of sniff out the defense reaction, which Michael can definitely do. Does eventually commit to this block with a copy of Mangle. Painful one to lose in theory. Down to 23. Gold will be generated via the pile driver. Now 3 on each side of the table. Back to Hamilton. Looking at Frozen to Death here in the hand. No targets for that one right now. Winter's Bite as well. We'll see that Heart of Ice activated yet again.
And maybe playing out the Winter's Bite here, because we've chosen to take damage on Michael's side, so actually wants to play out. And because now there is that exposed chest zone, it works out quite nicely for Michael to do so, to start to, again, ask for cards from Jonathan here.
Spence is killing me. Footing the bill on this one will be the Command & Conquer now that the Heart of Ice is active, the Frostbite is in place. And I got some bad news for JMag fans. That's double Shelter from the Storm, and they're looking real bad right now.
Yes, and also no blue in the hand, so couldn't even swing back a pile driver here as it stands.
Jonathan paying to discard Shelter from the Storm will then commit 2 blocks in this case, reaching for 5 value and 1 extra prevention available on the Command & Conquer. Not a great situation to find himself in, but finds a way to make it work. Keeps the Arsenal safe.
Yeah, nicely navigated from Jonathan given the circumstances, but again, Michael has found some effect. Like we spoke about it, how do we deploy the CNC? You need to catch defense reactions, and then you have to continue this game plan of trying to force Jonathan to either not swing pile driver or give up life. And in this case, it's going to be no pile driver, so that's going to be hard advantage to Michael on that chain link, rather on that turn cycle.
Crumble to Eternity pitched away to activate Heart of Ice. We're looking at Sprout Strength, Felling of the Crown, and a copy of Sink Blow in hand, but an Arsenal currently available does make this a little more difficult to navigate. Michael not unhappy to have defense reactions in the pitch stack, though, so definitely a very real consideration.
Yeah, I think he's nicely set up just to throw the Sprout Strength onto the Felling this turn, unless he wants to draw it up another way, but that seems fairly clean to me on this hand.
Seems powerful. I guess Michael here contemplating whether or not these cards are better spent in the stack.
Yeah.
Save them for another time. Keep that Felling of Crown available for a turn where it might push through. Decides it is the former here. Going to line that Sprout Strength up with Felling. Pitch the Sink Below away. Take card from Magnusson once more. Force through what is now 11 points of damage from this powerful Majestic.
I think that's literally the consideration to your point. Like, could this Sprout Strength be better used or this felling be better used on a different turn?
Definitely Oakenfold that's on the mind in those scenarios. Only has the one copy of Sprout Strength. Does need to be careful with it. Tension in the air and Fate Foreseen will meet this felling of the crown. So blocking 7 on 11 right now. Shelter from the Storm going to cover up the rest of that. Earns the full hand from Magnusson and several cards in the process. So no pile driver swing coming back this time. Asking that question again to Michael Hamilton. Can you convert your 5 cards?
Yeah, and Michael, for the sake of 2 cards or for the effort of 2 cards, gets 3 cards out of Magnusson's deck, and that's what he needs to keep doing if he is to find a way to overcome the advantage that Jonathan has with that pile driver and with the extra cards in the deck.
Bit of a mediocre one here for Hamilton, looking at Call to the Grave, a Fiddler's Green in the hand as well. Rootbound Carapace, and it's time for the deck counts. Oh, the sound of sleeves in the morning. Michael finished that count a whole lot faster than Jonathan did.
That's 44 in deck.
Okay, I have 32.
Wow. Okay, 44, 32 are the current counts for our players. Magnusson ahead overwhelmingly in the deck count.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was quite that much of a lead that Jonathan had. Obviously knew he had advantage in deck, and we've seen Michael expend a few cards, but it actually felt like Michael was pulling back some of the deck advantage recently on these turns, but not enough as it seems. So that is a bit of a hurdle for Michael to overcome, and I think that's why he chose then to sort of say, actually, I need to do a bit of a deck count, because I believe what Michael is now thinking through is, what is my path to victory? Michael is the sort of player who will always have a plan, but he's also a player who will adapt on the fly and perhaps even now start to think about, I need a different way to win this game. I think he was thinking about counter fatigue, because sometimes the Betsies can just naturally fatigue the Jarls. I think he was thinking about counter fatigue. I believe that may be off the table now. Michael just needs to find ways to get enough damage through on Jonathan here. Thinking about those Oakenfolds in the in-game in particular.
Pitching away their Call to the Grave to activate Heart of Ice. We'll then put Fiddler's Green back in for it, alongside Imposing Visage to send in the Sledge of Anvilheim. We'll earn 3 cards this time from our Magnusson.
Okay, there you go.
Green here.
3 cards pulled back, so now we're, rather than a, 12 deficit, we're at a 9 deficit.
Indeed. Playing some catch-up, but in the same vein, Magnusson knows there are cards to spare in terms of that, and so when a hand turns up that contains Fiddler's Green and some other cards you'd rather not be in the deck anymore, does make some sense to get them in front of a Sledge and get the job done. Hamilton drawing up here finds Oakenfold, Scar for a Scar, Fiddler's Green, Rootbound Carapace.
Oh, don't like that for Michael. He's actually now you see Michael counting the deck. I believe he's counting pitch deck now.
Yeah, this is not just a raw card count. This is
correct.
Where is each hand?
Yes.
What combinations of 4 cards are turning up? How many cards do I have to pitch to make one card end up in a different hand? The real nitty-gritty of grindy attrition-based Flesh and Blood.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, Michael, I need that again. It's because we are getting back to the pitch stack. So we are on turn 12 here. So we are getting very close to returning to the pitch stack for Michael Hamilton in just a couple of turns' time. It needs to work out, okay, what do my hands look like once? First of all, I think he's working out what I actually have left in the deck before I get back to pitch stack. What are the cards I'm going to draw in the next 2 turns? And then we'll start to think about, okay, pitch stack after that. And Jonathan's going to have to do something similar here eventually as well. Obviously, he has more cards in deck naturally.
I just want you to keep your eyes on that gold as well, which is going to play a reasonably big part in how this plays out. Hamilton and Jarl in general, not often at the behest of being able to manipulate that pitch stack, pull cards forward without access to something like Crown of Seeds. Gold does change the math on that somewhat.
No heart?
No heart.
Full go again from the Scar for a Scar. Hamilton playing from behind right now. 23 plays 30 means this one will have go again. Sink below, happy to cover up this up nice and neatly. Card going on the bottom. We'll take a fresh one from the top. Fearless Confrontation making its way into the hand. It's Tension in the Air, Staunch Response as the other 2 cards from Magnusson.
I wonder if Michael's thinking, he's got an Oakenfold in hand. I wonder if he's thinking about IPing it because he knows that he's about to, do this and then Arsenal it because he knows he's about to draw into an Ice and Earth card to be able to actually play it out next turn.
Yeah, more than once in this matchup have watched players plow under themselves to get the card into the pitch stack, so numerous ways of utilizing this card. We'll be losing these Felling of the Crowns to pay for this one. Push a card on the bottom for Jonathan and force through 6 more damage here. Park that Oakenfold in the arsenal. We know we are about to get back to the chain. Hamilton knows there are 2 in the stack, but there is also a Crumble to Eternity really close underneath them.
Yeah, I think he just was working out the fact that I believe he believes he should be able to Oakenhold on this next turn, first cycle, because of what he has left in the deck. So let's have a look at what he draws here.
Double Earth
no
card,
ice
no
card.
ice here. Mangle, tear asunder the other two, so not quite back there yet. Magnusson happy to pass back priority, no log coming in this time, playing that attrition game. Hamilton with the ability to make a slightly larger mangle thanks to these gauntlets of the Boreal Domain.
Yeah, and not even an extra blue to be able to necessarily like throw Tear Asunder on the first cycle here either.
Heart of Ice activation puts the Carapace under. Gauntlets reached for here, paid for with an Earth card, means it will be extra damage on the mangle. 10, no dominate, as there was no ice card involved.
Yeah. So Michael should have a really clear idea about what this next hand looks like as well. Again, we're still not back at the pitch deck just yet, but we saw Michael really investigating what cards are actually left in the first cycle as we think on Jonathan's side here how to defend. Looks like he's just got a grip full of blues here. So do we just late? And did you see the effect of having no Tunic here, right? Because in theory, if Tunic is up, Jonathan just goes, okay, 3 cards down, I take leak 1, give you 3 cards for your 1 card. Not the ideal, but I soak up the damage. But I then send back the pile driver. But it's just not possible. Taking that Tunic early has been massive here for Michael Hamilton.
Small factor here as well, these gauntlets of Iron Will do have a -1 counter on them. Does mean they will disappear if a crush trigger connects. So we will see a block of 9. Chooses to deny that crush, down to 29 now. Back to Magnusson. We'll have that 1 card in hand, but it's a copy of To Be Continued, which does not block. Okay, time for a count again.
On the bottom before drawing my hand.
Players here just taking a funnel through. Hamilton confirming. Pitch on the bottom
33,
before we draw up.
37.
30. Okay, way
closed up.
closer.
It's closed up.
Way closer than we were before. 33 now playing 37. Magnusson still in the lead there, but with way less breathing room than before.
Yeah, and if you account for the card in hand in Arsenal, 39 versus 34, because Michael just had an Arsenal at that point. So we've gone from 12 deficit to 5. I really want our audience at home to keep this in mind. We're keeping it in mind here in the booth, Scott, because I did just say before, maybe that counter fatigue strategy has gone out the window for Michael, but actually it looks like it may still be live. He's just sent that mangle for 10, taken multiple cards out of Jonathan's hand, and then not able to send back that power driver, has just had to pass back.
Gonna see Michael here working through the odds. Heart of Ice activation, pitching Glacial Footsteps away here. Does have Winter's Bite available. Will put a Frostbite on the chest for Magnusson.
And so you see this hand, right? He drew up the Winter's Bite. The last hand had the Everbloom Life. Wasn't able to get the Oakenhold, but was thinking about how he may have been able to do it.
Command and Conquer is the follow-up. We do have To Be Continued in play, so it does not require 6 block, just 5. But a Frostbite and Heart of Ice active does make those defensive tools much more of a liability.
Yeah, not caught Jonathan with a defense reaction in hand this time, though. Has a couple of 3 blocks he can throw in front of this and then can just throw out that Sigil on his turn. But again, that's 2 cards for 1. Just chipping away at that deficit of deck advantage here is Michael Hamilton.
Magnusson kind of stuck here a little bit too. It's a Sigil of Solace as that last card in hand. Won't be playable if we choose to block this Command and Conquer with 2 block 3s, as there is a Frostbite preventing us from doing so.
Ah, yeah, there's a Frostbite as well. So it's not just the fact that Heart of Ice is active, it's also that Frostbite. So, wow, this Winter's Bite has been pretty impactful. Of course, does have the 2 resources up, so can play it on this turn still. That'll cost 2 for the trouble, and I think that's probably what Jonathan's going to do. But the thing that Jonathan's looking at here is he's like, I haven't been able to swing my log for quite some time. My log's at home, and I want to get it out there, and he just can't quite do it. Multiple turns in a row, he's been having to sit on his log.
Sigil of Solace will use those 2 resources, busts on through the Frostbite.
32 to 23.
32 to 23 now the count will go from the GOAT over to the LOG. Hamilton ticket on down. That To Be Continued. Magnusson happy, drawing up 4 cards here to refresh the hand. Heart of Ice reached for. Once more, Ripple Away will be the resource card this time.
Oakenhold,
we're here. We're here. It's double Oakenhold in hand alongside a Crumble to Eternity. And now this is big game. Hamilton putting one of these Oakenholds back to the bottom of the deck to get it back into the stack. We know there is another one in the arsenal. That Crumble to Eternity isn't going anywhere. It's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, there is a staunch response in the arsenal, though, I believe, for Jonathan, that he's been sitting on. So should be able to keep this one out. It's going to be costly, of course, but should be able to keep it out.
Gauntlets of Iron Will plays defense, goes to D-Reacts. Will pay for Staunch Response in this one. Going to see ourselves with the extra point of prevention from to be continued, keeping out that 9th point of power. Doesn't need to overpay for that Staunch Response.
That to be continued actually clutch there, because it means that Jonathan can actually keep these 3 cards. It means he can pitch away to this pile driver and then Arsenal the Fate for scene for the next Oakenfold that Michael Hamilton has set up in Arsenal. So just amazing there for Jonathan. He's going to be able to probably keep out the next Oakenfold as well, potentially.
And we know it's a sink below underneath this Fate for scene. Magnusson pitched them away together, so will be a defense reaction in the hand as well as one in the arsenal. Ready for this wave of incoming Oakenfolds.
Yeah, as we are now back through to those second cycles. You saw, Michael, those double Oakenfolds that turn. We're going to pitch one for later in the game, but we're still set on one in Arsenal.
Magnusson also knows that the Arsenal card from Hamilton has to be the final Oakenfold. We've seen the entire deck. It's been pitched away. We don't know the location of the third one. There's no Enlightened Strike. There is no way of smoke screening it. I don't recall. I don't recall a sink below being used to sink either.
Hard not to sniff it out, honestly.
Welcome along to all 3,500 of you enjoying the Pro Tour with us in this incredible game of attrition. 7,000 eyeballs, always making me feel a little uneasy.
I'm kind of a nerd about this stuff though as well. I love these Guardian matchups. I think they're so fascinating. And tracking what is happening in first, second cycle as we see yet another Oakenfold here for Michael Hamilton. Does Jonathan have the answer?
Macho Grande Terra Sunder going under this time after the Heart of Ice activation. 9 dominates. Magnusson looking at a hand that contains Ripple Away, edge of their seats. And we know those double downs are all coming back up and around too. Sink below in the grip alongside them. Reaching for Good Time Chapeau to keep this one covered up this time. Double down on blocks, and we know it's Fate for scene in the arsenal will be paid for through Heart of Ice, pitching away that edge of their seats. Leaves Sink below and Ripple away here. Magnusson knows the stack. If it's blue underneath, it wouldn't surprise me if we break a gold here to keep this defense reaction around.
Yep, he should know the stack now, so he can safely do it, which we're going to see from Jonathan Magnusson. Correctly called there, Scott.
Log for 6.
Doesn't even have to look. Just turns the edge of their seats over, puts it straight in the pitch zone.
That's what
it's
I
like
mean.
it's a saltwater swell.
That's what I mean. Although he actually Fate for scene on that turn. That's he also knew.
Okay, my bad.
But he would know anyway.
He would. I wanted to give Jonathan too much credit.
But this is the stage we're in of this game where, you know, all the sort of puzzle pieces were laid out in that first sort of 14, 15 turns. And now the pieces of the puzzle are starting to be put together by both of our players. As you see, 2 cards committed there. If we're keeping track of deck count, I think it's starting to swing back a little bit to Michael's favor, as you said, but it's going to depend on how many times Jonathan can swing this pile driver in the coming turns.
Get that crumble back in under in the same hand as the Oakenfold. Winter's Bite goes away to enable a swing of Sledge of Anvilheim. 6 damage. We do see Staunch Response, Tension in the air, and Command and Conquer in the hand for J-Mags. If I'm not mistaken, this is that kind of awkward all-red hand we saw kind of had to get funneled away to make a hand work. And so there is a big old clump of them. Thankfully, Warmonger's Diplomacy somewhere in the middle there.
Does have access to some amount of resources. And can ultimately just throw down 2 cards here. Oh, it's the Staunch Responses, but awkward. But of course, we have the Sink below.
Sink being paid for with the Staunch. Love this. We know where the Oakenfold is. You don't want that Staunch Response now. Put it back in under the deck so you will draw it at the same time as your opponent draws their Oakenfold. It's just perfect.
Works out really well there. And you see the pile driver log back towards Michael Hamilton.
I didn't realize you were fluent in tree.
I dabble.
Hamilton here looking at a hand that contains Autumn's Touch. Plow under, Sink below. Plow under such an interesting one in these spots as well. Has the potential to really gunk up a pitch stack if you aren't careful with where you put your arsenal. Denies the gold this time. 4 now available for Hamilton thanks to that Sink below. Kept 2 cards in the form of Plow under and Glacial Footsteps. Is pretty much perfect to enable Heart of Ice swing in the Sledge again. The game plan here, pretty darn clear.
Yeah, I do want to zoom out, though, on this game where we are right now. Obviously, we're continuing with this game plan on both sides of swinging the weapon. Now, Michael had set up this early second cycle of trying to push through some damage with those Oakenfolds, and Jonathan has gotten through 2 of them. So Jonathan is, I would say, really sustained what would have been a pretty scary barrage through the middle. And we were talking before about what is Michael's game plan? This counter fatigue? Is it this trying to end the game with Oakenolds? Jonathan got through 2 of them and is still on 30 life. So this is now looking a bit challenging for Michael.
Double down, doubling defense this time around. Will be on blocking duty. Pile driver coming on through, puts the other one back to the bottom of the deck next to a blue copy of Act of Glory. That Pulse of Eisenloft and Mangle Hand coming back for Hamilton will represent up to 10 dominate if he would like. Will have to eat a tree to make it happen, though.
We go for a deck count here for Michael. Is it pitch count or deck count? I think
definitely a lot more of a deck
pitch.
count that time.
Oh, I thought it was pitch count, maybe.
Get your votes in, chat.
Difference of opinion between myself and Scott Mines in the booth.
A pitch deck count.
Yeah, Everbloom Life in the hand there for Michael as well. Let's not forget that card as well. And when it comes to threat density and deck, he does have it available. That I am looking out for how many fruits he has used, though, because I think he may have played all of the fruits.
I think they're gone.
Yeah, so
no way to grab CNCs or similar off of that, unfortunately.
So what targets does he actually have? Scars.
Scar for a scar, you find sometimes just targeting yourself. If it's a deck density situation, Everbloom Life just targeting itself indefinitely does give you some life and some cushion.
Yep, of course, yeah. And then you can also, I guess, yeah, the scar would just be for a card of value effectively off the back of it. Two value net, I guess you could say. The 1 life plus the 1 extra damage over the top of 3. 4, 1 bigger than 3, of course, Scott.
Quick math by Hayden Dale in the booth.
So we're hearing, it sounds like for Jonathan Magnusson, it's high 20s, around 27 cards, and for Michael around 22 left in deck. So it's about the same as what we saw 4 or 5 turns ago. It's stabilized that deck count for both players.
Disparity is throwing me off. Michael has banished so many cards to decomposition.
Exactly.
I keep looking at the graveyard. And I believe Jonathan Magnusson double-sleeved here as well, which is just making everything look milkshake thick. It's really, really throwing me off.
That reminds me of a calling where I played against a player with a triple-sleeve 72-card deck. That was really throwing me off.
If you want a fun story on that fact, I used a triple-sleeve -IO so people couldn't believe they would fatigue me because my deck looks too damn tall.
I was playing against an Azuri as well. Michael Hamilton thinking about the way he might want to block this pile drive. And I believe this is a really important point in the game where Michael is trying to work out the remaining threats, what the next few turns look like, and trying to decide, is he blocking or is he keeping that threat density higher? And ultimately he says, no, I need to take the damage. I need to keep these cards. They are all cards that I either need now or on future turns.
Now 27-13 as the log clatters through for some damage. It is time to go gold digging for Hamilton. Draws a card. It is Everbloom Life. We'll see if it is worth continuing here or if Michael is just happy to stack these up. I suppose Everbloom Life itself, a way to gain life, would enable a different target on other copies if they don't target each other. We'll see that Heart of Ice plus Gauntlets of Boreal Domain for both modes here. 10 dominate declared. This is a fair question. Do I need to pay to Fearless Confrontation discard underneath Heart of Ice? I don't believe you do, but it's not exactly an interaction I've seen come up very often.
I need to read hard Fearless Confrontation. It's just discard, right?
It is just a discard cost. It's more does Heart of Ice interact with this in any kind of profitable way? Judge says yes, it does require an additional cost under Heart of Ice, and I will trust the judges because I haven't read the card.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense to me. Heart of Ice doing exactly what it's supposed to do in this matchup, and you can see J-Mags eager to remove Dominate from Mangle if possible. So let's get back down there and see if that's exactly what he chooses to do.
I like that J-Mag's like, my opponent knows my deck anyway. I'm not moving away from the table. Just going to ask the question.
Is not the choice in the end. Decides that Fearless Confrontation better saved here if it's going to cost more under the heart. Would rather just use it to pay for Staunch Response. So that Mangle will not find its mark. Still 27-13 here as we go back over to Magnusson, who will pitch away 2 blues.
There was a pretty big turn cycle as well on that one in terms of Michael took a lot of damage to actually put that turn together and in the end gets no profit from it. And not only that, Jonathan also able to swing the pile driver on that same turn cycle. So that's a massive W for Jonathan there.
That count for Hamilton. Goal token wagered on the pile driver this time around. Quick count required to make sure that we are where we think we are. Hand contains Sig below, definitely a big factor in that pitch stack.
Definitely feels like Michael spent a long time on that turn working out what... You know, Michael, he looks a long way into the future, typically, trying to understand what does the next, not just 1 or 2 turns look like, but potentially even the 5 or 6 turns. And it really felt to me like he made a decision there of, I need to pivot into finding a way to actually kill Jonathan Magnusson, and this counter fatigue strategy, again, may be on the back burner.
So I believe it's 20 cards in deck for Hamilton. Trying to pick up on Magnusson as well. I think that was 23.
Yeah. So still
2 in the pitch zone as well, of course. So a couple more there.
Yeah, still a couple of cards up for Jonathan Magnusson at this point. But also, even if Jonathan Magnusson is that gap is closed a little bit, it's come at the expense of Michael Hamilton's life total as well. And let's not forget, Jonathan Magnusson also has some ways to do some dominate and overpower attacks that Michael may not actually be able to deal with.
Sink below alongside Imposing Visage. No sink required. Gold token secured for Hamilton. Now got 4 of those to work with as he sees fit. Heart of Ice pitching away, frozen to death. Does this resolve? It does. So Crumble Eternity will go back under into the stack to send in Sledge of Anvilheim.
We're very much getting towards the end game state. I would say we're now in like the pre-end game where players are just positioning themselves for what the end game is going to look like. Both Michael Hamilton doing that and Jonathan Magnusson. It feels like Jonathan's game plan has been super consistent though. He's just trying to swing log as much as possible.
Gold token broken will enable a card to be kept in hand here for Magnusson. Have to imagine it is a defense reaction of sorts. Notably, Sense Weakness and Tear Asunder playing defense there. 2 sources of Dominate going away as Magnusson chooses to block with them. Michael looking at a hand that contains Fiddler's Green, a blue copy of Fiddler's Green in the form of Call to the Grave, and a copy of Rootbound Carapace.
Yeah, Call to the Grave. You know, one of those weird things where it's great to be a blue Fiddler's Grave, or blue Sigil rather, in some matchups, but in this matchup, you don't want to be losing card density in your deck. So it's a little bit of I guess a 2-block blue card in this matchup effectively that does nothing else.
Yeah, if Amulet of Echoes is good enough, then my block 2 Amulet of Echoes is also fine.
Yeah, I believe Michael actually kept the Amulet of Echoes in the sideboard this time. That and Blizzard are the only two cards main deckable that Michael hasn't presented.
See, there is a bar somewhere in what is
no
acceptable.
block.
No block is the bar.
It can do nothing as long as it has some defensive value.
Sorry. You're good.
Michael there taking a moment to apologize because this hand is gunk. It is time for that Crown of Providence to come on through. Kind of begrudgingly, it seems, from Michael there. His shoulders just slouching a little bit. As a Fiddler's Green will be sunk away to draw a card off the top. It is a copy of Tear Asunder.
I wonder. So I said this card does nothing about Call to the Grave. Scott, I just had a thought.
I just did too. I think you've had the same thought
Everbloom
as I
Life,
have. Yeah.
Call to the Grave.
Okay, there is a way to pick up another Oakenhold there. You can get a Fiddler's Green into the bin on your own turn, and
we
make
have an
that
Everbloom
work.
Life in the arsenal. He's
And
already set this
Michael
up.
Hamilton knew that this was the plan. A Call to the Grave sends a Fiddler's Green and will enable Everbloom Life.
And then, of course, you can get back the Call to a Grave with another Everbloom Life, right?
You could, but you would eventually run out of Fiddler's Greens.
Sure.
We want to target some threats in this.
You can only do it so many
somewhere.
times. You can only do it so many times.
It's not indefinite. Not
I
indefinite.
got a little excited there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if Michael sends a 4th Fiddler's Green, we have bigger concerns on our hands. But this is so sweet. I didn't even stop to consider this. But enabling an Oakenhold back in the deck off Everbloom Life off the back of Call to the Grave, not on my bingo card.
Well, I ate my words pretty quickly there about a card having a low bar and not much to do when we saw it there. That has turned into an Oakenhold effectively, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
so
it's a blank card. Loud, incorrect buzzer noise.
Michael has plans in this matchup, right? Like he is trying to work out how to win this game. He knows it's on him. If he just sits back and swings that sledge, he will lose this game. That is Jonathan's game to win because, again, 7 bigger than 6.
It was so sick that the role of the Crown of Providence in this matchup was put the Fiddler's Green back into my deck so I can Call to the Grave it. What?
Remembrance what?
Yeah, Timu Remembrance live and on display. Overpower on this pile driver. Gold will be wagered. Hamilton now looking at Ripple Away, Macho Grande, Glacial Footsteps, and another copy of Everbloom Life.
Yeah, we're back to log.
When in doubt, log them out.
Michael He's just making sure every single time. I know it looks like he is looking at the graveyard and the banish a lot, but he has to remember almost every single card that is in his deck because, honestly, to get this done, I think it's going to have to be perfect.
Yeah.
Inch perfect from Michael here. And I believe he's thinking, as I said, 4 or 5 turns down the road in order to work this out.
I could wax lyrical about this all day, but watching someone who is this much a master of the craft navigate matchups like this is my favorite thing about Flesh and Blood. It is so many intricacies to try and put the pieces together.
Yeah, a bit of a masterclass. And don't get us wrong, Jonathan is also playing very, very well here. You've seen some of the sequencing decisions from Jonathan. I just think he has a bit more of a straightforward game plan here than Michael has.
No, you have to give credit to those counter-stacked, staunch responses and D-reacts early on. Just Jonathan understands the assignment, knows where the priorities need to be, has also managed this game just masterfully.
Yeah, Jonathan just needs to operate, you know, sort of like at level 3 or 4, whereas Hamilton needs to operate at level sort of 9 or 10.
I believe it's 12 in deck for Hamilton.
Okay.
19
14
in deck, 14 in deck for Hamilton. 19, 14, both players with a full hand, so add 4 to each of those counts.
Yeah, it has stayed fairly tight, though, to that point, right? This 5-card gap has been pretty consistent.
5-card differential, but 13, well, 14 life even the difference this time round. Gonna crack a goal, draws Crumble to Eternity from it. Michael looking at Macho Grande, Everbloom Life as the other two for Magnusson. Rolling Fisher, talk a big game, overcrowded, so a menagerie of blues over there.
Yeah, that Macho Grande could be relevant later down the track as well. If we can get Jonathan Magnusson low enough for these dominate effects to be relevant, that is the task that sits in front of Michael Hamilton right now, as you can see him working out. I think he's thinking about, do I just send it now? I believe he is now thinking about what is Jonathan's pitch stack. Trying to remember, did he have the defense reaction on this one? Where are the fearless confrontations? Can I swing this now? Now, I actually think if Michael swings this and he sees a fearless confrontation used in order to block it, Michael Hamilton will be cheering because that would be a card used to discard to stop the dominate, then plus multiple cards to block. So I think this kind of works out nicely for Michael of, well, either I swing a dominate attack at you and I get cards on defense, or I push through damage. Now, the foil to that would be defense reaction from Arsenal, so that Jonathan can still cleanly block this out with 2 cards.
Theoretically, also 1 less fearless for the remaining Oakenolds. You can
true.
see how difficult this is. Like, Michael is going to need to be picture perfect to win this game and has to consider every single permutation available in both players' decks. If you've never tried to memorize 40 cards in order, don't even talk to me.
Also, Jonathan has to do the same side as well. Jonathan has to be really aware of what's going on and how he has to respond.
Everbloom Life will gain the life, put Everbloom Life back on the bottom of the deck. Going to be seeing a fair bit more of this going forward, I would expect.
Very important to note that, because if Michael's ever left with extra cards, he's just going to be able to do that, right? And just accrue 1 life at a time to try and even out. He's trying to even out the card totals. He's also going to try and even out those life totals as well.
Will send the sledge off the Crumble to Eternity as the follow-up holds on to Macho Grande, gets 2 cards from Magnusson.
Yeah, and going to have that Macho Grande in the arsenal for a future turn.
Pile Driver will return fire. Hamilton knows it is safe to Arsenal. That will need to draw. Pulse of Eisenloft was the last card drawn in that hand. Michael knew the Macho Grande had to go in the arsenal. Couldn't break any gold last turn or you would mess up the stack.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. Otherwise, we wouldn't have access to this perfect Oaken Old hand here. The question is, though, defensively, do we just throw the Rootbound Carapace here and take 3 and give Jonathan a little bit more gold, or are we going to commit anything else to the chain here in defense?
Yeah, is it finally time maybe for these gauntlets of the Boreal Domain and or Boots of Omni's Ward to get in the dance somewhere to deny a gold? Depends how much Hamilton is worried now about life total. 27-14 will block with Everbloom Life and decompose off this Rootbound Carapace. Looks like we might be banishing 1 of those away as well. Michael only needs 2, of course, to continually loop Everbloom Life indefinitely. Do not need the 3rd one to make that happen.
So are we going to go deep with gold on this turn?
1 floating, draw a card, Tear Asunder is the find. Heart of Ice activation from Hamilton.
It looks like Michael's actually, trying to keep these Oakenolds for as long as possible, wants to get through as many defensive outlets as possible from Jonathan, or he just knows that Jonathan's got that defense reaction in Arsenal, so saying, well, no point in running my Oakenold out here. I need to try and get that out in another way, whether that be through a Terra Sunder, a Macho Grande, for instance, so we'll keep floating that Oakenold alongside that Pulse until that point in time.
I wonder if this gold stack will let us get to Terra Sunder and Oakenold turns. Maybe that's where we're trying to go.
Certainly seems like something Michael is trying to line up right. You can see now thinking about the pitch again. And I think you may be right, Scott, that is what he is trying to think about. If he can find the break, because it's about break points, right? Jonathan's thinking about, okay, I have to stop the attack for X amount. But if you start throwing Terra Sunders and things like that in there, it starts to change the math. And also, let's not forget, Terra Sunder, probably the most important on-hit effect, even higher than Oakenold, because Oakenold put cards at the bottom, Terra Sunder puts them in the bin. And we have talked about that gap of cards when it comes down to a potential fatigue by attrition at the end of this game.
7 overpower from the pile driver. Michael with the quick count of the stack again. Needs to remember how those hands are coming together. Will be frozen to death playing defense this time. Will go to 10, taking 4 damage. Goal being made, holding on to Winter's Bite, Crumble to Eternity, and a copy of Terra Sunder. We know it's Macho Grande in the arsenal here.
The time to deploy the Macho Grande as Jonathan draws back up, finds that Staunch that he's been floating around.
Oh, the counter stacking is beautiful. Heart of Ice. Would like to make that Staunch more expensive if we can. No immediate reaction. Hamilton here deciding if the Winter's Bite is worth running out in a meaningful fashion. We'll go gold digging here. Draws a card off the top.
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, heart in my mouth. Talk about a catch. And that tells you the way Hamilton knows where he is. Drawing a card must just mess it all up.
How precise.
Have to reset. Send the Macho Grande instead. Can't afford to draw a card right now. 8 dominate.
Yeah, and on the side of things for Jonathan Magnusson, he's going to run out that Staunch response. So that is one less Staunch response that Michael has to get through. And Jonathan, I'm sure, has worked out, yes, I can afford to give this one up. Jonathan, a phenomenal player in his own right, will be weighing up that counter stack, as you say, and knowing what he needs. He's still got that arsenal tucked away for a rainy day.
Pitching away for pile driver. 7 overpower. The question again. That final Fiddler's Green in the hand next to Oakenold. Glacial Footsteps and that Tear Asunder.
Oh, Fiddlers?
Jonathan here.
Jonathan trying to call what's in Michael's hand.
Reaching for Fiddler's Green.
He knows.
The Gauntlets, Glacial Footsteps, and Boots of Ominous Ward. We're running out of words over here right now.
The Boot of Ominous Ward.
The Boot of Ominous Ward. I need to see your discard. I find this funny because of how cool it is. I have no qualms about this whatsoever. Michael is doing something I think 99.5% of Flesh and Blood players would fail to do in a spot like this.
I want to point out as well that Michael is also playing at a reasonable pace. This is not slow. He is checking the graveyards, checking his workings, but he is not playing slow. He is making these. We're 23 turns through this game. We have been moving. Obviously, Jonathan knows mostly what he's doing turn after turn. Michael will have to be careful. He can't obviously linger too much and could end up with a slow play warning if he ends up taking too long on these decisions. But typically so far through this game, Michael has been quite quick. There's just been a couple of times where he's really had to reflect on where we are, and you see him actually pulling out the defense reactions right now. That is what he has to consider because of these 2 Oakenolds that he is trying to push through at some point in this game, or the Terra Sunders in particular.
He knows that they are the game breakers. Those dominate sources will be the only way for Michael Hamilton to secure victory. So we'll decide to block for 4. We'll break even on life total when the Fiddler's Green comes back, but a gold will be generated on the side of Jonathan Magnusson. Back over to Hamilton. He's reaching for that Terra Sunder. Will go gold fishing this time. This time I'll sacrifice 1. Draws a card. Everbloom Life is the find next to that Oakenold.
And Jonathan actually has double down plus CNC in hand here, a pitch deck of his own, but will he be able to do it? Yeah, he's just going to take it because he has the double down CNC
Does Hamilton
in the hand.
know? Does Hamilton know the double down
Yes.
CNC is there? Because he's tanking on
Yes.
not arsenaling this Oakenhold.
Correct, because he's just realized, actually, I think you've got into your double down CNC stack, and now has to think about everything that he has been working towards in these last few turns and see if he can still go ahead with that plan or things have to change. And you saw how quickly Jonathan Magnusson accepted that 6 damage, because we talk about counter stacking. Jonathan Magnusson has been doing a beautiful job as well. We said, he's got maybe a bit of an easier job, but more of a simple job, but he knew what he was working towards this entire game.
They are so good at card games.
No
I
Arsenal.
will decline to Arsenal. He knows, chat. He knows. Chapeau 4 times. Double down CNC. Crunch. Oh my days. On hit by a whole damn house of tokens.
I guess I need the 10.
I guess I need the 10.
And the overpower, of course. And Jonathan Magnusson knows what Michael Hamilton's working with here. How does he manage to stop this? He knows what he should have left in deck, how many access to defense reactions, cards that can actually stop overpower and cannot.
2 for this and 2 for Betsy, right?
Yep.
Players just confirming there the resources that were spent.
Should have blocked out the last
Every single gold that was generated at some point was set up for this. It was set up for this. If you're unfamiliar and you need to know, Good Time Chapeau is as absurd as it is, because this is not a once per turn action. You can just destroy a gold you control, make your next attack wager a Might and Vigor token as many times as you wish. So if you build up a gold stockpile in a spot like this, cash it all out, and you will just wager a million tokens. And because of the way Double Down is worded, you're going to make 2 tokens for every single one of these wagers that successfully finds its mark. And Hamilton here, looking at the hand that contains Oakenhold, Crumble to Eternity, and that Glacial Footsteps, knew where he was, knew what he was trying to get back to, declined to Arsenal, and found himself just under the gun.
He's going to have to block with one of these Oakenholds by the looks of it, because needs to throw something in the way of this. Yes, we could throw the gloves, we could throw the boots to get involved, but does he also need to give up a card here, or can he afford to hold on to it? Because the problem is, if he doesn't give up a card here, on future turns, every time that log comes through, he's going to have to give up a card. And 1 damage is going to leak through every single time. After a couple of turns, he will have nowhere to go but blocking with 3 cards.
If Magnusson makes 4 Vigor and 4 Might here, this log swing for 10 won't even cost any cards. If you Oakenhold in return and take the whole hand away, you're still eating a pile driver for 10.
Well, it's 8 as well, right? Sorry. Yeah, how many?
4 of each token,
4 of each.
if I'm not mistaken. We wagered 4 times, I think. So we double down?
Yes. No, but
Is it 8 of
it's
each?
twice, right? You make them twice, so yeah.
Oh
so,
my
so,
days.
there's 8. So this is a free pile driver for 12 on the following turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
We're going to
13, right?
pay to discard Fearless Confrontation to make
Fearless Confrontation rips the Dominate away from this Oakenhold here. Magnusson blocking 6, more than happy to, because cards are not required where we're going. This pile driver will cost nothing. It will have 8 Might tokens attached.
I've got to shout out here how calm and confident Jonathan Magnusson has been in this game. You could see it's been tough for Michael working through this, but Jonathan, he's just knowing. He's knowing his pitch stack. He knows what he's been working towards. And here it is after that massive Chapeau turn. Wow.
14 overpower, 0 cards required. Hamilton
15 with the
looking at
Betsy.
50. Of course, the Betsy trigger as well. Hamilton looking at a hand that just has no way of interacting with this.
Can Michael Hamilton survive this turn? I'm not sure that he can.
Multiple actions, it's Winner's Bites, it's all tear asunders in hand. You see the smile on the face of Hamilton, blocking with Crumble, Gauntlets, Boots of Omni's Ward. 3, 4, 5, 6, currently 9 damage leaking through as things stand.
What's in the hand?
3 more cards in hand.
They're all actions, though, in the hand.
Unknown in the arsenal.
All block for 6.
Blocking
Pulse?
for
Pulse
6.
in the arsenal, right?
Pulse of Eisenloft. will make the elemental card block one more.
So this is 4 now. So
4,
5, 6, 7.
5, 6, 7.
13,
Plus 6, 13, taking 2.
Wow, so
going
he can survive it
to
just.
1. Michael Hamilton survives a 0 card 15 that makes a gold on hit.
Yeah, but that was his whole... Jonathan Magnusson still on 17 life. And the cards are just whittling away for Hamilton as well.
Yeah, that deck looking incredibly thin.
5 cards.
5 cards left down there now. That is more than 5. 9 plus the 4 in hand for Magnusson. A huge disparity now.
Oh, Michael Hamilton really tried to piece this game together, and Jonathan Magnusson, with his own pitch tech, just drew it up so nicely to deny what Michael Hamilton was trying to put together in this game.
Break a gold, draw a card, send the Sledge of Anvilheim, pitching away at Terra Sunder, holding on to 1 in hand. Magnusson now looking at the suspense is killing me, sense weakness, and Terra Sunder that could provide dominate of his own.
And the pile driver now for Jonathan Magnusson is going to demand 3 cards every time from Michael Hamilton, or to get one of that piece of equipment involved.
How many of your cards are in your banished? Fair question. Rootbound Carapace, the important one. 2 of them, in fact.
Jonathan Magnusson still doing his due diligence here.
As you should. I mean, would be a horrible way to go out if you manage to mess up this one.
No Heart of Ice.
6, no Heart of Ice is confirmed by Hamilton. As we consider how to continue with this turn. Makes me think that Arsenal is a defense reaction of sorts.
I wonder what Jonathan is worried about here on this turn. We can take a look in at the hand here. I wonder if he's thinking, can he just win the game on this turn? He has Terra Sunder in the hand. So I think that's, I think he's just weighing up, like, this isn't a mistake, right? If I just take the damage here and I throw back Terra Sunder, can Michael actually stop this?
Sense weakness in there as well. Does achieve vaguely the same thing. Will be the Terra Sunder and the pile driver swing here. Gonna be 8 overpower and dominate for what it's worth. Hamilton just sitting at 1, looking at a hand that does contain that final Oakenfold that he worked so hard to put back into the deck. It will be enough. It is a utter art form, a masterclass from both of our players, as the Logfather shows you why Betsy is the deck to bet on here at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
And bet big we shall. What a win there for Jonathan, and both players just supreme play down in our feature match area, trying to put it all together. And I, again, got a shout out to Jonathan, just kept it cool, calm and composed. There was a lot of wizardry going on there from Michael Hamilton, trying to work out how he could get back into that game. And I gotta be really clear on this. That is a matchup where Jonathan was going in favored. Fairly heavily favored, I believe. And it was all on Michael Hamilton to work out, okay, what kind of game plan can I put together to make something happen? And he gave it everything to try and pull that together. You saw some really creative plays there, some really interesting things, the Call to the Grave, the Everbloom Life, trying to pitch stack and set up those Oakenfolds, had found those Oakenfolds of the Pulse, but Jonathan Magnusson on the other side of things had kept it cool, calm, and done the exact same thing. Double down CNC. We shouted it out at the start of the game. Look out for those double down CNCs, and he made it happen there.
Maybe I'm waxing like too much lyrical about this, but that was like watching 2 people dance. It was just an art form. Like astounding.
Performance art is abound at Westgate, Las Vegas.
Just love it. Let's check in with the bracket and see how things are looking after that masterpiece. We have our semi-finalists. Alexander Vore and Jacob Clements will be the first of the 2 semi-finals we show. Oscilio with all those prevention effects against Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, will it become 2 Oscilios in a row winning Pro Tours, or is Jacob Clements on that Arakni Marionette, or Jonathan Magnusson with that Betsy? Imagine the storyline if Jonathan Magnusson goes all the way to take Betsy to the top. All 4 of our players have, I would say, just really, really fascinating narratives. You look at towards Alex Vore, Pro Tour New Jersey, PT1 top 8 competitor, has been a mainstay of Flesh and Blood Pro Tour and the World Tour for so long. Jacob Clements, we know so much about the narrative there. He's finally broken his duck at a tier 4. Can he go all the way? Jonathan Magnusson, can we take Betsy all the way to the final? Or will it be Filipe, Lima, Cardoso for the heart of Brazil who can go through?
Pride of Brazil and friend of the broadcast. Some incredible stories to go with, of course. already vanquished a Betsy, has done it already. Will he be able to do it again in the face of Jonathan Magnusson? I cannot wait to find out. There are also a couple other things I cannot wait for, truthfully. Upcoming events in the world of Flesh and Blood. We got some goodies to look forward to here. World Tour, every stop, $2 million on the line as we continue our way down all of the upcoming events.
First up, Edinburgh next weekend. You're going to be there, I believe, Scott.
I will. I am quite literally walking off my plane back from Vegas and standing straight on a train to Edinburgh. So I will be going from one event directly to the other. I don't want to skip out on any Flesh and Blood, especially not in the Scottish Highlands. It's the best place to be.
Scott, the Globe-Trotter Mines. And then we're off to Bangkok at the start of August. Hamburg in Germany for that classic constructed calling. In KC, Kansas City, I believe Pankaj Bhojwani is going to be at that one. And then me and Scott Mines will be in Seoul for that world premiere. That is the big one coming up in the next 2 months. But we cannot forget our Spanish players out there for Bilbao.
Yeah, release weekend, IAR Limited. Going to be very exciting to check that one out. 100th calling in Atlanta, the Living Legend Championship on the Friday. A classic constructed calling available for you there. Kyoto, Mexico City, they will be the road to the World Championship in Paris. November 5th to 8th there will be classic constructed in a calling if you don't find yourself qualified. Wrapping things off for November in Sydney. I'm going to assume maybe that might be your neck of the woods.
Should be there. That is my hometown now, or my adopted hometown. Actually, the event itself is like 10-minute drive from my house.
God, that must be nice. Shenzhen there as well to take us up to the edge of November. Very exciting stuff for the Chinese community. Lay low. New side event promo announced for these World Tour events during IAR season. This artwork is incredible.
Honestly,
yeah, really love this one. Does see a ton of Silver Age play. I've lost to this more than once. I have forgotten to take it out of my deck against Arakni more than once. Definitely some loopholes to jump through on this one, but a very pretty promo. Excited to get my hands on this one.
Likewise. Usurp the Shadow Throne world premiere in Seoul. Do not forget about it. And how could you after the keynote that we witnessed on Thursday, as we learned so much about what we are going to be unboxing, unwrapping, and playing with when we get to the world premiere in Seoul. Again, can't wait to be there with you, Scott.
I'm buzzing like an old fridge about this one. It's got me exciting in all the right ways. Cannot wait to get down to Korea and see what Usurp has in store. Paris will be a similar story. I haven't missed a World Championship yet. Don't intend on starting now. Don't know whether I'm playing. Might be casting with a bit of luck. We'll find out. But I'll be there in the City of Light because I want to see everything that Flesh and Blood has to offer in a place like this.
Yep. Cannot wait for that one. Nice to be back in France for a Tier 4 event. And of course, speaking of Europe, Pro Tour #1 announced for next year. It is going to be London, February 25th to 28th. And of course, not one, not two, but 3 Pro Tours alongside a World Championship in 2027.
If you don't happen to be lucky enough to be attending anything soon, well, we'll take care of you from the comfort of your own home. You've got some upcoming streams. First of all, from Edinburgh. I know that person. That's me.
Okay,
no, close. Gabe, thankfully, I've missed you dearly. It will be lovely to work with you again in Scotland next weekend. Very exciting stuff there. If you happen to be watching Bangkok, this is Silver Age. Will be taken care of by DM Armada and Bryce. Can't really think of better folks to guide you on your Silver Age journey.
Couldn't agree more. And of course, Hamburg, you're going to be back in the booth for that one alongside Erica and Kyle. I believe that's going to be Kyle's first time in the booth with us.
It will be, yes.
Looking forward to that one.
Cup of TCG fame. Kyle was very excited. Came to talk to me a few events ago. UK Nationals buzzing over. Showed me very quickly that I was the worst of the 2-IO in the room. So really does know his stuff. Excited to see how things shake out in Hamburg as well. I've quickly realized I might be a Guardian stan. I think my favorite games of the weekend have definitely been the Guardian mirrors so far.
We've been blessed with 2 fantastic Guardian mirrors, which is not something I would have said in the past, to be honest. And yeah, I may be the same, but I may just be a Betsy main now. I mean, who knows?
Who knows for sure? All I know is that the ice has melted. Michael Hamilton's attempt to become a Pro Tour champion here has failed at the hands of Jonathan Magnusson, who will continue to log until morale improves. It's Betsy in the top 4 and a semi-finals coming up for you next.
Dude, I need like a...
It's semifinals time here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Only 3 matches of flesh and blood left until we find out who our next Pro Tour champion is. I am Bryan Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhojwani. We are brought to you by our friends at TCG Player. And what a start to our day here, Pankaj. We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the grindy, fatiguey matchups as the Guardians throw haymakers. Honestly, it didn't come down to fatigue. It just came down to Betsy looking big and dominant in the feature match area.
And it feels like that's been the story of these quarterfinals so far, Bryan. It feels like we've been seeing these callbacks to older cards from much previous sets. Who would have thought that Double Down would have played such a big part in our quarterfinals of the Pro Tour Top 8?
Let's remind ourselves how we've gotten here so far. Of course, our quarterfinals now finished. We know who our 4 semifinalists are. We're going to be bringing you 2 more matches of CC to find out who the finalists are. We're going to start things off on the top half of the bracket. It is time for Alexander Vore, member of the Wizard Council, taking on the one, the only, the hottest player in the world right now, bar none, Jacob Clements, on his signature hero, Arakni Marionette. The stakes are sky high, and I can't wait to see how this matchup plays out, Pankaj, because this is a take on Oscilio that is fresh. It's different. It's not even the tall arcane version that we saw from somebody like Majin that was kind of out there early on. It's certainly not the Gone in the Flash version. It's something in between for Alexander Vore. And will it be able to get the job done against Jacob Clements? I don't even know if Jacob Clements knows at this stage.
And in theory, it feels like Alexander Vore has the tools he needs to deal with the aggression from the Arakni Marionette side, but we have seen it on stream all throughout this weekend. That assassin hero can pack quite a punch if it finds the correct tools.
I would be remiss to not point out the predictions of our incredible casters here this weekend, absolutely nailing who is going to go ahead and be in the semifinals, myself excluded. That's okay. But Samo Byrne, winning hero. You see, it is Oscilio. Still 2 Oscilios live. But more importantly, look at the man's choice. Alex Vore, winning player. And that's looking like a heck of a call so far. But there are 2 folks on the other side who have a different take. We'll ignore Katsu for the time being. No one cares about that. It is Pankaj Bhojwani who so far has correctly backed one of the I won't say dark horses, definitely like the most widely
prominent,
played hero, most prominent hero thus far in this tournament, but one that the heat was starting to come off a little bit in recent weeks. We thought maybe this matchup had been figured out by a lot of heroes. Turns out not so.
I have to say my pick for this hero was definitely a little bit more towards the fact that it was Jacob Clements piloting it. I've said throughout this weekend, I do think this tournament is very much player-focused rather than deck-focused, and because it's Jacob Clements piloting Arakni Marionette, that's kind of where my prediction was more closely tied to.
Yeah, Reinhard, get out of here. You were in the last Pro Tour Top 8. We're not talking about you. We are continuing to talk about Arakni Marionette, another great call from Scott Mines. And yeah, winning player Jacob Clements sounds about right. He's certainly in prime position to go ahead and not only cast off that curse, but absolutely obliterate it. Tier 4 now achieved. Is he about to be a Pro Tour champion on top of it?
What I really like about both the semifinals in front of us right now is that they are both so incredibly close matchups. We saw the Oscilio-Betsy matchup earlier today, piloted by Filipe, and Filipe, it was a very close matchup. We've seen Arakni Oscilio in the past. We know that's a very close matchup as well. Anything can happen in these semifinals.
I do want to call out in those breakout decks, as fantastic as us casters are, none of us picked Betsy as the breakout deck, and we're on the verge of a potential Pro Tour championship for Betsy coming out of that other semifinal. But we have business to take care of in this semifinal first. Oscilio versus Arakni Marionette. Pankaj, set me up for exactly what we're going to be watching in this matchup.
Alexander Vore's side has a lot of prevention effects, a lot of defenses. Not only does it allow you to deal with flick effects, it also lets you empty your hand in the face of a bunch of disruption from the other side and chip damage on their turn as well. They're sending a Mark of the Black Widow. Oh, whoops, my hand's empty and I shot you for 5 arcane anyway. So in theory, he has the tools. What Jacob Clements has, though, is raw numbers. We've seen what Saber Bloodshed can do, what all these stealth attacks can do. They're just a lot of damage. And on Alexander Vore's side, arcane damage not known for being very efficient.
Raw numbers and a bit of trickery as well, always on the side of Assassins. It sounds like our players are ready down in our feature match area. Let's go ahead and send it on down as we get ready to play out our first semifinal.
And the Wizard Council has convened and elected a new Archmagister, Alexander Vore.
Dream is far from over for Jacob Clements. Moving on to the top 4 of the Pro Tour. Still has a chance to have 3 winning weekends in a row.
I can't believe that.
Just had a look at our players there. We see them one more time on the left-hand side. It is the man of the hour, the player of the year, race leader, and probably undeniably the best Flesh and Blood player in the world right now. It is Jacob Clements, and he's taking down the one, the only Alexander Vore, top 8 competitor at the very first Flesh and Blood Pro Tour, now back again.
Jacob Clements is also arguably the most on-form player in this entire tournament. He's just coming off the back of winning his UK Nationals and also winning Calling Shinjuku just last weekend.
Also in the top 8 of basically every other calling for the past, I don't know, year and a half or so. Just absolutely unflappable is Jacob Clements. We talked to him throughout the weekend. What a great mind state this young dude has. He just is always looking to improve, always looking to better himself, and you see the results of that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Jacob Clements' deck list over here. The first thing I want to take a look at is how much arcane damage prevention is he able to present into Alexander Vore. Looks like the answer is AB2 and Spell Void 1.
It really stands out to me here with Jacob's list. This is a list of somebody who has just spent so much time playing Arakni Marionette. All the 2-ofs, the 1-ofs floating throughout the deck list, that tells me that Jacob has a plan for basically everything he has faced, and he has faced it all. The man just plays Flesh and Blood constantly, on the road, living that road warrior lifestyle and reaping all the benefits of what that practice gives him.
He lives and breathes this game. The other thing I want to look at is whether there's any life gain in this deck. Looks like no copies of Sigils of Solace for Jacob Clements. Does have a couple of copies of Shelter from the Storm. If he cannot get to a 6C with all the other cards, maybe he can bring that in to discard for some cheeky arcane damage prevention. Though looking at the rest of his list, I do think he'll be able to find a 6C that doesn't need defense reactions. Have to point out though, Trap's going to be completely useless in this matchup, and that also means that Arakni Trapdoor, the 6th agent, also completely useless. If he rolls into that, somehow that's going to be quite a whiff on the roll.
How important is disruption for Jacob Clements in the early turns? Does he really need to keep Alexander Vore off those big hands, or is Alexander comfortable just playing small arcane chip damage?
It very much depends on the texture of Alexander Vore's hand in the moment. Alexander Vore has many hands that he's willing to just give up and chip arcane damage on your turn, but there's also a lot of actions on Alexander Vore's side that he wants to send on his own turn, such as Turn to Mindfire, for example. Comet Storm Shock as well, these tall arcane spells, Aether Sling, for example, that he wants to keep to send on his own turn. If you catch him on this hand and you send Disruption, that's when it's the most effective.
Speaking of Alexander Vore, we now take a look at his deck list. Unlike anything else in the field, went out there on a quest, came back with this cooked up Oscilio list, doing things that no other player in the field is looking to do. Pankaj, tell us the core game plan of this Oscilio list.
Efficient arcane damage, well, efficient and evasive arcane damage to close it out with Storm Striders. It's very Verdance-esque, but without Felling of the Crown. Instead of Felling of the Crown, you have way more reach on the opponent's side of the turn cycle. You're also chipping them on their side of the turn cycle, but you aren't disrupting them, not sending physical attacks in the form of, say, Felling of the Crown or Power Under.
I want to take a look at the equipment suite, because this is so important for what Alexander is hoping to accomplish, and it's an equipment suite, again, unlike anything else we've seen, only brought these 5 sips to go ahead and influence the game. Pankaj, what are we doing here with this collection of misfits?
Well, firstly, it makes sideboarding really easy. You never need to swap out equipment from your sideboard for your main deck based on the opponent's hero flips. I think the star of Alexander Vore's story here, his run through this Pro Tour, is a combination of Plutonic Starplate and Third Eye of the Sphinx. This deck enjoys playing lightning cards that prevent damage on the opponent's side of the turn cycle, say Cloud Cover, for example, getting a resource of a Plutonic Starplate to either play another one of those effects, or maybe even just cash in to the Third Eye of the Sphinx ability to just draw a card on the opponent's turn for more selection.
It sounds like our players are just about ready down in our feature match area. I'm done talking about it. Let's spin those slots one more time as we try and cash out with the winner for our first finalist.
So we spoke a lot about the deck lists of these two players. One thing we have to point out, Bryan, time and time again, the 8th seed buff. Alexander Vore here is 8th seed, so Jacob Clements gets to choose to go first. This is something Arakni Marionettes like to do a lot. Start the game, flicker Clave, end with the opponent marked, and then hopefully flip into Orb Weaver. Note, he cannot bring Mask of Deceit in this matchup because the opponent's not going to send physical damage at you, so he needs to either luckily flip naturally into Orb Weaver or just find the Orb Weaver Spinneret. Until he does that, a lot of his cards may not function the way he wants them to.
Early turn's going to be very important to determine the texture of this game. Hunter's Clave starts things off, as it so often does for an Arakni Marionette.
And already, I believe, a copy of Cosmic Suture found in Alexander Vore's hand might even be able to prevent the mark here on Jacob Clements' turn.
Here is our first flick from Clements.
Oh, no. No prevention over here.
I'll take one.
And Oscilio ability already activated, so mark will be conferred.
Fine start for Jacob. Yeah, prevention early has the potential of just disrupting everything Jacob wants to do. Does succeed, though, at his first quest, getting Alexander marked.
That was not a guarantee against this deck, which has up to 9 prevention effects. We saw it come very, very useful in his game against Majin Bay.
No other reactions from me? Okay, sure. I've had reactions.
Both players ready to move on from that Clave attack. We're going to see a lot of very, very careful wording here. Players making sure to represent the game state properly because Alexander Vore can act basically at any time.
And needs to consider right now, has a Sigil of Brilliance.
I'm going to play this Sigil Brilliance. Triggers plate. I have 1. I guess you have priority.
Yeah.
And again, handing priority back to Jacob Clements. And it's time for Jacob to go ahead and get involved here, keep things going with pick up the point, reloads that Clave.
This is interesting over here. Alexander Vore, with his block 2, loses the mark on Jacob Clements' turn, so won't be flipping into an agent, but also bought back the Clave, so didn't have an open slot available for Graphene Calycera, even if he did flip it to Orb Weaver, but hoping to punish Alexander Vore for the deployment of the Sigil of Brilliance.
Yeah, looking for damage here is Jacob Clements in the early game. And we know what happens if you let Arakni Marionette walk you down. You end up with just horrible defending decisions.
Threatening the remark here with this Hunter's Clave, and I believe Vore has a no block as the last card in hand. So Jacob Clements removes the mark of the pick up the point and then threatening to reapply it here with the swing of the Hunter's Clave.
I'll say no blocks. Any reaction?
No reactions from me.
I'll take 1.
And remark is applied. I would say a small but real early win here from Jacob Clements.
All right. When the tap, Volzar, resolve it. 2.
I'll AB 1.
Yeah, untaps.
So much interaction happening in just the first turn of this game already. This is turn 0 of Jacob Clements, folks.
Yep.
Time to find out which of the Arachnis will be joining the fray.
It's going to be Arakni Funnel Web, perhaps the weakest of the agents, since the opponent has full information that you are in that agent form and can play around it. However, in this matchup, Trapdoor is certainly the weakest one. Jacob Clements at least gets to convert a spare assassin card in his hand with this agent for +3 if nothing else.
Draw 1.
Sigil does its thing, picks up a fresh card for Alexander Vore. 5 cards to work with now in hand.
And that's a lot of damage prevention, it looks like. I saw Cosmic Suture, a Voltic Veil as well. Bit of a downfall of this Oscilio deck, and perhaps one of the reasons why many players were confused how Alexander Vore was able to maintain an unblemished record in the CC portion of Pro Tour Vegas. Has not dropped a game in the CC rounds. Looking at this hand, you can see why many players were confused about this deck.
Always get a refresh when it comes to Oscilio. Picks up a new card, gets rid of the Cosmic Suture.
And was another mental block, so this hand not going to be sending a lot of damage.
2.
Plays out the Echo Flash here.
I'll take 2.
Jacob willing to take this 2 damage.
It goes to graveyard, 1 more.
Action point still remaining for Alexander Vore.
6.
Thing happens again from that Echo Flash.
I'll play this Chromatic Refinement. And
Looking at some future damage, and Alexander Vore not able to leverage that additional card from the Sigil of Brilliance. Just going to have to go ahead and set up an arsenal here.
Mark like here, like where it took
Alexander Vore did tell me,
prefer it on my hero, but
if you enjoy doing 5-card threes, then this is the deck for you, and that's exactly what just happened. Echo Flash conferring 3 damage, did get to set up a Chromatic Refinement, but not the biggest offensive turn for Alexander Vore. Did get to set up a defensive piece in Arsenal, though, in the form of the Voltic Veil, to combat the Arakni Funnel Web on the other side.
Just a little interesting thing going on here. Jacob just visually preferring to see the mark information in a specific spot, goes up and doubles the representation of the mark. You know, there's not too much to make of that other than how much a creature of habit Jacob is and how much it speaks to how much he's played this deck before. He just knows how he manages the arena, sets himself up in a way that's comfortable, going ahead and making the arena work for him in our feature match area.
Muscle memory is incredibly important in this game. There's lots of things to track across the board. The opponent's equipment, the auras that he might have on the field, the mark token. Being sure that you don't expend extra mental energy to try and keep track of new placements of these tokens can offer you quite a little bit.
Alexander Vore now facing down an Art of Desire body. Going to go ahead and get an Oscilio activation here. Of course, a big on hit on this Art of Desire. No go again as it stands right now. That could change.
Currently, no face-up go again on Art of Desire body, so Vore is thinking this is very much representing a Stains of the Redback from Jacob Clements' side. Could also cash in Stalker Steps, would be very, very early to give up a point of Arcane Barrier here, though. So Alexander Vore probably thinking about the possibility of a Stains of the Redback. But we have to point out, Alexander Vore's deck as well has quite a selection of rainbow cards over here. Art of Desire bodies on hit, only really relevant if it banishes a red off the top of your deck.
True.
But Vore's deck has a bunch of yellows and blues. This on hit is by no means guaranteed.
Vore is still thinking about defenses, though. Has pulled forth a Cloud Cover originally. Looks like he's looking to go ahead and play out some cards first, get some more information potentially.
Also get a resource because this is a lightning card, and the Voltic Veil in his arsenal does cost 1 as well, very, very conveniently. 1 resource also able to be cashed into Third Eye of the Sphinx, should he really want it. That's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, picks up a fresh card. May have misread it. I don't think it actually was a Cloud Cover in hand. A few more blocking cards joining the fray here, potentially. Comet Storms, I believe.
That felt almost like a build your own Echo Flash. I'm gonna ping you a little bit, refund my card draw thanks to Starplate and the Ponder token, get more selection, think a little bit more on what I want to do with this turn. This Oscilio deck is fascinating to watch.
Absolutely is. Now it becomes about hand conversion, I think, for Vore. Some blocking can help get the job done here. Expecting something like a Comet Storm next go around, backed up by that Cosmic Flare.
He's quite happy to convert cards on defense. It does seem like that's where the deck struggles the least, almost.
And Clements is ready to fire everything. It's a ton of reactions here. Triple reaction in the form of the Funnel Web, Stains of the Redback, and Tarantula Toxin going to do its thing.
And we know about the Voltic Veil in the arsenal, so that's a little bit of prevention. We also know that he's holding on to 1 or 2 copies of Mental Block as well. So a variety of prevention effects available to Alexander Vore as we head over to the judges to clear up what seems to be a rules interaction.
Yeah. I think just timing. They want to make sure they understand what's going on. And also, I think maybe the judges a little thrown off why the double mark tokens are floating. We talked about why Jacob prefers things that way. Judges just getting some clarification and sorting things out. We will let them do so. As soon as our players are ready, we'll head back down. But thus far, Pankaj, anything stand out? Any wins?
It seems like Alexander Vore's going second turn was definitely quite weak, but it feels like he has all the tools that he needs to deal with the aggression on Jacob Clements' side. And we have to point out there is still no Kallistra setup on Jacob Clements' side. That is a very important piece he needs to try and get going as soon as possible.
Sounds like players are ready back down in the feature match area. It was actually that second mark token that was causing some consternation. So they've gone ahead and cleared that up.
Oh, sure. You're 9, I'm 0. Yeah, I see.
So blocking 9 on 0, attacking for 9 on 0 block currently, thanks to Tarantula Toxin. So between the Mental Block in hand and the Voltic Veil in arsenal for Alexander Vore, won't be able to cover up this on hit. But again, as we mentioned, not a guarantee that Alexander Vore banishes a red off the top of his deck.
Either way, Jacob does have the follow-up of Hunter's Clave with 2 resources at the ready. Would like to maybe add some more fireworks to the mix here.
Yeah, I do.
Very interesting call by Alexander Vore earlier in this turn to cash in the 1 resource into Third Eye of the Sphinx rather than the Voltic Veil in the arsenal. The Ponder token would have given him a card back anyway at the end of the next turn cycle, but he cashed in the one resource effectively for more selection on this turn. But he goes to show what he prioritizes in a matchup such as this.
Quite a bit of debate here from Vore.
Part of his hand is forced here. He does need to deploy the Arsenal because it will get banished to Arakni Funnel Web's effect if he just lets the damage go through.
Is going to fire off the flare here.
Terrify.
Wants to rethink. Doesn't want to use the flare.
Sorry? Like, you'll need to ask them. What? Can I
Yeah.
just...
Checking if Alex can go ahead and reset his play here. I believe nothing has really advanced beyond this point.
Jacob Clements has expended his entire hand, so a lot of information gained.
I'm going to pitch it.
Yeah, it's just going to pitch the Cosmic Flare instead. That makes sense. Keep the card in deck.
For 1 arcane.
And that is a lightning card to the pitch zone as well. So not only is he keeping that in deck, it also allows the lightning bond on Voltic Veil to be active, hence dealing the 1 arcane to Jacob Clements.
Yeah, seems like significant upside there to get the pitch instead.
Didn't have an outlet for the remaining 2 resources anyway.
Go to 28. Yeah, 28.
And color of the banish, very important here. And that is a blue. Tome of Quandaries, banish off the top for Alexander Vore. So no card draw or life gained for Jacob Clements here as he sends over the Hunter's Mark, Hunter's Clave, wants to try and keep Alexander Vore marked as much as possible. Of course, at the end of this turn, if Vore does stay marked, will flip back into base form.
Sometimes preferable to be in that base form. Would have benefited this turn, potentially.
Flicking here, very heads up by Jacob Clements, again showcasing his experience on this deck. Leave the 1 weapon zone empty in case you draw an Orb Weaver Spinneret.
And Vore does want to prevent that mark from coming through. Mental Block does its thing. You mentioned how much prevention Vore is going to have access throughout this matchup.
So question is, can he actually convert his hand at this point? Because he's holding on to a 2 cost. Of course, going to be discounted by 1, thanks to Chromatic Refinement. We might just see an Oscilio activation just to find some threat. This is by no means a guarantee.
This resolves.
Didn't quite catch the draw. Yeah, it was in fact an Ether Flare. Big find off the top there for Vore. Would have had to be satisfied with quite an anemic turn if that damage was not found, but perfect card on top.
Bit of a reprieve after his going second turn where he did pretty much nothing.
I want to point out, Vore hesitated on that Arsenal there. I didn't quite see what card went in. Keep an eye on that one. We'll see how that situation evolves. Savor Bloodshed, the start here for Jacob Clements. Going to go ahead and follow up with a Clave.
And remember, the previous turn cycle, Alexander Vore discarded his Mental Block to not let himself be marked. Big save for him over there, facing down the Savor Bloodshed. Now, of course, if Jacob Clements has another dagger attack after this Hunter's Clave, say a Kiss of Death, or the Orb Weaver Spinneret, can still threaten the card draw over here. But thanks to the prevention in the previous turn cycle, this Hunter's Clave not going to be threatening a card draw.
Back to Vore's side to make a decision. I'm starting to understand why only Alexander Vore has found success with this list. You need to make so many decisions on a turn-by-turn basis. Usually it's, oh, I'll defend with these cards. You don't get to really defend with these cards. You have to figure out your prevention. You have to figure out when you're drawing cards. You need to go ahead and activate your Plutonic Star Plate. So much to keep track of.
Oh, this is a really cool line. Play a lightning instant, get a resource. Tome of Quandaries creates 2 ponders, which normally don't do very much unless you activate Third Eye of the Sphinx. Lets you cash in 1 of those ponders immediately, give yourself even more selection as he picks up a Comet Collision off the top, is holding on to the Voltic Veil as well for further prevention. This is so cool to see Alexander Vore pilot this wizard deck.
Facing down 5 dagger damage so far. We know things are never quite as they seem when it comes to assassins, especially in the hands of someone like Jacob Clements, who has gotten so much mileage from this Arakni Marionette deck.
Lining up a 3 block here, it looks like. It's Alexander Vore. And you have to think about how to maximize all the efficiency of this Oscilio deck. There's lots of unknown information that you are working with off of ponders, off of the hero ability, off of the Sigil of Brilliance is on the field as well.
Clements passing on reactions thus far. Alexander Vore has more to add, though. It is a Voltic Veil. Does not bond, so damage will not be coming through. Prevention floating now.
We see how highly Alexander Vore is prioritizing not being marked. Of course, especially in the face of a Save of Bloodshed. And great call by him as well. Orb Weaver Spinneret, the follow-up here for Jacob Clements.
Codex of Inertia as well.
We're good at
Discard to card. Yeah, okay. I don't have a response. Okay. So, boom. Discard.
Vore forced to load up the arsenal here.
Still has 2 damage prevention floating from the Voltic Veil. Now,
then I'll attack you for 4.
Question about Codex of Inertia typically is, can the Arakni Marionette player convert the random card off the top so that you can also get value from the Ponder token?
Not an ally, not an ally, not an ally, not an ally.
This time a little bit. Jacob Clements looking through Alexander Vore's graveyard for allies.
Anything's possible when you're playing Alexander Vore. Who knows what this man is capable of? Yeah, just again, a little bit of an anemic attack here in the form of Unmake the Underlings. You know, a card you don't particularly want in your deck here, but you need your blues.
Currently.
No go again on the Unmake. And the only way to give it go again is by Stalker Steps. Even flicking wouldn't have done anything because of the prevention of the Voltic Veil.
Yep, I got nothing on your turn.
Ponder token loads up Jacob Clements' arsenal. Heading back over now to Alexander Vore's turn.
Inertia token against this Alexander Vore deck actually very, very effective because
good,
of the plethora of defensive pieces that they want to set up in the arsenal, and the Codex of Inertia hit a copy of Voltic Veil as well. That will just be lost to Alexander Vore.
Has the Ponder Inertia stack, does Alexander Vore.
So has a Voltic Veil in arsenal, drew up a lightning card, I believe, drew up a Meteoric Impact. You can just deploy the Voltic Veil for the Lightning Bond for 1 arcane damage, which would be 2 because of you can activate Volzar.
And that is, in fact, what Vore is going to do. Gets the Volzar activation. 2 arcane is the offer here.
Just the most efficient thing he could have done with that hand. Codex of Inertia. Looking very, very strong there on that turn cycle.
Yeah, so coming in for 2 arcane. Yep.
Man, if you like damage output, this is not the deck for you. So far, the offerings from Vore have been so minute.
It does feel like it's off the back of both players just trying to stop each other from doing their thing. Alexander Vore putting in so much effort to not be marked. Jacob Clements giving him inertia tokens, not letting him set up these defensive pieces. And as the game goes longer, it's really hard to guess who this favors. I mean, one side has Stormstriders and evasive damage, but the other side still has a whole bunch of power cards remaining in the deck.
Yeah, it does feel like both of these heroes only getting started at this point of the game. This turn's going to start with the Hunter's Clave activation. Once again, 1 go again, annoying. Assassin Daggers, perennially annoying, time and time again, facing down that 1. It doesn't matter till it does.
It's a little less annoying when you're a deck that has access to Voltic Veils and Cosmic Sutures, because you can go ahead and put a prevention effect on the stack, and the prevention floats for the rest of the turn as well. Even if you just prevent 1, you still have 3 more floating from, say, a Cosmic Suture.
Vore takes his ping from the Echo Flash, picks up a fresh card here, again forced to make a host of decisions on Jacob Clements' turn.
Also, if anyone's wondering how Alexander Vore has an arsenal after the Inertia token, it's because of the Ponder token that he had as well at the end of that turn. So trigger Inertia first and then trigger Ponder, still get an arsenal, still has a 5-card hand to Jacob Clements. As he pitches his 2nd copy of Codex of Inertia. We saw how effective that was on the previous turn cycle. He only has 2 copies of that card, and that's the 2nd one now headed to the pitch zone.
Vore deep in the tank, facing down this attack for 1.
I'll say no box.
They all matter here at the Pro Tour semifinals.
I'll say 125.
Takes 1, finally marked. After the first turn, it feels like Jacob Clements has finally landed a mark on Alexander Vore.
Follow-up going to be important here for Clements.
And as we talk about codexes and power cards, I have to point out the Codex of Frailty less powerful in this matchup because the opponent, even if the arsenal's empty, won't need to discard anything because they just don't have attacks in the graveyard. So nothing to recur from Codex of Frailty, which also means the Frailty token not going to do much either.
Here's our first Kiss of Death of the matchup. Signature Arakni Marionette card.
Scary card to block. But you're very happy to put prevention effects in front of this because those can't get Tarantula Toxined.
I can't believe Jacob Clements doesn't have full art Kiss of Deaths.
He plays with his equipment unsleeved, Bryan.
Surely after this Pro Tour, he can go ahead and spring for a couple copies.
Hopefully he sleeves those, though. We saw him reject the sleeves given to him by Noah Clark. So get them out of here. For a couple of on-hits being threatened over here by Jacob Clements. There's, of course, the on-hit lose a life from the Kiss of Death, but also on-hit go again, thanks to Arakni Marionette's base form ability when you send a stealth attack at a marked hero.
Or again, back into the tank.
Putting a blocking card in front of Kiss of Death never feels good. I think we've seen one Tarantula Toxin, which is played on the Art of Desire body.
I'll give it +7 and go again. So
4, 7, 11.
Double pump here from Jacob Clements. 11 go again is the ask here. Kiss of Death trigger also potentially coming through.
Already has go again from Stains of the Roadback. Doesn't need to hit for it. So currently face up, 8 damage going to be leaking over to Alexander Vore. We spoke about this. The Assassin deck just has raw, efficient numbers. Arcane damage, not efficient. These Assassin cards, though, deal a lot of damage very, very quickly.
Vore's life total starting to creep down. And the pressure just gets more and more intense.
And giving go again to Kiss of Death effectively means that they're going to take a guaranteed 2 more damage later on this chain link because Kiss of Death can be flicked via flick knives.
Yeah, a follow-up Mark of the Black Widow complicates things a little bit, though. We may also want to take the mark here should Vore go ahead and choose no blocks. So again, another tough decision put the way of Alexander Vore.
It is very scary to go down to 0 claves, though. We've also already seen 1 pick up the point already. So going down to 0 claves and losing the mark on this turn, should the mark for the Black Widow hit, it's a bit of a scary proposition, but maybe you're okay with that as the life totals get lower and lower on Alexander Vore's side.
Just really like the bluff equity that Jacob Clements gains here. Maybe he's not even contemplating. Yeah, he still goes ahead and flicks the Kiss of Death.
Can't flick the clave then. Alexander Vore calling out that bluff just shows you the mastery that he has in this matchup as well. A lot of players might have folded to that saying, oh, I have to block 4 on this, maybe fold a hand. But he's recognizing it's so risky for Jacob Clements to go to 0 claves. You cannot do that if your opponent's still in double-digit life totals. Maybe once they get down to like 5, 6 range is a bit more equitable to do that. But at this point, Jacob Clements taking a little bit of the safer line. He is quite far ahead right now, and so there's no need to take risks.
Vore's life total continuing to tick down, starting to get a little bit into those precarious ranges, sitting at 12. We've seen Marionette players kill people for much higher life totals here in our feature match area.
What do you have life at?
Speaking of precarious life totals, though, I have to point out Storm Striders available for
fair
Alexander
enough.
Vore. Both players need to be very wary of reaching low life totals. Tarantula Toxin on Jacob Clements' side, Storm Striders on Alexander Vore's side.
That can't have been why we paused the timer, because that happened.
Both of these players capable of putting their opponents into the danger zone. Flashbolt is still on offer here from Alexander Vore. Players just sorting out life totals, making sure they're accurate.
Strong hand picked up by Jacob Clements over here. Go again attack, Dagger Pump with a Tarantula Toxin to back that up as well. There's 12 life points on Alexander Vore's side. Going to very much be threatened by Jacob Clements on his turn.
And then this is for 6 with the amp.
Yeah, so I'll go to 18.
Finally, some impressive damage coming out from Alexander Vore. 3 into 6. Jacob Clements going to fall down to 18, but we know he's got a big hand rolled up here. How are the defensive pieces over on Vore's side?
We know he's not running any defense reactions in contrast to Majin Bey's Oscilio list, instead opting for the prevention effects that don't, put blocking cards on the chain.
Does have Cloud Cover and Suture here this go around, but Jacob Clements now, via cut from the same cloth, gets to know that information. We'll have to see how that changes his play and what exactly he wants to do to navigate around some of these prevention effects.
Interesting thing about Alexander Vore. Vore's Oscilio deck, though. They can see your hand, but you have the Oscilio hero ability
Yeah, you
to at
get to
least
reset.
change one of them and deny some information. Sigil of Brilliance as well. If you deploy it now, draw a card in your turn, they don't know what the card is as well. However, in this hand, the only yellow here, so very likely potentially going to be used as a resource card.
Thinking now on the follow-up, considering the information he's recently learned, it is going to be pick up the point. No buff conferred as of yet. No retrieval going on here. Is dagger rich.
Has a blue in hand alongside a Tarantula Toxin. Interesting note about Cloud Cover over here. If you deploy it too early, Jacob Clements can go ahead and flick a dagger to threaten the full 3 damage prevention on Cloud Cover. Cloud Cover is instance-based damage prevention. It prevents 3 damage from the next source that you would take damage from. But of course, he also has Cosmic Suture, and then he can decide which one is the one that soaks up the prevention damage. So lots of reaction speed and instant speed interactions available to both players here.
All the decisions here feel so finicky. You have to just get it exactly right, Pankaj, or there's capacity for your opponent to punish you.
I'll block 3. Any reactions? No reactions from me. I'll pitch an attack for 5, go again.
So I'd like to remind our viewers that the last time these two players faced off was in the finals of a Battle Hardened in this matchup where Alexander Vore did take the W against Jacob Clements.
Now you say this matchup, Pankaj. Very different look at Oscilio back in that time. But noted, players have history with each other.
It's a Pro Tour top 8. So many of these players have gloried histories against each other, especially when you're as decorated as these two on our screen. Alexander Vore been with us since the first ever Pro Tour in the game.
Alright, in layer, I'll play Cloud Cover.
Looking to respond to this in the layer step is Alexander Vore. Cloud Cover deployed, Plutonic Star Plate resource gained. Follow-up Cosmic Suture here.
And the Cloud Cover also goes into the yard that allows him to activate Volzar Meteor Storm. Also triggers the Starfall on Cosmic Suture. So this is going to be 2 Arcane.
Okay, I should take 1 of 17.
And the nice thing about this is that this prevention just doesn't leave him open to Tarantula Toxin at all. Of course, Hunter's Clave not even a stealth attack, so you can't get both modes on it. But the flexibility of getting to prevent damage without opening yourself up to effects like that is incredible in this matchup.
So a good turn there from Jacob, but ultimately strayed from the path, went ahead and gave the onus back to Alexander Vore. Alex found a nice defending line there, left himself unvulnerable to Tarantula Toxin, but that means Tarantula Toxin sticking around another turn now in Jacob Clements' arsenal, and Alexander Vore just forced to pass again. So a very similar turn about to be played out.
I have to point out, Alexander Vore did pass with 1 resource floating on the previous turn cycle of the Plutonic Star Plate, and he did block with a strike twice as well, on a turn where he did end up chipping some arcane damage to Jacob Clements. So had he held on to the strike twice, he would have been able to deal 3 more damage to Jacob on his turn, but opting instead to convert it for 3 points of defense instead. So it tells us he seems to maybe want to let the game go a little bit longer, rather than trade 3 points of life for 3 points of offense.
Clements would love to find a mark here. It's been challenging. Vore rich with prevention effects.
This time, though, looks like there is another copy of Cosmic Suture in that hand.
Oscilio activation, gonna refresh the hand a bit.
There's 4 instants in this hand, so able to discard any one of these. So many decision points in this Oscilio deck on both sides of the turn cycle. Picks up Chromatic Refinement. Don't quite know what's in the arsenal for Alexander Vore.
Thinking about defenses here on that Hunter's Clave.
So thanks to the discard of the Flashbolt, Starfall now live, so is Volzar Meteor Storm. Exactly why this deck is known by some as a counter burn strategy. When your opponent plays cards, you defend them while pinging them for arcane damage.
In layer. I'm gonna
Once
play
again,
here, trigger
Cosmic
play.
Suture going to come out.
And let me
Plutonic
think about
Starplate doing its thing.
Going to have to see, it's a couple of times now that Alexander Vore hasn't been able to make use of the resource provided by Plutonic Starplate. And then this turn cycle with the pitch of the Echo Flash as well, it could just be the case that Starplate hasn't done too much in this game.
No, so one arcane.
Offer of one arcane here. Clements does have a resource floating in this instance. Happy to prevent. Nice to get that little bit of efficiency.
In reactions, I'll make it 7.
Time for reactions from Jacob Clements. Just +3s across the board here.
This is how badly he wants the mark, using both Tarantula Toxin and To the Point of Air, both of which offer much more than just 3 damage. Using it here because he wants the mark. He's also holding on to a Kiss of Death as well, recognizing that he can't win this game unless he lands that mark on his opponent.
Yeah, and gets over the hump there, gets over the Cosmic Suture. Damage is offered. Alexander Vore now marked.
Have to point out, that is the second Tarantula Toxin, though, used by Jacob Clements. That's a resource that Alexander Vore is certainly going to keep track of. He has done a very good job of playing around this card so far, and now only has to contend with one more copy in the deck somewhere.
Here is that Kiss of Death. Last card in hand for Clements, I believe, is a Leave No Witnesses.
Which would be devastating to Alexander Vore in this spot. Because at this point, the rest of his hand does not block, and he's also already activated the Oscilio hero ability.
Does have the option to get the Stalker Steps involved here, potentially.
Or it's just, if he hits with his Kiss of Death. Opponent is marked, your base form, Kiss of Death hits, gets go again, you can send Leap No Witnesses and even flick the Kiss of Death afterwards as well. Now we see why Jacob Clements was prioritizing that mark so highly.
Feels like he will get another chain link either way if he wants it. Of course, giving up that Stalker's Steps comes with some significant downside. Lose one of your important AB slots.
And if we are correct in that the last card in his hand is the Leave No Witnesses, we might actually just be staring down lethal here on Alexander Vore's side. It seems to be fairly clear to both players that there isn't a defensive piece in the arsenal. So Kiss of Death will come in for 5. Leave No Witnesses is 4. You can flick Kiss as well for an additional 2 damage.
This is still that arsenal that Vore hesitated on, if I'm correct, Pankaj. Unclear exactly what that means. But really being put to the test here pretty early on by Jacob Clements.
I'm wondering, is one of the cards in his hand a Constella Contemplation? I saw a yellow instant. I know one of them is a Chromatic Refinement.
Wants to defend for 1.
It's an
with
uplift.
Third Eye of the Sphinx. Damage comes through.
And is it the Leave No Witnesses in hand for Jacob Clements?
It is, in fact, Leave No Witnesses. 4 is the offer here from Clements.
This is lethal being presented right now thanks to Flick Knives. Flick Knives, a Kiss of Death, is an extra 2 damage on top of the 4 of this Leave No Witnesses. Are we witnessing just potentially the end of this game and our first finalist of Pro Tour Las Vegas?
Vore would need something unknown in that arsenal, but it just doesn't really make sense, Pankaj.
He would have used it in the Kiss of Death if he was able to prevent 4 damage.
He's contemplating. Are there outs here for Alexander Vore, or has Jacob Clements done it yet again? Shifting those cards around, begging for them to be something else.
That's a turn to Mindfire and Arsenal, Bryan. I think this might be it. 6 damage being presented right now to Alexander Vore's 5. 2 no blocks in hand. Can he generate a Ponder somehow?
Storm Striders. Okay.
Okay. So you can create a Ponder.
Yeah.
You're tapping, so 6.
And then you can activate the Sphinx to draw from the Ponder.
A defending card?
Tap for
He's
Ponder.
just looking for any out.
Yeah. This keeps you alive.
Sphinx is blocking, but the chain is open. You can still activate it here. Tap it, draw a card. Does that card block?
Picks up a fresh one.
It's a Sigil of Solace!
Okay, that card has some
So he
history
survives.
here in our feature match area. Look, things are still dire for Alexander Vore here.
Yeah, heal 3.
Does find a sigil.
Take 2 to
Moves
6,
to 8.
and then no box 2. And I banish the top card. I make a silver.
Silver picked up for Clements. Vore, though, has used a lot of resources here. Jacob Clements still healthy, and Vore at a very, very vulnerable life total now.
The Storm Stride is being used. Jacob Clements can breathe a huge sigh of relief, seeing the legendary boots piece hit the graveyard for Alexander Vore, but he survives. He finds the line, finds the out to survive what was lethal on the stack. Can he do it again?
Shalisare coming in. This is a nightmare situation, Pankaj. It's so hard to navigate through these scenarios against an assassin. I will say Alexander Vore has the advantage of being able to prevent a lot of damage at instant speed. It gives you flexibility. But when your life total is this low, is flexibility going to matter?
And not much flexibility in that hand, Bryan. I see no instance. There is the mental block. The remaining cards do block, but how do you make the call of how many reactions Jacob Clements might present on this Graphene Calistera? Also remember, Stalker Steps available for him to give this go again, regardless of how Alexander Vore blocks.
It feels like what Vore has to do at this point is figure out how bad can Clements' hand be that I actually survive and play towards that out. You can't possibly deal with a full output hand from this Marionette. Blocks 3 here with the Ether Flare. Reactions called for by Clements.
Very careful here. He has +9 potentially available at reaction speed here. Incision and 2 scar tissues.
Step 1, scar tissue. Step 2, scar tissue. Offer is now 7. Coming over 3 block. How much more prevention does Vore have in hand? Does he have any reprieve here from the onslaught of daggers that Marionette continues to pour down?
Has a mental block in hand. And 2-3 block actions. This time no Sphinx.
No, and the fist bump is extended, and Jacob Clements is our first Pro Tour finalist on the back of Arakni Marionette.
In what was looking to be a fairly tricky matchup for him to navigate all those instant speed prevention effects, not allowing him to block when Mask of Deceit can't even present it in this matchup. Jacob Clements comes out on top.
Vore did absolutely everything he could in that matchup, showed why this deck is so cool, what it's capable of, why he was unblemished up until this point in the CC rounds. But right now, Jacob Clements just feels too strong for everyone in the world. He feels absolutely unbeatable. Let's go ahead and refresh that bracket, show you how far we have come, and we have crowned our first Pro Tour finalist, and so fitting. It is Jacob Clements currently occupying that slot. Only one match left to go ahead and determine what the finals will be. Is Jacob Clements going to once again have to take on an Oscilio, a totally different look of Oscilio, or is he going to get the matchup against Jonathan Magnusson, a rematch? And we saw Jonathan Magnusson absolutely rinse Jacob Clements in our Swiss round. So I think I have a feeling what Jacob Clements is hoping for here.
The 8th seed buff has finally been broken as Alexander Vore falls to our current forerunner of the Player of the Year race. Jacob Clements makes it to the finals, awaiting his next opponent now.
A great performance here from Alexander Vore, a second tier 4 added to his resume. We've seen so much of Alexander Vore throughout the years. I'm always so impressed by his approach to the game, his demeanor. No shame in a semifinals finish here at the Pro Tour, but there can only be one Pro Tour champion, just like there can only be one champion of a very landmark event. Calling 100 is just around the corner. Pankaj, I gotta know, are you making the trip down to Calling 100?
I am, for sure. In which capacity, I do not know yet, but we shall see. I will be there.
Let's go ahead and look at what we have on offer. There you see it, the latest Champions Prize card. It is Circlet of the Eternal End coming to you in Usurp the Shadow Throne, a brand new generic legendary, going to be very, very powerful for that metagame that's coming up in the very near future. You're going to want to be there in Atlanta. I believe the first time we've head to Atlanta for a major event, a great TCG City. I've been to Atlanta so many times. Always have a blast when I'm there. Very easy to travel to all over the world. An absolutely international travel hub. And there's a lot of reasons you're going to want to be there. For me, this might be the biggest reason. How about that beautiful cold foil sink below?
Absolutely gorgeous. And that's not all for Flesh and Blood fans all over the world. For those of you who really enjoy and miss the Living Legend format and your Living Legend heroes, the beloved heroes of the past, there is going to be a Living Legend Championship available at the 100th calling as well, with quite a little bit of cash up for grabs.
Yeah, I hope all the Living Legend fans around the world, of which I talked to many, you know, it may have taken a little step back for the time being, but we pledged we would go ahead and offer a chance for the fans to get involved for high stakes. This Living Legend Championship going to go ahead and show off that format. And honestly, Pankaj, last time we engaged with that format, it was pretty freaking cool.
It was really cool. At Worlds Philadelphia, we saw a whole host of Living Legend heroes. I'm really curious how that format has evolved.
Yeah, we saw Dash.io do a lot back then. Chain, still a threat, as you would expect. So much to unpack with the Living Legend format. But right now, the focus remains on CC. We have our first finalist, but there is still another finalist to go ahead and anoint. And yeah, it could be Betsy, folks. You're going to want to stay tuned. You don't want to go anywhere. There's one more match of CC coming up. The highest stakes games in Flesh and Blood about to be played. We saw Jacob Clements just go ahead and continue to build that impressive resume, continue to cement himself as perhaps the best player in the world. Who's going to join him in the finals? Find out next.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
The Usurp the Shadow Throne world premiere in Seoul is sure to be to die for. Get your hands on stunning Korea-exclusive K-pop Malice promo cards and be the first to experience the descent into darkness with Flesh and Blood's Milestone 20th set. Tickets are live now, so head to lgdevents.com to secure yours before they sell out. Jacob Clements makes up one half of our finals here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, but there's one half remaining for us to solve, and it's quite the puzzle, if you ask me. On one side of the fight, the Logfather himself, Jonathan Magnusson, still rocking that Betsy skin in the game. But if he wants to go one step further, he needs to get through the pride of Brazil in the form of Filipe Lima Cardoso.
Yeah, and we've already seen Filipe do it once today in the quarterfinals, taking down a Betsy. Can he make it 2 from 2? That is the question in front of Filipe.
If you're just joining us for all of the magic, let's check out how the top 8 has shook out so far. We do have ourselves Jacob Clements parked and ready to go, trying to make for the 3rd straight weekend of Premier event wins. It was UK Nationals into Calling Shinjuku. First place, might very well be first place again.
It's just ridiculous, to be honest. And we could spend so much time talking about this, but I just go back to what Jacob said to me on Thursday. He said, I'm going to prove how skill-intensive Flesh and Blood is right now by just winning this weekend. So that is his plan, but he has one more to go. And before then, we have to find out who the wall in front of him will be. Will it be J-Mags, as you say, in that Betsy, or will it be Oscilio in the hands of Filipe, who has also been on a bit of a tear recently as well, putting up some really strong results, and he felt really grateful, really proud, really happy. He said second time is better.
Second time proved it, I think, was the
word.
That's
what he said.
It wasn't luck, wasn't a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hayden, Betsy, Oscilio, not a matchup I had my pulse on heading into the Pro Tour. Have you garnered many thoughts about it from what we've managed to see in the feature match area this weekend?
Certainly tried to over this last day or two, especially this morning as well, talking to some of our players as well, and did have the chance this morning to speak to Filipe about this matchup in particular. That was his matchup against Bryce. However, very, very similar approach, I'm sure, for Filipe in this one. And he spoke about the fact that what he is leaning on is some of that arcane damage he has. But we'll talk about all those things. I'm sure it's going to be a cracker.
So will it be betting big in Las Vegas, or are we lighting up with Wraith's biggest lamp? Let's make our way down into the feature match area.
What is this going to hit? Is this going to be an instant?
It is an instant off the top for Filipe Lima Cardoso. Huge reveal.
It's time to raise those logs in defiance or wish your opponent will be gone in a flash. Jonathan Magnusson, Betsy, skin in the game. Filipe, Lima Cardoso, Oscilio, Constella Intelligence. Big deal here, second versus third. Choice goes to Filipe, will choose to go first.
Yeah, and a big part of that is obviously knowing what Jonathan is working with in terms of understanding the arcane barrier at his disposal. It is going to be AB2 with no rune boots and no rune gloves. So if Filipe can leak through some arcane damage on turn 0, set up something powerful, I think Filipe is looking for a big combo turn at some point. So something like a Gone in a Flash or another sort of instant in that arsenal to start on turn 0 will be prime.
Let's check in with the roads that got us to this feature match. Starting things off with J-Mags. We see multiple Oscilios here. One at the very beginning, one at the very end. Managed to squeak it out against John Zapata. Fell short against Majin Bay when it mattered most.
Yeah, two very strong Oscilio players there as well. Two well-known North American players, 1-1 through the Swiss rounds, as another opportunity to make it a positive record in the semifinals.
On the other side, for the pride of Brazil, looking at a pretty strong record all the way through. Also lost to Majin Bay in round 13, lost to another Oscilio in round number 2, but unsurprisingly, didn't bump into Betsy on the way up the ladder.
No, it took until day 3, Sunday, top 8, to finally run into a Betsy, and he got the W done in that quarterfinals.
Time for us to take a peek at the deck lists for these players. Jonathan Magnusson, Betsy skin in the game here. You were just alluding to Arcane Barrier 2 here in the form of null rune gloves and null rune boots. But what else should we be looking at in this matchup?
The life gain. I think it's about, can Jonathan potentially get out of reach? He's going to try and really beat down with attacks as much as possible, pile drivers. We may see double down come back into it potentially. We saw that in the quarterfinal match as well. We'll see if that shows up here. But yeah, going to be trying to present a lot of damage, and then I'm looking out for those Fiddler's Greens. The Sigils, of course, Fiddler's strong because we will be seeing attack actions from Filipe, so he will be able to get value out of those with the life gain. Outside of that, it's really just about how much damage he can do. Slap Happy is a 2-of, also for some damage prevention. After that, defense reactions, and just damage, 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 as you see the Fiddler's Green life totals there. Slap Happy as well, alongside that life gain.
Yeah, Slap Happy, I guess even like to be continued, kind of on my mind a little bit here. As we said, Filipe seems to be insistent that Arcane is the way to win this game in the end game. Those prevention effects going to prove a big deal when it comes to taking care of that. On the other side of the coin, Oscilio Constella Intelligence from Filipe, Lima, Cardoso. Walk me through what stands out to you here, Hayden.
Yeah, you spoke about arcane damage as being the way, and I think at some point in the game, Filipe will need a really strong leak turn of physical damage as well, so he'll have to think about how he sets that up. That's probably a Gone in a Flash turn, I would have thought. However, he does have access to these 2 flash bolts. He's got a number of other ways to deal arcane damage, Comet, Collision as well, Meteoric Impact, so he has a decent number of ways to deal arcane damage alongside all of those incidental little pieces of arcane damage from the instants, the shocks, etc. But yeah, I do believe we're going to have to try and find one sort of big damage turn if we can. Maybe set up something like an E-pot and try and find something like that. But that's what I'll be watching out for on the side of Filipe.
Betsy versus Oscilio, Magnusson versus Cardoso. Our second semi-final is now underway. Let's get down and check out the loadouts as they come up in real time. Love to see the camaraderie between our players here. No surprises on the side of Magnusson. Arcane Barrier 2. For Cardoso, relying on Old Knocker, Braces of Belief, Lightning Greaves, and Crown of Provenance.
No surprises in the equipment loadouts for these 2 players, and yeah, the passion down in the feature match area. It's been like that all day, to be honest. Our players have just been so excited to be down there. All of this top 8 are very passionate players, and they show that as well. They show their enjoyment down there. And especially when they win, of course.
It's one of the nicest things about the competitive Flesh and Blood circuit. The more you compete, the more you just get to know everyone. If you're finding success at these events, you bump into the same faces. It's the same players who are going on that same journey as you. And eventually, you find you've got plenty of mutual ground to share as you go.
I'm sure they'll lock in, but having a nice chat before we start the game. And as you see, it's going to be Filipe leading us off. So want to take a look in at what he is working with. You see an Astral Bridge there. Couple of yellow instants by the look of it as well. So maybe not much of a chance to deal arcane damage on this first turn or sneak it through. However, it looks like we'll have at least maybe a defense reaction to set up if he wants to choose that way, or try and set up maybe that Astral Bridge even if he was looking that way. Now, we saw in the last game he was actually trying to pitch that and set that up once he knew what was on top of the deck. So let's watch closely as to how Filipe starts this game. You'll see the intent, I'm sure, straight away.
You can see the posturing here for Filipe. As we kind of have a bit of a troublesome hand. This is somewhat important instance and no real way to gain value out of them on turn 0. And so assessing, do I need to Oscilio? Can I afford to do that? Can I filter through? How safe or in danger am I? If I leave these no blocks in my hand, it will be an Oscilio activation to start things off here, discarding away one of those Astral Bridges to find an Entwined Lightning off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and that is big because we saw in that quarterfinal, Filipe went really close to fatigue in that match, so has to think about the deck density and the threat damage he actually has in the deck, and has to be careful when he activates these Oscilios.
In that vein, Oscilio hero ability very powerful in terms of card filtering, but in a matchup like this that is so block-centric, how aggressively can you afford to use that hero ability?
Yeah, it's not much, honestly.
Okay, let's take a look at how Filipe wants to navigate this one even further. Doesn't seem super satisfied with the solution to that hero ability activation. J-Mag's pretty happy to just wait and see, and will be a pass. Alrighty, back to Jonathan we go for the first time here on turn number 0. Nice and simple. Going to pitch away that Fate Foreseen. We've seen this numerous times from Magnusson over the course of the top 8. More than happy to keep those defensive reactions tucked away for the final turns where they're needed. For now, just makes for a nice, efficient play. We have see another Fate Foreseen and I believe a Slap Happy in the hand, so had to get rid of one of them, one way or the other. We'll cover this up with Shelter from the Storm to earn the first gold for Cardoso.
Very defense heavy there for Jonathan Magnusson. And actually, this morning when I spoke to Filipe, he spoke about gold. He said, if I can deny my Betsy opponents gold for as long as possible, that really hampers their plan, because once they start getting a roll on those wages and those vigors and things like that, then they can start more efficiently attacking me, block out, then send 1-card pile driver. So the longer I can keep them off gold, the better it will go for me.
Entwined Lightning met by Fate Foreseen. Opt will happen for Magnusson. Taking a look. Seems happy enough to keep that card on top. Oscilio activation seems to be reached for here by Cardoso, discarding that Constella uplift that was seen. And fused for Entwined Lightning finds Sigil of Aether as the top card. Chain will close. We'll just see that played out. And a quick pass back to Magnusson here.
You asked Scott, how aggressively can you use this Oscilio hero ability? And it really depends on what Filipe is trying to do. So I think the turns where he's trying to push damage, he is free to do so. Any turns where he is trying to set up to find something specific to deal damage, I believe he needs to do it. What he needs to be careful of is doing it to just cycle cards to find something that could be a little bit of incremental damage or might get him some damage through or might block a little bit better. He's got to think about all of those.
Pile driver swing, gold on wager here. Will be 6 coming through. Card kept in hand for Magnusson. Does kind of smell of a prevention effect or a defense reaction of sorts.
Jonathan's had a lot of those to start the game in this hand. Of course, he plays a high number of them as well.
Tough one here for Cardoso. Fate Foreseen available in Line Strike. Will cover this if needed, but the other 2 cards, Electrostatic Discharge and Echo Flash. Another Constella uplift in the arsenal.
Yeah, Filipe needs to be careful. I know we just said he wants to keep the gold out, but he also needs to be able to present damage back, and if he blocks a 2 card, sends 2 cards, he's playing into Jonathan Magnusson's plan. That is not going to go well long term. So you see him finally say, okay, I found a hand that I think can push some damage, so I will take the 6 here.
Gold generated under Betsy's control, and we'll make our way back over to Filipe. Gonna see that Sigil of Aether activation met with Volzar. We'll amp this one up just a little bit, trying to gain a little bit of bonus amp on a future effect. Going to see the Constella uplift jumping on top of this. So 1 arcane from the uplift is going to untap Volzar in the middle. Does give Cardoso a window to tap it again before that Sigil of Aether resolves. Slap Happy going to blow that one out nice and clean. No additional amp going to be available here from that Sigil of Aether.
You see how effective that Slap Happy is, and I think important to note that we've pitched another Slap Happy, whether that'll be relevant in the endgame or perhaps Filipe, if he's going to claim victory in this matchup, maybe trying to get things done before we get back to that point.
Love this sequencing. We see the Volzar tapped again, holding on priority with the Slap Happy. We know that Echo Flash is in hand, can be discarded to Oscilio. Let this resolve and then attempt to push through this damage with a different source of arcane. A moment of pause here for Filipe as he decides if that is the correct choice here.
Yeah. It's resolved already. Yep. Okay.
Players just confirming the Volzar has resolved there underneath. So Amp 2 on the stack, Sigil of Aether on the stack. And because Volzar has resolved, that makes this Echo Flash significantly worse because we would move that Amp forward onto the Echo Flash. So Filipe confirming, I want Slap Happy to be on the stack. I don't want this to have resolved yet.
Yeah, a little bit of complicated sequencing here, and Filipe trying to get the most out of... He wants Sigil to proc, effectively, right? So got to try and work his way through that.
I think it was more important to make sure the amp wasn't wasted into the Slap Happy here. So Volzars were available, didn't want it getting sucked up on Sigil of Aether, so wants to move them forward onto this Echo Flash and let Slap Happy take care of one Arcane from Sigil of Aether.
Yeah, great call there.
Card will be drawn from the Oscilio hero ability, finds Comet Storm Shock.
Okay.
Sigil of Aether walks face first into a bald-headed individual. Bigger token will be made as a result.
Arcane damage is where Filipe is going to get this done. So any turns where he can find some arcane damage feels strong. However, we're just going to go physical damage here and see if we can tax Jonathan Magnusson's hand. Maybe we can take the full hand or even leak some damage here.
10 damage from this inline strike puts the Comet Storm on the bottom, where it will be best served as we get closer to that fatigue end state. For now, Fate Foreseen, the card kept to hopefully keep a log in check. For now, sink below. Meeting this Enlightened Strike will take the rest of this damage. No need to sink, however, on the side of Magnusson.
I like that, actually. Filipe choosing to go physical damage there because the Vigor token's been made, so he knows minimum. If Jonathan keeps that one blue back, he can always send the pile driver, even Tunic was up this turn anyway. So a good opportunity to try and push the physical damage and say, well, do you want to take 3 additional damage or do you want to block on this turn? And if you want to keep that tempo going, you're going to have to take some damage, which is what we see.
Gold wagered on the pile driver swing. 6 physical damage coming in at Cardoso. Looking at a hand of Enlightened Strike here. Thunderous Retort, Scar for a Scar, and Meteoric Impact.
Thunderous Retort's an interesting one. He's just playing extra cards, so definitely worried about fatigue in some ways and just playing additional sources of instants. And you saw Filipe starting to put some of that arcane damage to the bottom, so he is definitely thinking very clearly about second cycle.
Yeah, Cardoso talked about Thunderous Retort just a little bit. Essentially a red Sigil of Lightning. Just doesn't want Ravenous Rabble to reveal a blue on top of the deck. And so wants a way to not lose that damage. And we'll still use it as a next attack gets go again at the start of the turn. One way or the other. Turns up in this deck has looked very impressive all weekend.
Okay, so I'm learning something new with Thunderous Retort. I wasn't really realizing that's exactly why they're playing that. So
Scar for a Scar, 4 go again here. 33 plays 27 in favor of Betsy for now. Magnusson reaching for Warmonger's Diplomacy to play defense here. 1 damage leaks through, down to 32. Rest of that hand, Meteoric Impact and Thunderous Retort. Card in Arsenal to go alongside it. We'll see Oscilio activated, discards the Retort to draw a fresh one. Finds Constella Contemplation. Ponder Generation available from that one. A little bit of tickle of arcane damage as well. Does choose to use it on Resource Duty to power out Meteoric Impact here. Volzar jumping in alongside it means this is 6 arcane.
Yeah, nice chunk of damage. And Felipe's managing to walk Jonathan Magnusson's life total down reasonably well here so far, down to 32. Now, we do know that Jonathan has access to life gain in the form of Fiddler's Green and Sigil of Solace, of course. But if Filipe can just continue this game plan, he might be able to get into a spot for the in-game where he can sort of push finally with that arcane damage, and let's not discount a big potential Gone in Flash turn at some point.
Happy to Arcane Barrier 2 here. Brings Magnusson down to 28. 2 cards left in hand, though. Tunic still available if required to make this pile driver turn come together. Looks like we see a Command and Conquer in hand. It's going to line up perfectly with double down from the Arsenal here. Going to see this gold cashed in to play double down, to activate Good Time Chapeau, and send Cardoso the bill.
Wow. Going to be a big turn here for Jonathan Magnusson. He parked that double down in Arsenal previously and just didn't have to wait long either before the CNC showed up.
Double down a card I feel like so many people underestimate. About to get a whole lot better with Mastery Pack Guardian. Olympia makes real dangerous work of this one, cashing in equipment to play it for 3 as well. Double dip on those tokens, give +3 and overpower. Crazy looking stuff.
Yeah, both our previous two mastery packs really benefiting from this double down Guardian and now Warrior.
Representing those 4 tokens. Filipe here doing as we were in JMag's last game. Okay, so this doubles, and you get how many tokens, and how many times did you wager? How in trouble am I?
2 times 2. Yeah, and Filipe has a Fate for Scene in Arsenal, right? So this is not ideal for Filipe. He's kind of got caught on the turn where he's decided to finally put a defense reaction into Arsenal.
Goes spinning for a fresh card, discarding Echo Flash, finds Ravenous Rabble off the top. Joins Entwined Lightning, Astral Bridge, and Sigil of Solace in the hand. Hand blocks about as well as Soup. Unlikely to keep this Command and Conquer. 9 and overpower in check.
Filipe weighing it up here. I can't see. So he's got 5 in hand for defense value.
Looks like just the 4 to me. Entwined Lightning and Ravenous Rabble. The other 2 are instants, unfortunately.
Entwined Lightning. Yeah, so can't really keep this one out here.
Yeah, no way to do it unless you want to give up Old Knocker, which doesn't really seem like a great place to be.
Yeah, you have to... even then, you can't keep it out, right? This is for 9?
Oh, correct. Oh, yeah, overpower is a relevant factor in this situation. Not something I'm typically considering when playing Oscilio, but you're very right. No way of denying this. So Filipe is deciding how best to navigate the turn going forward in the face of the information that's just been gained.
I guess so. And I just want to point that out. Like, you may be wondering, okay, why does Filipe tank here when there's nothing he can really do? But it's all about hiding information. Jonathan doesn't know that. So Filipe should work out exactly what he's going to do on his turn now, use that time, and then when Filipe gets to his turn, he's already pieced it out and worked it out, but given Jonathan as little information as possible.
Honestly, it's the perfect spot for that tank too, because Crown of Providence is still here. So even from Jonathan Magnusson's perspective, there is always some consideration that there was a play in response to that Command and Conquer. For now, Ravenous Rabble comes in for 4 go again as the first play of Cardoso's turn. What did you show? Was a Sigil of Solace on top of the deck for Filipe.
I think that's just good practice as well. You should be doing most of your thinking typically on your opponent's turn when you are deciding how you're going to defend or how you're going to navigate their turn, because when you get back to your turn, the cards don't typically change. The situation doesn't typically change. So at that first point of contact, you can make all that decision and move through, and Filipe just showing that excellently there.
In response to this one, copy of To Be Continued deployed here, so the first point of damage each turn will be prevented while this one is sitting around. Very good at covering up breakpoints at the worst.
Very impressive card this weekend as well.
So Cardoso would like to continue with Astral Bridge. Unsurprisingly, finds an instant on top in the form of Sigil of Solace. Will A be the point of arcane damage coming across, but that Sigil will pretty happily gain 3 life. Ripple Away, gonna be on defense here. To Be Continued, covering up the remaining point from Ravenous Rabble before Entwine Lightning comes in. No fuse here, met by Nasty Surprise to bleed over a point, leaves us at 25, plays 18 in favor of Magnusson. Sigil of Solace going in the arsenal for Filipe.
Yeah, life totals have closed up. However, Jonathan Magnusson is going to have a 0-card 10 on this turn.
Yeah, this continues to feel illegal. Not quite as large as our previous log of the sort, but 0-card 10 that on hit makes a gold is kind of uncontestable in terms of rate.
Yeah, it felt really reasonable until the on-hit gold was added to the equation, actually.
There's a tiebreaker in there. You know, I get it. Meteoric Impact, Comet Storm Shock, I should say, in the hand, which seems to be leaning defense here for Filipe. He's definitely got the back against the wall right now, but some potent arcane effects in the hand alongside additional damage. The gold will be made from Pile Driver.
Yeah, hand looks like it's got a chunk of damage in it, though, for Filipe here.
Start things off with Ravenous Rabble, get more information. Favor Scene on top this time around.
Oh, it's a big bit of information for Jonathan Magnusson there as well, knowing that that is on top and will be drawn in the next hand, if not drawn earlier, depending on if Filipe does activate Oscilio.
Hand contains Suspense is Killing Me. To Be Continued on the side of J-Mags. Reaching forward for what I believe is a defense reaction to cover up this Ravenous Rabble. Reaching for Chapeau, so it looks like Fiddler's Green even alongside this. Try and soak up as much as possible, hopefully insulate the life total once that effect goes into the bin.
Yeah, you've got to get the Fiddler's Green out now on this first chain link because you don't know, as Jonathan, if Filipe is going to go physical or arcane damage afterwards. And floating around a Fiddler's Green is not where you want to be. Obviously, doesn't go well in the arsenal.
Thankfully, to be continued, does cover up that breakpoint, so nothing coming through once the Chapeau has jumped in front too. Fiddler's Green will bring us to 28. Oscilio activation discards Constella Contemplation, will pitch away the Fate Foreseen to fund the bill on Meteoric Impact. Not a card we were interested in having in our next hand, and the arsenal we have, good enough as it stands.
Yeah, rather than playing out the Sigil there and activating Volzar that way, decides to just cash in the Contemplation. Obviously not a card that Filipe particularly feels is worthwhile, and would rather have the life from the Sigil and an arsenal to stick around for a future turn. Bit of hidden information there as well, which helps. Jonathan still doesn't know what this card is in the arsenal. It could be a Gone Flash, for instance, that Filipe has been trying to set up, and Jonathan then may be incentivized to try and work towards clearing that or finding another CNC and really prioritizing that on a future turn, or even maybe something like a Tear Asunder because he's worried about a big turn coming the way of Filipe.
Some very real considerations, especially when that Crown of Providence did not play defense duty earlier on. So funneling through the yard, double-checking what has been expended from Betsy. This is good, says Magnusson. Happy to take 6 Arcane down to 22 here against the 14 remaining health of Filipe Lima Cardoso.
And we're moving through these life totals pretty quickly on both sides, both playing pretty aggressive. And then you see it, the CNC. So I wonder if Jonathan Magnusson did feel a little bit more incentivized to say, well, you're going to have a 5-card setup next turn. I need to try and push my authority on this game and try and start disrupting your hand if I can.
Definitely feels like Magnusson has a read on that arsenal, and it is not, in fact, the threat he thinks it is. Just a Sigil in there, masterfully concealed so far. Does get played out in response, and a quick nod of the head from Magnusson brings Cardoso back up to a healthy life total before the CNC shakes away 6 health, brings us to 11 when all is said and done. That's more than low enough for Scar to have go again as the first attack of the turn.
That's actually really subtle there because Jonathan would have been better off sort of trying to stack some more of these golds and start to get that flowing with the vigors and the might, and he's actually had to stop and think and send that CNC there, and it's worked out really, really nicely for Filipe.
Shelter from the Storm is met by Lightning Press to force through 3 points of damage for now. Another Shelter in the hand for Magnusson does offer the ability to cover this up. We'll do exactly that. 2 cards left in hand for Cardoso. One of them, Electrostatic Discharge. The other, Comet Collision, which will be the play of choice here alongside the Volzar. AB2 from Magnusson brings him down to 19.
Wow, that was a really nice turn sequence again there for Filipe, and still has an Arsenal card after all is said and done there.
Tunic will tick up to 3 here for Jonathan. Works very nicely if that card in hand is a blue to let Pile Driver continue to do its thing.
Jonathan in the tank here, having a bit of a think. Is it about playing that card out of Arsenal, or is it about going Tunic into Pile Driver and having no resources available afterwards?
On Filipe's side, Sigil of Brilliance found front and center at the top of the hand there. Multiple 0 for 4 attacks as well, it would seem. So plenty of pressure to keep the train going. Depending on how Magnusson wants to address this, will reach for the gold token and good time Chapeau. It is time to wager and find some goodies on this log swing. And so forcing the issue, Might, Vigor, and gold token up for grabs if we're willing to pick a fight on just 6 attack from this Pile Driver.
Yeah, and Filipe can block this out, I think.
It's Enlightened Strike at the front of the hand there. Looks like Scar for a Scar behind, so would need some equipment to do it, but can contest this Pile Driver if he wishes. Filipe funneling through the graveyard, contemplating how we ended up here. Blind Chapeau activation on a 6-power log, not a common choice from this Lexi deck, but evidently Jonathan Magnusson believes that I need to earn cards. I need to slow you down. I can't afford for you to be playing these big hands right now. I need the breathing room to do the rest.
Yeah, and it's a tank on it, right? Because Filipe can use this Might and this Vigor very, very well. Like, one resource could mean that he doesn't have to pitch a card to, for instance, play a Meteoric Impact on the end of quite a long chain sequence. So really had to work out, okay, how am I incentivizing Filipe to play into my game plan here? And while Magnusson's on 19 life to the 11, it's not a massive lead, especially when you consider a big Lightning Greaves turn, or potentially the fact that Filipe has things like Flash Bolts and other arcane damage that across a turn cycle he could also play on Magnusson's turn.
A quick shake of the head from Cardoso. Not super happy with the situation. Feels like a difficult choice. Hand is very reasonable, but not a proposition he was expecting to be offered.
I think that's what has kind of thrown Filipe a little bit. Trying to work out, do I get the Crown involved here? Is that what we heard? He could Crown plus Greaves and maybe a 3-block. But the thing is, I think he just doesn't have a 3-block in hand, so it's actually just not that clean. He could go digging for one, but doesn't play that many 3-blocks in the deck. And a lot of the 3-blocks in his deck are actually premier damage cards, like the Gone in a Flash, like the Arcane Damage, Comet Collisions, Meteoric Impacts, etc.
Yeah, there is the 1 3-block there, the Enlightened Strike. Does line up very well with the Discharge in the arsenal, though. Briefly reaching for Oscilio there, considering a hero ability activation before making further decisions. Sigil of Brilliance and Sigil of Solace, arguably a little replaceable in this hand. It's the latter that is discarded here for a fresh card. Finds Comet Collision on top of the deck, both a block 3 and another source of meaningful arcane damage.
Does this change things for Filipe now? That's the thing, he's just gone through this whole sequence of thinking, okay, if I do this, okay, if I do that. Some of that will still stand, but now he is a fresh card in the hand to think about. He does have now 2 3-blocks in the hand, and he does just lay them both down there.
Oh no! The suspense is killing me from the arsenal. It was the bait and switch. This log is actually coming in for 7. Cardoso gave up 2 cards and did not deny the wager.
Yeah, that feels like he walked into that one a little bit there, and I'm sure Filipe was thinking about it and ultimately making the decision of, I think I need to risk going up against this, but ultimately, really nice there for Magnusson, and in hindsight, and feels a little bit, I don't want to say obvious, but you know, the fact he was giving the trade there, it did feel a little suspicious, right?
Scar for a scar, 4 go again, as only 10 life remaining for our Oscilio aficionado.
May have been what Filipe was weighing up of, even if he has it, I just need to protect life total here. If he fell down to 3, that is a really difficult position to be in, especially if an overpower comes at a really awkward time and could actually finish the game off, potentially.
Interesting hand here for Magnusson, looking at Hold the Line. Roiling Fissure, another copy of Double Down available in the grip.
Wow, you see a double down in this game?
Double.
Really finding this difficult, navigating this game. This looks such a different body language from Jonathan Magnusson that we saw in that quarterfinal match, where he looked super clear on his game plan. He looked very calm, very composed, and you see head was in the hand there, really unsure, working through what he should be doing in terms of approaching this attack here.
No blocks, no reactions. 4 physical comes on through. Magnusson to 15 will play out the Sigil of Brilliance and to set ourselves up for a bigger assault somewhere down the line. Gonna see Tunic up, and Suspense is killing me down. Double down is the play of choice. Gonna make this pile driver much bigger. It's 11 overpower on hit, make 2 gold.
Yeah, so just deciding I need to push damage. I've got Filipe down to 11 here. Now is the time to say, I'll take some damage to send some back and go big. Saying, what have you got, Filipe? I'm demanding some cards from you here, or at minimum, equipment.
Equipment will be the name of the game, it would seem. Cardoso immediately reaching for Greaves and Crown of Providence here. Haven't quite seen the hand as of yet. Sigil of Brilliance obviously offering some buffer. Oh, wow. My. Let's see if we can take a look at this. It's double Gone in a Flash, Astral Bridge, Lightning Press. The pieces are there. The Crown can even theoretically turn one of those Gone in a Flash into another instant speed effect.
Certainly, and if you're Jonathan Magnusson, this is frightening. And you see why he decided to take that damage and try and push some damage back the way of Filipe here. It's exactly for this reason, that if Filipe can pull together a 5-card Gone in a Flash turn, that may be enough to, if not get Jonathan down to a few life, potentially close out the game here. So Jonathan, that's why he was so, agonizing over that.
Block 3, Crown will spin. The card found is Electrostatic Discharge. That sound you just heard is the breath of every Brazilian Flesh and Blood player finding itself on hold as we move back into the turn for Filipe Lima Cardoso. It is 18 plays 2 after Sigil of Solace, but the big combo turn is here. It's Astral Bridge, it's 4 instants, and it is time to unload the chamber. Sigil of Brilliance, will it find another option for the turn? Constella Contemplation off the top. It's gone in a flash, and 5, count them, 5 instants. Braces of Belief cannot find a 6th one for that Astral Bridge to really make this come together.
Yeah, important. That is what that Braces of Belief is there for, in part, is to find out if you can hit off a turn like this on that Astral Bridge. That won't be the case, but of course we still have Oscilio. We can spin again and go for another try if we want to.
6 damage on this first copy of God in a Flash, courtesy of that Braces of Belief, and a begrudging sigh from Magnusson. Looking at Sense Weakness, Act of Glory, edge of their seats. We know it's hold the line in the Arsenal, so there is a slight amount of defense there. If you can somehow convince Cardoso to break that gold, you might manage to get some serious value from that one.
Yeah, or Oscilio on this turn, right?
Yeah, Sigil of Brilliance has already done its thing, so an Oscilio activation to draw that second strike would enable the block 5 from the Arsenal.
See if Filipe plays around that. I mean, he's not super incentivized necessarily unless he specifically wants that damage. It knows, well, I guess Astral Bridge as well, right? So he actually is really incentivized, excuse me.
Chapeau and Tunic deployed on defense here with a moment of hesitation from Magnusson. Will any cards from the hand join it? Goes to reactions. Fate Foreseen was that last unknown card. Anything before damage, unsurprisingly, this op trigger will not be resolving, as Gone in a Flash will get its bounce on. It's a discharge from the Arsenal. Pick this one back on up and deny that opt from Fate Foreseen. It will be 7 damage from this second Gone in a Flash, courtesy of that electrostatic discharge. And somehow there is still 4 instants in the hand for Cardoso.
Yeah, he's kind of just got it all. I mean, Magnusson's at 18 with still a decent amount of defense here. So there's still a bit of a wall to get through. But you could see the body language from Magnusson, especially when that old knocker was cracked. Jonathan sort of looked a little bit resigned.
Sense Weakness, blocks 3, 4 damage comes on through. It's another electrostatic discharge. Picks up Gone in a Flash, sends it through again. Another 7 points of physical damage.
And still 3 cards in the hand for Filipe here, including a couple of instants, or all instants actually. All 3 instants. There's still a chunk of damage to come in this turn.
Incidental Arcane attached to 2 of these. Lightning Press, very fearsome. Gonna block 6, sorry, block 3 even. That previous block just kind of blending together at this point. Volzar activation alongside Astral Bridge will pick up that Gone in a Flash. Spins the second strike off the top of the deck into the grave. No effect there, but we have many an instant in the graveyard, so the arcane damage will come through. Now 8 plays 2, 4 more physical damage from Gone in a Flash.
And a Lightning Press in hand as well, right? An instant that represents 3 additional damage.
Magnusson sweating this final card, knows about the hold the line in the Arsenal that may be the final line of defense in keeping all this together. 2 more cards in hand here is terrifying.
Yeah, but Filipe didn't go for the sort of random chance of being able to also hit off that Astral Bridge. He just went safe here, and it's going to play around the hold the line.
Just 2 defense value on that. Takes the 4. Goes to 4, will use the Lightning Press to pick this back up. 4 more damage coming through. Blocks with Act of Glory. 1 damage coming through. Magnusson down to 3. Contemplation picks it up again. Makes a ponder, deals an arcane, puts Magnusson to 2. Gone in a Flash comes through. Blocks 2. Will not be enough. Do you want to activate Oscilio? It's enough damage. The turn leaks through. You hear the crowd erupt as the pride of Brazil takes a game that looks awful and flips it on its head with one of the most impressive Gone in a Flash turns we have ever seen.
Yeah, we spoke about finding a Gone in a Flash turn in that game, and Filipe found it pretty early on, it was starting to get a little dicey for him there. The life total was starting to whittle away, and you saw Jonathan Magnusson correctly identifying, I need to disrupt these turns for Filipe. But the way it turned out, Filipe was able to go down to 2 and keep the whole hand. It really felt like for Magnusson, he was maybe a turn behind in terms of trying to get that pressure and starting to take cards out of Felipe's hand. But for Filipe, really well managed. You saw him in those first couple of turns walk the life total down a little bit on Jonathan Magnusson's side of things while starting to craft. And as soon as he found some damage, he said, okay, I'm done with blocking. I'm going to start taking some damage. And for me, it was really that E-strike with the bump on it, the pump on it as well, the electrostatic discharge, because that was a 10 damage attack, and that started to force Jonathan Magnusson to make some decisions and actually take some damage in order to send damage back the way of Filipe.
Yeah. Big ups to that Sigil of Brilliance, finding another instant off the top there to really tie the room together. And with that, we have a finals here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Let's see how we got there. Big dance to finish things off. Possibly the best player on the planet right now in the form of Jacob Clements will need to get through the pride of Brazil if he wants to become a Pro Tour champion.
Really excited for this final. I'm excited for both these players. They're players that mean so much to our game in different ways. You know, Jacob is this highlight story in terms of what has happened so far this year for him. Of course, second in the World Tour Player of the Year race last year as well. And it feels like so far this is his year. On the other side of things though, Filipe, Pro Tour top 8 all the way back in LA. And as he said, you know, it really confirmed for me that it wasn't luck first time around. I am meant to be here. And for Filipe, if he could go ahead and get that win, imagine what that would mean, not only to him, but to all of that passionate community in Brazil, as you say.
The world would go nuts. You would feel the vibrations from here in Vegas. It's going to be a game for the ages. Make sure that you don't miss it. Folks, we knew that Betsy bet big on herself, but Oscilio Constella Intelligence would be the one to set Vegas alight. Double down or double up. We found all the instants we needed, and Jonathan Magnusson was gone in a flash. Your Pro Tour Finals coming up next.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
The milestone 100th calling is heading to Atlanta from October 2nd through 4th, marking a major moment in Flesh and Blood history. This capstone event will be celebrated with a spectacular Sink Below cold foil Marvel tokens, as well as exciting Living Legend Championship on that Friday. Join us in Atlanta and help celebrate 100 callings and the incredible Flesh and Blood community that made all of this possible. It's been a weekend full of unbelievable stories and some surprising finishes. But as the finals are about to get underway, it is time to find out which player will truly bet on themselves. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani here for the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. Pankaj, how we feeling, man? It's going to be an unbelievable final.
Feeling amazing. One match separates us from crowning our Pro Tour Las Vegas champion. And Sam, I want to talk about how this seems to always happen at these Tier 4 events. We get to our top 8, our top 16, and there's a wide spread of heroes in the top 8 as well. But when it comes to the finals, it's just the two best decks that people thought coming into the weekend, Arakni Marionette versus Oscilio.
Well, and there's a reason, right? At these Pro Tours, at these Tier 4s, at these World Championships, right? Like, you have players needing to get good at 2 formats and perform in 2 formats, right? It's not just can you bring your CC deck and win all the games of CC. You have to also be able to win all your games of draft. So some of these players, they might not be interested in going outside of the norm. They might look for somewhat safer picks because they know the draft rounds introduce a bit of variance, but you look out at the calling out there, the top seed is a Ziggy, right? Like, there is so much excitement going on in the calling. I do hope you'll check out some of the coverage on fabtcg.com to see just what heroes are doing well in the calling, because it's been an exciting rounds over there. There was a Phi undefeated yesterday, right? Like, when you look at just Classic Constructed, lots of heroes are doing very well, but this is a Pro Tour, and the cream really does rise to the top.
And the coalescing starts to happen as we get reduced down to our final 2 competitors here.
Let's take a look at this bracket, because the finals are about to get underway, my friends. And I am looking forward to a Pro Tour for the ages. Jacob Clements, Bryan Gottlieb asked the question to us, to the viewers, to the gods of Flesh and Blood and Wraith. Can Jacob Clements break through? I'm gonna call this a breakthrough performance for Jacob Clements. The question is, can he finish the job?
Jacob Clements here is on a mission. He started off this Pro Tour saying, I'm going to win every event I have played in July. But on the other side, he's got a titan to take down in Filipe Lima Cardoso, who seems to have the might of Brazil behind his back.
Oh my goodness. Filipe, a little bit of an anecdote that we just learned. Filipe has now top-8'd 2 Tier 4s. That is the same amount of callings that he's played. He's played 2 callings, and he's top-8'd 2 Tier 4s. If that does not tell you the caliber of player that Filipe Lima Cardoso is, I don't know what can. This dude is a machine. And
one of the kindest men you'll ever meet, and a friend of the broadcast booth. You've seen him in Sao Paulo. You'll see him in Mexico City. How lucky are we to have him on our broadcast team?
The reason he's only played 2 callings is because he's casted a whole bunch other ones.
Yeah.
And his quarterfinals and semifinals games, both against Betsy's, were nail-biters, and he navigated those immensely well.
Well, he's not going to have a Betsy on the other side of the table. It's going to be a Marionette helmed by probably the best Marionette player in the world. Our own Scott Mines had a chance to catch up with Jacob just after his semifinal win. Let's hear from them.
Thank you, team. Welcome back. Jacob Clements, known for no end of list of accolades at this point. UK Nationals winner, Shinjuku last weekend, now making the way into the finals of a Pro Tour, regularly beating me in winnings. Also on my list of things I have grievances with you for. How you feeling after all of that?
Oh my god, it's like starting to catch up with me. I don't know, starting to feel real, but got one more game and gotta stay locked in.
Absolutely. Only one game to go. Yeah. You were just saying to me before the interview that a mutual friend of ours, Kashi, turned around during London and told you you would be playing the biggest game of your life tomorrow, and somehow that's happened 3 times in quick succession.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's good to be locked in. Like, you don't be too relaxed. Like, and happy you made top 8 and take your eye off. And so this was like a good motivating thing, but it's like you play the biggest game of your life, and then they're like, all right, go over there, and in an hour you're going to play the now biggest game of your life. And then they're like, all right, go have an interview, and then in another hour or two you're going to play then the biggest game of your life. So
yeah, talk about a journey one way or the other. The other semi-final, not done with yet. We know it's Filipe versus the Log at this point in time. You got a preference on which side of that matchup you would prefer to see in the finals?
I don't know, and I also try to focus on what's in my control. Like, it'll be what it'll be. I'm gonna try and VOD review my game against Magnusson from the Swiss and see if anyone has gotten a Flash Cilio deck. Just try and be prepared.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, we don't know which side of the matchup you're going to be against right now, but I guess walk us through a little bit of what the mindset is like heading into this final for you.
I mean, I don't know how to place it, to be honest.
No.
It's slightly staggering, but I'm just going to be trying to think of it as just another game of Flesh and Blood.
I think that's a healthy way to go. It's pretty clear that even someone of your caliber at this point, this is starting to get real, starting to get to you. You can tell what it means. What would winning a Pro Tour mean to you, Jacob?
I mean, a word I've used before is undeniable, and I think this would go away to making that case.
Wow.
Because for a while I felt like I've had really good results that I'm really proud of, but the tier 4 has been a gap in the resume, and so I mean, to win a tier 4 it would just be incredible.
Well, Jacob, I think the tier 4 would be the cherry on top, of course. The ultimate throne would be there, but as far as I'm concerned, you're already undeniable. You were my caster's pick going into the weekend for a reason. You're one of the best players on earth as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to wish you the best of luck in the finals one way or the other, and trust me, they'll hear me in the rafters if you manage to take it down. Thanks, folks.
Glad.
I mean, you heard it from Jacob Clements himself. He wants to be undeniable. That is a young man locked the F in. You just can't say it any other way. He looks like he is ready to win this thing.
You know, it's not common that you see signs of nervousness or signs of hesitation from a player like Jacob Clements, but there in that interview,
you can tell
that was quite emotional. This means a lot to this player.
He's really feeling it. He's clearly really feeling it. Now, of course, we just got to witness perhaps the most disgusting Gone in a Flash turn of this new Oscilio era that we've gotten to see as Filipe Lima Cardoso took down Jonathan Magnusson. Our own Bryan Gottlieb had a chance to catch up with Filipe just after that stunning win. Let's hear from the both of them.
Welcome back, my friends. We are joined by the one, the only Filipe Lima Cardoso. Incredible work so far, my friend. You have just punched your ticket to your first Pro Tour finals. Tell me about what this accomplishment means to you.
Man, it means I don't even know what to say, man. I'm completely out of words. It means the world to me. I've been playing the game for a while, and it's always the dream to be able to come and win a Pro Tour, and I'm one win away from that. So being in the Pro Tour finals is such a privilege that I'm just out of words. I cannot express in words how I'm feeling right now. It's a dream. It's a dream coming true. So it's it's just amazing overall.
Yeah, your play has been amazing thus far. An incredibly tight game there to go ahead and punch your ticket. There's one more obstacle left It's Jacob Clements, the man of the hour on Arakni Marionette. How are you feeling about your chances into that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, first talk about Jacob. It's not one challenge; it's the challenge.
Yeah,
he's
fair
been
enough.
like probably the best player in the world so far. It's so deserved for him to be here, and he's finally reaping his reward. So like it's. I mean, of course, it's a big obstacle, but on the other hand, it's also like the biggest of challenges in the Pro Tour final. I couldn't ask for a better.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better setup to be like the challenger, you know.
Yeah.
So it's been good. The matchup, as since you asked, it's Oscilio against Mario. It's a race. Mario is good at racing, but so is Oscilio. The game, from my experience, it's pretty close to 50-50. From the Oscilio side, I try to find a combo turn as quick as possible and try to combo. And Mario has more steady damage, I say. He also has very strong plays. But the one big play of the game is the gun and a flash combo turn. So I hope I can find it quick enough and be able to overcome them.
Yeah, you talk about Jacob getting what he deserves. I mean, I think about you and your role in bringing along Brazil as a Flesh and Blood community, widely recognized as the most passionate Flesh and Blood community in the world. I want you to tell me a little bit about your scene back in Brazil and how much you work with the folks back there and how much really that scene coming up and showing what it can do to the world means to you.
Oh yeah, it means the world to me, man. It's such an honor to be able to represent our community here in the international stage. I think everybody has caught a glimpse the past 2 years of how passionate we are with the callings we had in São Paulo this year and last year as well. So we have such a passionate community and passionate fans. We love the game so much, and I mean, it's just an honor to be the one to be representing here. I'm just hope I can be like I'm doing well enough to represent them well, and I can make them a little bit proud.
Man, I don't think your country could ask for a better representative. I'm so proud to see your success, Filipe. You represent Brazil well, you represent Wizards well, you represent the game of Flesh and Blood well, and I can't wait to see what you can do in our finals.
How could you not love these two players? How could you not love all of the sentiments shared by Filipe Lima Cardoso there? Just truly one of our game's greats and one of our game's kindest souls. What an interview from him.
Both of these players, such great ambassadors of this game, and those two interviews showed it to us for sure.
Wow. Well, I'm shaking a little bit. I'm tingling. The electricity is starting to rise in the air as two absolute titans of our game prepare to face off. Shall we head down to the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas?
I am talking about Jacob Clements. His play deserves it. He's been out of his mind over the past year and a half, but still waiting for that really big breakthrough on the Tier 4 stage. When is this moment happening? I want to see it come from him. I think it's going to come this weekend.
The trophy looms large above both of our competitors in the feature match as the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas is about to get underway. On the left side of your screen, Filipe Lima Cardoso, perhaps newer member of the Wizard Council when compared to the stalwarts, but now proving to be quite the archmage himself. On the right side of your screen, Jacob Clements looking to prove himself as the greatest player in Flesh and Blood, walking, breathing, and with a beating heart. It will be a match for the ages. This finals is about to get underway.
3 flavors of Oscilio entered our top 8 at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Only one has made it to the finals, and it is Filipe Lima Cardoso on the Gone in a Flash version of it, taking down the current forerunner of the World Tour points leaderboard in the form of Jacob Clements, piloting his iconic Chaos Assassin.
Yeah, this is going to be a wonderful match. You heard it from Filipe. It's like a chop. 50-50 in his estimation, so it could really go either way. We just gotta wait and see how the cards fall as we take a look at Filipe's run through this tournament. 3 losses, took that loss at the last round, already locked at that point.
And 2 of the losses were to other fellow top 8 competitors in the form of Majin Bay and Noah Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting stuff. Let's see Heroes taking down a Katsu, taking down a Phi, a Dio, lost in the Oscilio. Oh, they had 2 of his 3 losses just in the Oscilio mirror and beat Yuki Lee Bender on his way to this top 8 on that Mario deck.
Beat a fantastic Mario player on the way here. Did Filipe Lima Cardoso, can he do it again in the most important match of his career?
And as we see Jacob Clements here, took down the Mario mirror, took down an Oscilio, and then in the final 4 rounds, lost to Jonathan Magnusson, and then that unbelievable final rubber match between Yuki Lee Bender and Jacob Clements did go Mr. Clements' way, and that was his path forward into this tournament. As we take a look now at their deck lists to see just how this match is going to get underway.
Both players with X-3 records here as they play out this finals, with Filipe, of course, being the highest seed, has chosen to go second as well. Let's take a look at his deck list, starting with the equipment pieces. I want to highlight Gloves of Astral Sanctuary. He has chosen to go second, and he's going to present those gloves to Jacob, making it that much difficult for Jacob to get the turn 0 mark that we know Arakni Marionette wants so badly to do.
Yeah, taking a look at the rest of the deck, of course, Astral Bridge proving so strong in this list. The Bay Cilio list that Majin Bay left behind, and Filipe's took up that mantle to this finals finish. As we look, any other cards you want to highlight here that might be impactful in this matchup?
4 defense reactions, 3 of them Fate Foreseen, 1 of them Shelter from the Storm. Also offers the other ability where you can discard it to prevent some damage, say another flick or a flick of a Kiss of Death even, and also Sigils of Solace. Random life gain out of nowhere can do wonders against an attack reaction heavy deck like Arakni Marionette.
Thunderous Retort as well. Of course, the Ravenous Rabble looking to find that one, as we discussed yesterday. As we look ahead at Jacob Clements' Arakni Marionette list, what do you need to point out here before we get down to this finals, my brother?
First thing we want to take a look at is the Arcane Barrier loadout over here. He does have Widow Veil Respirator, but unlike Alexander Vore's Oscilio list, he knows that this Oscilio will send physical damage at him. So very likely going to show up with a Mask of Deceit to try and guarantee the flip to create the Graphene Calistera after the turn 0 play and just present AB1 in the form of Stalker Steps.
My friends, the game is ready. The Pro Tour Finals is about to be decided. Will it be the greatest player in Flesh and Blood at this time, or will it be the Oscilio deck and Filipe Lima Cardoso as Brazil stands ready behind Filipe? The Kiss of Death first on the chain as the finals gets underway.
Starting already with a very scary attack is Jacob Clements' Kiss of Death. Scary card to block with, but this is turn 0, so you definitely do want to block this card, but that opens you up to Tarantula Toxin, opens you up to potentially getting sidestep if Jacob Clements is able to find a way to give it go again as well off of, say, Stains of the Redback, which, by the way, he has found in his opening hand.
And there's another way to mark in the hand as well. If we take a look, it's a block for 6. It's going to be a Stains of the Redback pitched into with this Relentless Pursuit. Goes up to 6, gets the go again. And now the Hunter's Clave gets to come forward. 2 floating used for that. Will this be the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary? I don't believe there's any cards left in Filipe's hand that block.
And he has already activated Oscilio as well. So between the flick and the attack of the Hunter's Clave, Filipe might be... Okay, so flicks the Kiss of Death here. There is a window here to activate Gloves to stop this 1 damage coming in from the Hunter's Clave and incidentally stop the mark as well.
Filipe, yeah, can activate the Gloves. Gonna go ahead and take the 1. Gonna be the first mark of the game. We saw how impactful this was for Jacob Clements in his semifinals against Alexander Vore. Attempt to pass. I think Filipe is going to play a couple of cards from hand. Let's see. Both of them hit the combat chain. Both of them hit the arena. The Sigil of Brilliance, the Thunderous Retort. Filipe's first turn is going to be fantastic if the cards are kind. But will the dice be kind to Jacob? We see a 4. Redback hits the arena.
But the opponent is marked, and he does have the Mask of Deceit, so very, very likely going to be able to use that to flip into whichever agent he desires as we head over to Filipe's turn, who is going to start the game with a 5-card hand and an extra action point as well, thanks to the Thunderous Retort.
We've got 2 cards triggering here. Take a look at the draw off the Brilliance. Ravenous Rabble. There's an attack.
That was
There's
the
an
only
instant.
attack. Now, there is an argument here for Filipe to potentially only send arcane damage on this turn to not allow Jacob Clements to use the headpiece on his side. Of course, between having Ravenous Rabble and Fate Foreseen in the hand, that will mean that you're not using a full hand efficiently. And we know Filipe does enjoy his good numbers in this deck. Oscilio hero ability still available to be activated. Also want to dig as much as you can in these early turn cycles to find that God in a Flash, going to be the linchpin of his strategy into Jacob Clements.
Sigil of Aether hits the bin. Card off the top. Flittering Charge. All of a sudden, the idea of not attacking gets less and less enticing. Flittering Charge, already have the go again. Don't need to spend an instant to show any more information.
At this point,
Jacob
we're going
Clements.
to see the raw numbers coming out from this Oscilio deck.
No blocks is the call. Down to 36 goes Jacob and Arakni Marionette. Ravenous Rabble reveals Scar for a Scar. All of a sudden, more information for Jacob as he continues to just say no blocks. Must have a good hand alongside Arakni Redback.
Still hasn't used the Mask of Deceit either. Of course, does still have both Clave because remember, he flicked the Kiss of Death rather than the Clave, so doesn't even have an open weapon zone to put the Graphene Calycera in, should he even use the Mask of Deceit.
Okay, so we're seeing the Constella uplift here be utilized for the amp. Then he responds to the Comet Collision again, re-amping with the Volzar for an additional 5 damage. And it looks like Jacob Clements is just accepting the bill here. Down to 25 goes the recent Calling Shinjuku and UK national champion. An unbelievable run for Jacob as he tries to cement his place as the greatest player walking.
And that was 15 damage presented by Filipe, alongside establishing an arsenal as well, which is a defense reaction to help him potentially alleviate some of the disruption that is coming his way on Jacob Clements' side here with this Mark of the Black Widow.
Plenty of options here for Jacob. 3 cards in hand, card in arsenal, and of course that Arakni Redback ability, waiting and ready. Filipe remains marked. All of those effects are currently live. Wow, Filipe reaching for the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary here before putting it back. Currently 25 life, playing 33. It's the first turn. First true turn for Arakni Marionette, as this one's going to go pretty fast, folks. We might be seeing the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas gone in a flash.
So face up already at minimum. This Mark of the Black Widow is going to be coming in for 6 thanks to Arakni Redback's agent ability. 6 with Go Again. Not too many cards that can buff up a Mark of the Black Widow. Tarantula Toxin, pretty much the only option available to Jacob Clements to playing attack reaction on this attack.
Oh, Filipe really has to give this one a think. You can see him taking stock of the situation. He looks towards his armor. He looks towards his hand. Doesn't have much to speak of. Wizards rarely do bring much armor to the arena.
He does have a couple of defense reactions to play around with, however. Has a Fate Foreseen in hand and a defense reaction parked in Arsenal as well.
Also, kind of needs to go lower life for that Scar for Scar that both players know about. But it's the on-hit effect of the banishment from this Mark of the Black Widow that will truly cause Filipe some trouble.
Filipe taking his time here as he contemplates how he wants to navigate the most important match of his Flesh and Blood career.
Oh, wow, you can really see Filipe. And you can really feel from both of these players as we watch this game, the stakes on the line, the glory. A Pro Tour finalist finish, one of the most unbelievable achievements in Flesh and Blood that you can get. Doesn't hold a candle to winning the damn thing. Both players, they want this, and boy, you can tell they want it bad.
This is the bind that Assassin players put you in. Put 1 attack on the combat chain, holding 4 cards back. Stains of the Redback, Tarantula Toxin, Arakni Redback's agent ability, all available to increase the damage of this Mark of the Black Widow.
Looks like Filipe asked about Go Again. Jacob said so far, no Go Again, yes. Might be looking to put a card in front of this. I wonder if it's going to be Scar for Scar. Oh, the other thing to take note of, that Entwined Lightning that's in his hand, there's no Lightning card currently available. There's a Comet Collision currently available. That is a Lightning card, exactly. That's when we're agreeing, Pankaj. But it looks like it's just going to hit the combat chain here. So if an Arakni Redback ability pumps this thing up, the D-React in either hand or arsenal will be able to cover up the 6.
And he also has an additional D-React should Jacob Clements have another way to pump up the Mark of the Black Widow, say off the Stains of the Redback that we've already seen one of, or a Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, looking at the hand here, we don't know what the arsenal is. The hand, front pumps, and similar style effects or attacks. Nothing in the reaction step available from the hand beyond the Arakni Redback ability. We don't know what the arsenal is.
And all these cards are assassin cards, which means they're all legal targets to discard to the agent ability.
And you know what Jacob is realizing here. He's like, oh, you blocked 2, you have the 0 for 4. He just knows. That is why he is giving this such a thing. He has done the math himself. He says, oh, you're blocking 2. You certainly have a way to cover up 1 pump. What does he do without? He needs to go again as well from the Arakni Redback.
I think, is he potentially considering Stalker steps this early? Because he is leaking one over here, so he's still threatening the on-hit. So he's telling Filipe, you have to give me the 4-block defense reaction anyway, but I'm going to hold on to my Arakni Redback hero ability. But this is not costless. He has given up his only piece of Arcane Barrier in the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
And this is how you win a Pro Tour, right? You look here at Jacob Clements realizing, I don't need this Arcane Barrier. I need to put Filipe in an uncomfortable position. I need to find an unorthodox line on an unorthodox turn as we see the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary come in, but now will we see the Flick Knives be utilized? We will, to eat up that prevention effect. There is now no longer anything floating. The Fate Foreseen now has to come down, and Jacob Clements has turned this turn from something easy to figure out into a complex series of questions. The web of deceit, the web of Arakni grows ever larger.
And after all this, Filipe still remains marked. That exchange definitely went Jacob Clements' way here. Filipe punished for not putting the 3-block in front of the Mark of the Black Widow. If he had done that, Jacob Clements can't go for the line that he just did.
Attack with the clay being pumped up by the upsticks and run. 5 damage with go again here. No blocks, no reactions. Arakni Redback now pumps up this ability.
Going up to 8, already had go again, just pumping up the damage here after he forced Filipe to give him 6-block on a 3-attack power card.
Stay marked on the on-hit, down to 26. Is there a follow-up from Jacob Clements? Go to end is the call. Now for Filipe here, 25 plays 25. Is he just stuck with the card in hand?
He has 1 defense reaction. Scar for a Scar is not alive here. It's just going to be 4 with no go again.
Wow, and you can see the look on his face. I think he knows that turn cycle could not truly have potentially gone any worse. Even if he had just given the Scar for a Scar, then he could have gone Entwine into the Comet Collision, but instead, the lair of the spider comes out, 1 damage over, and Filipe just has to let that Comet Collision rot in hand.
He could have also put a 3-block in front of the Mark of the Black Widow and not get sidestepped by Jacob Clements there from the face up. Stalker steps that he had. Can we just talk about the flexibility that Jacob Clements has showcased in this Arakni Marionette deck? By this point, you would have guessed most Arakni Marionette players would have said, oh, I need to have my Kalishra set up. Jacob Clements still has both Claves looking very, very comfortable to the start of this finals.
The best Marionette player in the world. The most accomplished player on the World Tour leaderboard this year, looking to stamp his place as the greatest player in Flesh and Blood currently playing.
Starting off once again with one of the scariest attacks available to Arakni Marionette, Kiss of Death, while the opponent is marked for on-hit, go again, on-hit, lose a life.
Damage here with this Kiss of Death.
Reactions.
Reactions.
Taking 5 total, losing the mark. Did have a Stains of the Redback in the hand, but didn't need it because of the on-hit go again.
Tunic utilized here, has the resource. Looks like we might be just pitching into Command and Conquer from the hand, which would of course threaten the D-React. And we once again see Command and Conquer coming forth from Jacob Clements and looking so impressive, just as it did in the quarterfinals against Noah Clark. What's the hand here from Filipe?
2 2-blocks, 1 no-block, and only 1 3-block. This Oscilio deck is not good at blocking Command and Conquer. There's a defense reaction in the arsenal as well. Is Filipe forced to potentially use the Crown of Providence here to potentially have a good turn on his side because he needs it right now?
You can tell Filipe is really having trouble with the way these last couple turns have gone. A bit of a grimace, a bit of a head shake. But the question is not, Can you play perfect? The question is, can you make a mistake? Can you stumble? And can you right the ship? Can you adapt? Can you evolve? Can you find victory even through an uncomfortable path?
You need to recover if you're in Filipe's spot over here. The game is not over. There's plenty more Flesh and Blood to be played here.
6 damage on the combat chain. This Command and Conquer, as impressive as it's ever been since its debut in Arcane Rising. One of the premier pieces in a Flesh and Blood player's arsenal. Coming for another Arcane Rising card in that arsenal. Fate foreseen, threatened by the CNC. Filipe's chances at a Pro Tour championship threatened by Jacob Clements. What's the call going to be? He got the last one wrong. Can he get this one right?
Giving up Crown of Providence over here, wants to have a functional turn going into his side of the turn cycle, but giving up Crown of Providence this early opens you up to potential Codex of Frailty lines from the other side, of which we have currently seen 0 so far.
Drew a scar for Filipe. That's certainly online. He's down to 14 to Jacob Clements' 24. Go to end.
And still no sign of a gone in a flash for Filipe Lima Cardoso, as his life total shrinks down to about 1/3 of his starting life total.
Looks like we're still thinking Filipe deciding, do I want to put the Sigil of Brilliance out? The answer is no.
Decides to hold on to that Sigil.
But now taking a look here, if Scar for Scar doesn't connect, the rest of the hand, oh, we have Flittering Charge. I thought it was 2 second strikes. Okay, so it's, take a look at the hand here. You can see Flittering Charge, second strike.
So we have
Sigil of Brilliance.
Sigil of Brilliance as the instant to go along with the Flittering Charge. However, no instant has hit the graveyard on this turn cycle. So not only can you not activate Volzar, you also don't have the Starfall effect of the Comet Collision.
Under the trap door here, go ahead and get that lair of the spider. It's now time for a mark to come forth on Oscilio.
Which also means Mask of Deceit now live for Jacob Clements to turn into any agent that he desires to.
Second strike, live as well. No blocks. Going to reactions. The card in Arsenal was Fate Foreseen of Jacob Clements' own. That's going to go ahead. Looks like the top is a pain in the backside. He's going to leave that one on top. That's damage. It's unconditional. That's a good card against a deck that doesn't block as well, like this Oscilio deck. Here comes Flittering Charge. Once again, 4 damage on the combat chain. How does Jacob Clements want to respect this?
Jacob Clements just showing off full mastery of this Arakni Marionette deck. Showing off how you can put on a ton of pressure, but also put out a ton of defense in the face of this aggressively slanted Oscilio Constella Intelligence deck.
Jacob Clements looked like he was going to turn a card sideways there, which means Filipe gets even more answers. Card from hand was a defensive piece. Card from Arsenal was a defensive piece. If a card from hand is used on defense here, what will Filipe be able to sniff out of the remaining 2 cards in Jacob Clements' hand? 14 currently playing 23, but 4 damage on the combat chain. That threatens Jacob Clements enough to put a Scar Tissue down. 2 damage blocked, 2 damage over the top, down to 21. Goes Clements. Sigil of Brilliance. Go again.
Is he going to use that action point, though?
Yeah.
It's a Comet Collision.
Can he sniff out the Codex of Frailty? That does remain in Jacob Clements' hand.
There's no Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard, though. The only Arsenal disruptive piece in Jacob Clements' graveyard right now is that Command and Conquer, but he doesn't quite have the pitch to make that work off the Codex.
Here's the thing, the Comet Collision here can't get the value from the Volzar. No instant has hit the bin. On the next turn, the Sigil of Brilliance will be hitting the graveyard, so you can just play it on your next turn if you're Filipe here.
If you have
Close
the
chain.
action points needed, sometimes this Oscilio deck can find itself action point gated if you find multiple spells.
Filipe knows his deck better than us, and he goes ahead and puts it in the arsenal, which means Jacob Clements' turn is only 2 cards. It's a pain in the backside, and I think we know it's a Codex of Frailty. What will Filipe be able to put forth on defense here? Let's take a look at the hand. A similar hand to the last one. There's that one snatch that we saw before. No go again, or excuse me, no blocks, no reactions, 3 damage, and the damage from the pain in the backside on hit, and the Codex of Frailty comes forth. Are we getting the Kiss of Death? As the Ponder and the Frailty come forward, that Frailty not going to impact the Comet Collision. And Filipe unlock the next hand. Will that Sigil of Brilliance find him what he needs? No, gone in a flash yet for Filipe. We saw how long it took for his deck to deliver that important piece in the semifinal. How much longer will it take here?
We spoke about no arsenal disruption on Jacob Clements' side in his graveyard, but does have hand disruption because the opponent was marked. So still 4 damage being threatened by this mark of the Black Widow. Filipe forced to give up 2 blocks to not get disrupted on his turn cycle.
Down to 9 after the flick. Transform, and then the ponder. What's the roll from Jacob Clements? Off the table shows something. We will know when the agent hits. It is trap door here. Taking a look at the deck.
Even more
there are
defenses
traps,
here.
yeah, and plenty of defense.
And this is a very fortunate roll for Jacob Clements because not only can you set up a trap in the banish zone that you can play to block out Filipe's turn, you can still use Mask of Deceit on Filipe's turn to make use of the trap and still flip into a more offensively slanted agent.
Is it happening? Is Jacob Clements on the precipice of the finish that has eluded him for years? A quest for greatness, a quest for glory, a quest to be undeniable. Clements looking for it all here.
If we see him end this game without even creating a Graphene Callisto token, I mean, I'm already floored by his play, but that would just cement him even further as one of the best to ever play this game.
Card off the top with Shelter from the Storm. That's nice for the Arsenal on this next turn. Jacob Clements able to utilize the Mask of Deceit here. It's all pretty face up from Filipe.
Problem is, though, is that his instant is a Constella Contemplation. So the Ponder token, when he already has a defense reaction off the top, not going to be the most efficient usage of cards for Filipe Lima Cardoso.
The hand plays itself. Filtering Charge, Constella, Comet Collision from Arsenal. But you can see he's shaking his head, Filipe. I think he's still feeling the effects of the turn with the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary and that Mark of the Black Widow. Jacob Clements, no Arcane Barrier left, but he traded those Stalker Steps for what was a devastating turn.
It was a small misstep by Filipe Lima Cardoso, which Jacob Clements turned into an avalanche of advantage.
Mask of Deceit allows for Arakni Orb Weaver to join the fray from the Brood.
Question is, do you use your trap over here? It is not guaranteed that Filipe sends a physical damage attack at you after this. It could very well be an arcane spell. Is Jacob Clements going to sniff that out and use the trap that he banished? Looks like no. Is gambling that there'll be more physical damage coming his way after this.
Here comes the Constella Contemplation. There's the go again. There's the Arcane. There's the Ponder. 18 life for Clements. Filipe continues the turn here with a Volzar into that Common Collision.
Coming in
Take
for
5 arcane damage.
So that trap in Jacob Clements' banish zone left stranded over here. Could have used it to block 2 on the Flittering Charge, opted instead to go for the gamble, punished a little bit. Is this a little bit of reprieve that Filipe perhaps needs to get back into this game?
9 to 13. 13 life for Clements as the Tunic goes to 2.
5-card hand for Jacob Clements against an opponent at 9 life. Filipe Lima Cardoso back against the wall here in the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Here comes that Graphene Callisto from the Arakni Orb Weaver.
In turn 4 of this game, 20 minutes in, that's when we finally see the Graphene Callisto made.
Not needed yet. 4 damage with go again now on the combat chain. Still 3 cards in hand from Jacob Clements and that Stains of the Redback in Arsenal.
Defense reaction here for Filipe in the Arsenal does give him a little bit of a buff, a little bit of breathing room.
Damage, go again. Felipe's got to give this one such a think. You can see him continuing to breathe heavy. No Gone in a Flashes yet. I believe he maybe found one in this hand. But 2 no blocks and a 2 block. Pankaj, is it too little? Too late.
Those are strong instants to go with the Gun and Flash as well.
Scar Tissue now. 7 damage with go again. There's only the block 1 with the Lightning Greaves. We know there should be a Shelter from the Storm in the Arsenal.
And it also ensures that Filipe remains marked even after this chain link. To threaten more disruptive effects.
Take that 6, so down to 3 goes Filipe.
Stay marked. Filipe has just lived marked this game.
3. No go again currently. No on-hit go again because this isn't Arakni Marionette base form. Stalker Steps also being used. It would have to be another Stains at the red back to get this go again. But Filipe at this point worrying about his life total.
And we know there is a Stains from the red back in the arsenal from that Codex of Frailty. So we have to block 2 here with the Ravenous Rabble. Looks like Felipe's respecting this. Are we minutes away from a new Pro Tour champion? Stains of the red back comes forward. Here comes the Shelter from the Storm. Only one more card, and Felipe's hand blocks. Leave No Witnesses comes forward, and now Filipe is just going to have to put his final blocking card. He can use Oscilio. He has to use Oscilio.
Looking for a defense reaction here to try and cover up this Leave No Witnesses. Or a card that blocks. Looks like finds an Echo Flash.
Echo Flash, which means the first Gone in a Flash of this game is going to be committed on defense, so Filipe Lima Cardoso can simply stay alive.
That Gone in a Flash eluded him this whole game. And when he finally finds it, is forced to block to just keep his life total above 0. Jacob Clements smells blood in the water here.
Down to 2. Goes Filipe. Banish the top. Shows a fate foreseen, which
One
Filipe
card away.
needed. He was
One card away from the
away
defense reaction.
Pass the turn back. Arakni. Orb Weaver returns to the Brood. And for Filipe here, his turn likely, I have to imagine we're just discarding the Echo Flash to Oscilio.
What's going to be the pickup over here? Voltsar also activated. Echo Flash coming in for 2. Jacob Snap takes it. He doesn't even have Arcane Barrier. No choices to be made for Jacob Clements.
Card off the top. Constella Uplift. That won't do it.
That's 1 damage to your opponent's 11.
Uplift, 1 Arcane. Jacob takes that. He goes down to 10. He might be moments away from the Pro Tour victory that has eluded him for so long.
10 life, Tunic up against an opponent at 2 life in a deck that runs a whole bunch of no blocks.
We lose the Echo Flash. We come in for 2. If we're Filipe, down to 8 goes Jacob Clements. He looks for cards that block. I don't think he found one. I don't think he did. We're using our old knocker. Blocking for 3. We're flicking the Clave. Down to 1 goes Filipe. Follow up from Jacob. He sees it. He smells it. He's starting to move a little quicker. Save for Bloodshed. Up 6 and run. Tunic, Graphene Calicera. The cards go down. The fist bump is extended. The question has been answered. Jacob Clements has broken through. Unbelievable, unfathomable, undeniable. Move over, Pablo. Move over, Hamilton. There's a new Lord of Flesh and Blood. King Clements is here. Long may he reign.
And it wouldn't be a Jacob Clements victory if he doesn't leave the frame the moment the opponent shows him his hand and shakes his hand. What a fantastic finish. What a fantastic masterclass of Arakni Marionette gameplay.
I mean, what can we say? Bryan already said it. During the pre-tour, if you didn't watch, go back and see the man who is partially responsible for this whole damn game say, I think this is Jacob Clements' time. He is playing the best Flesh and Blood of anybody breathing these days. This is his moment. This is his time. All he has to do is capture it. And capture it he did.
It's a moment well deserved for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at how our bracket shaped out after 3 intense days of competition.
Unbelievable stuff from Jacob Clements. I mean, what else could possibly have been the outcome here? Jacob Clements. Hey, let's just walk through Jacob Clements' last 3 events. UK National Champion, Calling Shinjuku Champion, Pro Tour Las Vegas Champion. That is a run unlike any we have ever seen or may ever see again.
Is it a given at this point that he wins the Player of the Year race? At this point, he's so far ahead now after this victory.
I mean, dude, he's my Player of the Year. Like, I don't see anyone catching up to him points-wise or narrative-wise. This is a run unlike anything we have ever seen. I just said it, or may ever see again. 3 tournaments in a row, a national championship, championship, a calling championship, and a Pro Tour championship as his name is called here in the hall, and you hear the adoration from the Flesh and Blood community for a player so damn deserving.
And that was not an easy top 8 run for him as well. He started off having to face a Gravy Bones, one of the worst matchups for Arakni Marionette, into 2 Oscilios, which all the players seem to agree are 50-50s. But Jacob Clements, though, made it look easy.
Yeah, he made it look beautiful is what he did. What an incredible masterclass all weekend long from Jacob Clements. It's pretty miraculous. It's pretty magnificent to see how this has all shaken out. I mean, us in the booth, we got the calls pretty close to right, y'all. I mean, my guy was in the semis. Your guy won the damn thing. I mean, there's a reason 2 of the people here, and I'm sure many of you at home, had Jacob Clements on your big board to win this Pro Tour. It's because no one is playing Flesh and Blood any better right now. The question has been asked. The gauntlet has been thrown. Can you beat Jacob Clements at a Pro Tour? If you can't, I mean, you got to question what is worth it, because this dude is on another level. But that's what makes this so exciting, is now all of a sudden we saw Chain fall to Visceri. We've now seen in the players landscape a new king be crowned, and it's now time to see if anyone out there can fell the Lord of Flesh and Blood. It has been wonderful to spend this Pro Tour with all of you. The questions asked were multitudinous. The games were beautiful. But at the end of all things, only one champion leaves the arena. Only one king was crowned. Only one player can be the best alive. We've asked the question for months, years. I think we found an answer for now. Jacob Clements, King Clements is here. I ask you all to bow down, for the king has landed, and long may he reign.
In a word, undeniable. We all knew it was going to happen when it started at UK Nationals and it finished here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. You're a very exclusive club, Jacob. Yeah. Congratulations.
You could say I bet on myself.
I don't get paid enough for this. Jacob, phenomenal finals. We got to talk briefly before you stepped into it, but I think there was pretty clearly a standout turn there that kind of swayed the game in your direction.
Yeah, the time with the Stalker's Steps was a really big swing for sure. It's interesting because what he did made a lot of sense because on board I have the red back, so I have to put it to 6 to get go again seemingly, but being able to... It's just Mario's so tricky to play against.
Absolutely. Unsurprisingly, a lot of fans in chat at this point, but the biggest question by far, still always the sleeve situation. Did Noah Clark insult you, or are you going to stick to your ways?
I mean, me and Noah Clark are good, but I'm going to stick to my ways. Seems to be working
forever.
for me.
Yeah, can't really argue with results, can you? One way or the other. Prize cards on the way, prize money on the way, but I do get to hand you... this has some heft to it. Don't use this as a doorstop, but congratulations. You are a Pro Tour champion. Go on. Give it a shot. There we go. Woo. Look at that thing. I'm not lying, right? That has some serious heft to it.
It feels like it could kill a man.
I don't get paid enough for this.
No, not that I will.
Please don't. That would be a horrible way to end my weekend.
No.
Jacob, we've had you on a few times already. You know how these winners interviews go typically. Anyone else you haven't shouted out over the weekend you want to give a thanks to? Do you want to send a warning to your enemies for the next upcoming weeks? How do you want to do this?
Well, I would just say a massive thank you to all the people who've been in my corner, like all the UK people when I was coming up, and now all the people who travel with me to all the events. But at this point, I think just a very special thank you to George Roger for being someone who, when I was very early in my time as a Flesh and Blood player, really took a chance on me or took me in and helped me develop a lot. And I mean, I always thank the Brody and Michael and the Super Armory people and all the people who are in my support network now. But I just at this juncture, having won the Pro Tour, I would look back and just with all my heart be grateful for him.
That's truly lovely. George, a wonderful person, and I'm certainly glad that you're here as a result of that being the case. And with all the politeties out of the way, UK Pride was a cast of pick since the start. Just undefeatable, undeniable. Yeah. And now you can understand why I never get to win anything these days. Jacob, I think we're seeing you next in Edinburgh next weekend, right?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a fourth one.
4 in a month really would be the month of Clements. If people who aren't lucky enough to be in Europe want to find you, where will you be turning up next?
Well, I'm still going to all the callings. So there's a calling in Bangkok, which is Sage, which I'm looking forward to in August, and then there's just go to the events. It's World Tour tab of Flesh and Blood website, and then it's just all of them.
If it's on the page, he'll be there one way or the other. I think you're responsible for about 20% of Arakni Marionette's Living Legend points right now. How does that feel?
It's great. I've got a plan.
Okay,
we're gonna play Slippy, but we can't because Mario is legal. So we're just gonna get rid of Mario, and then we can play Slippy.
The elaborate plan, all at its finest. Jacob, thanks again. Congratulations on becoming a Pro Tour champion. Yeah. I'm sure it will be the first of many more successes in the near future. What a wonderful game. What a wonderful player, and very, very lucky to have you. Folks, we still have a giveaway to draw or a few other things to pull up before the end of the day, so myself and Hayden will be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate that.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
For the final time this weekend, welcome back. The Pro Tour here in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player, your trusted marketplace partner for all things Flesh and Blood. Scott Mines, Hayden Dale back in the booth one more time. It's been fun, has it not?
We are, and we're bringing it home. It has been a massive weekend here from Vegas. Congratulations, of course, to one Mr. Jacob Clements. You cannot defeat him right now as much as all comers tried.
In his own words, undeniable. That was always the goal. He's now undeniable, and I can't deny him, can you?
I mean, man was talking to me about next weekend. He's like, yeah, thinking about Edinburgh. Think about Edinburgh next weekend. I'm like, enjoy the moment, my friend.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we should just film his winners interview for next weekend now and save me the hassle. I'll get ahead of it. I need to probably be me anyway. But yeah, I think we have a new. If Viscerize is the big bad and canonically, sure, but I think Jacob might be the big bad when it comes to tournament gameplay.
Well, he's issuing the challenge, right? Because we've had the likes of Pablo Pintor, who has been on an absolute tear. And let's remind everyone, Pablo wasn't here this weekend.
No.
So, you know, he has got a point to prove potentially at the next Tier 4 event and try and take down Jacob Clements.
Well, Pablo, Hayden sounds like he's calling you out more than Jacob, to be honest, but I guess we'll find out one way or the other. Let's take one final check-in with our top 8 bracket in a moment and see how this story unfolded as we got there. It all started with 8 names, some expected, some not. Majin Bay, Alexander Vore, Noah Clark, Jacob Clements, Jonathan Magnusson, Michael Hamilton, Filipe Lima Cardoso, and Bryce Stroyek, who took us at the start of the day to some pretty spectacular games. Jacob started with the upset over Gravy Bones, a matchup typically found to be rather difficult. Alexander Vore doing a great job at showing those prevention effects, the more defensive options to Oscilio to take care of our #1 seed in the form of Majin Bay. Absolute grind fest between Jonathan Magnusson and Michael Hamilton ended up with Betsy on top, and the pride of Brazil showed us that Betsy could be beaten if you tried.
Yeah, and I actually look at this run from Jacob Clements, and I actually think that quarterfinals match was his toughest matchup, really. Once he got past there, it felt, I don't want to say easy, but, you know, the way things lined up in that final against Filipe and even the semifinal against Alexander Vore, it felt like it was always in control. And, you know, that quarterfinals, it swung back and forth for a little bit until Jacob really took the advantage off the back of that Noah gold sort of digging turn. And then from there on, it just felt like it was all Jacob Clements. That felt like the turning point in this top 8. But yes, as you say, some fantastic other quarterfinals there. I think my favorite game of this top 8 was that Jonathan Magnusson, Michael Hamilton. I was a little bit biased because we were calling it maybe Scott, but if you haven't seen that match, go back and check it out, because masterclass in Guardian mirrors on both sides, and ultimately Jonathan progressing. But yeah, both players put in an absolute shift in that one.
Semi-finals was Alex versus Jacob. Of course, we know Jacob came out on top there. And Filipe Lima Cardoso, making the way through Betsy for a second time in a row, gave us the final you have just seen, with Jacob Clements finding a way, utilizing those Stalker steps, not afraid to give up the only arcane barrier he had access to push home the victory and become a Pro Tour champion. Incredible stuff.
Who needs Stalker steps when you just deal damage? That's what I say.
just kill them, as they say, is the way to normally get those games done. Hayden, I know you alluded to just now that this Guardian Mirror we had in the top 8 was your favorite game of the top 8, but for any of the folks who maybe didn't join us for the entire 3-day broadcast, what would be the highlights for you to tell them to go back and hit?
Omen's Draft. I think this draft format is just incredible, and this is going to be the last time that we see Omen's Draft at a tier 4, presumably.
Maybe.
Yeah. Who knows? But I think, you know, what a season we've had. Great to share it through Nationals, of course, as well. Through here to our tier 4 as well. And just that evolution of that format, and watching someone like Michael Hamilton, Yuki Lee Bender as well, and the way they piloted their drafts, navigated the drafts, and showed the complexity of this format, I thought was just outstanding.
Yeah, I think I agree with that pretty universally. I'm going to miss it. We've joked numerous times. I've banked a couple of boxes.
Let's go draft. Let's, honestly...
They don't need us to wrap anything up, do it? We'll just get out of here. Go draft some Omens. Yeah, very high on my list as well. If you're looking to show us your favorite way to play Flesh and Blood, thankfully there is quite the schedule of events that Jacob Clements is about to win. Let's go check it out, one way or the other. All these upcoming events on the World Tour, $2 million in prize money up for grabs across the year, and depending on where you may be based, there will be a stop somewhere near you.
Yes, including Edinburgh, where you will be catching the train straight off that plane.
I will.
For next weekend, Scott, before we head towards Bangkok for that Silver Age calling alongside the showdown, of course, both being Silver Age. Hamburg, we're back in Germany after that in late August, and then Kansas City before we get to our first ever event in Korea, our world premiere, our calling in Korea within Seoul, where we will both be there, and looking forward to that one immensely.
Yeah, one final call on that one. Those early bird tickets, they stop being available at the end of today. So if you know you're coming, do yourself a favor, go pick them up while they're still available. Bilbao at the end of September will be the first taste of Limited for Usurp the Shadow Throne on the big stage. But the fun doesn't stop there. Calling 100 in Atlanta will feature a Living Legend Championship and a classic constructed calling, complete with that new Marvel Cold Foil Sink Below promo card.
I would love to get my hands on one of those, and honestly, it is tempting me to go to Atlanta, as well as being part of that massive, massive milestone in Flesh and Blood's history. 100 callings. That is actually insane, honestly, that we have reached that milestone. And how many of those has Jacob Clements won?
Ooh, that's a dangerous stat. That is a dangerous
Between him
stat.
and Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, it's certainly up there. Kyoto and Mexico City will provide us with the road to World Championship Paris in November. Of course, mixed format there in the main event, but classic constructed calling will be available. From Paris, we'll make our way back into your backyard over in Sydney before wrapping things up at the end of November in Shenzhen.
Yeah, and talking about Mexico City, Filipe will be there casting that event, our finalist from the Pro Tour. So multifaceted is Filipe Lima Cardoso.
Talented, handsome, what more could you ask for? Well, maybe promo copies of Lalo. I can find myself asking for some of these. Available on all World Tour events during the IAR season. Brand new alt art on this one, and a pretty premium car for Silver Age.
Yep, and honestly, that art, just every time I see this, just blows me away. So I'm going to go and try and get a set of those over the next few events through that season, that's for sure.
Very morbid stuff, very Usurp the Shadow Throne coded. Speaking of, that world premiere in Seoul really is going to be one of the marquee events of the year. It just has an aura of its own, although maybe that's just Viscerai.
he does tend to draw the eye, and I can't wait to be playing Viscerai again. It's been some time since I've been able to sleeve up Viscerai, whether it be Limited, whether it be Classic Constructed, whether it be Silver Age. I have sleeved up more recently, but very much looking forward to meeting our new Viscerai.
Other Purple Circle enjoyers, make sure you join us from September 11th to 13th. Paris will be at the start of November. City of Light over there. It's going to be the biggest event of the year, literally. And I'm sure Jacob will tell you how much it means when he wins it.
The biggest thing since the Olympics for France.
You're not wrong. And that is a correct statement at the end of the day. Will be quite the event. Happy to be hosting the World Championship in Europe once again. Of course, Europe is the home of the Pro Tour starting in 2027 as well. Extra Pro Tour that year will be 3 in total, the first of which will be rocking into London at the end of February.
Yeah, you can start to look towards qualifying for that towards the end of this year. Keep an eye out for those dates and all the locations for your ProQuest seasons.
If you're not lucky enough to be joining us at any of these stops, fear not. We'll take care of you with a little dose of entertainment starting next weekend in Edinburgh. Myself and Gabe Scher will be rocking the show over there.
Following that, of course, we're in Bangkok, and Dan Mamata and Bryce Platts will be bringing you all the action from that one. Make sure to stay tuned for that Silver Age calling.
Of course, Hamburg will feature 3 of us, myself, Erica Forslerv, and the casting debut of Kyle, Cody Cass Mullings of fabtcg fame. Very excited to be sharing the booth with such a illustrious gentleman.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I will be tuning in, and exciting to see the calling in Germany, of course.
Yeah, always brings me joy. Game of skill, very much always quoted in those scenarios. Really hard to convince a government if it doesn't have some credence.
I would just be showing them Jacob Clements' last few results if I'm trying to define that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know what? I can't refute it. It's undeniable. It's as simple as that. You know what might be slightly deniable though, Hayden? We look at our metagame breakdown for the top 8 of the Pro Tour, and we see all kinds of stuff going on. But we look at our metagame breakdown for the top 8 of the calling, and there's some other stuff going on.
Yeah, I popped over to have a look at the quarterfinals as they were kicking off in the calling while I was on my break between that semifinal and that final kicking off, and exciting to see Tekla Vossen and a couple of Dories, not what you might expect. And we know that these callings at Pro Tours always have a history of throwing up a surprise or two. I think back to Chandler Toe on Reinar,
of course,
winning in San Jose, for instance. There's always a little twist in the tail, and here you see it. 2 Dories, of course, a Kasai and a Oscilio, a couple of Marionettes, and a Ziggy as well, alongside Oscilio.
Do want to give some props to Michael Metallo. Not only another Canadian crusher who have had a remarkable weekend coming across the pond for that one, but a 12-0 run in Swiss for Michael, undefeated heading into the top 8 cut on that Ziggy Starlight deck.
Could he make it a perfect run, 15-0? I don't think we've seen that at a calling before, only ever at a Nationals.
Very possible that we see that at the calling stage for the first time. But yeah, dose of Tekla Vossen, some Dorinthia, perhaps the big haymaker here. No Guardians at all. It was all Betsy, all Jarl all the time. Jarl was the 2nd most represented deck in the calling. Didn't manage to convert this time around.
Yep, and I will shout out that I've been calling that all weekend, Scott. Of course, the only Jarl in the top 8 of either of these events was Michael Hamilton, so it doesn't count because it's Michael Hamilton.
It doesn't count.
Doesn't matter what deck he's playing. I want to shout out Tom Escoffier there as well in 7th. Of course, Pro Tour top 8 competitor in Singapore, and just continues to be putting up results and adding to his resume.
Goes to show you, Mastery Pack Warrior might not be here yet. In fact, the spoilers for that one might be ticking up again in the next couple of days. We'll have to wait and see. But you might not need all those goodies if you want to find success on a Warrior right now. Pretty sure that's everything for the weekend, Hayden, right?
I can't think of any. Oh! I need a drinking buddy. Well, sorry. I mean,
I'm right here, dude.
The audience needs a drinking buddy.
Okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah,
I knew we were forgetting something. There's a giveaway for us to manage for that hot stamped cold foil drinking buddy promo. So I'm going to talk a little longer, buy you 20 seconds so you can interact with the chat if you may have forgotten about this. And then we're going to pull one out and see who is winning a drinking buddy right now. Let me give you a countdown. Let's say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Caleb Vitch? I'm going to say Caleb Vitch is the answer there. Check the chat for details if you're not sure if that's you. But congratulations on winning yourself a cold foil hot stamp drinking buddy. Details in the chat. Get in touch with Ethan and we'll take care of you.
Congratulations. And those things do look magnificent. So enjoy.
They're spectacular. Hayden, thank you so much for sharing the booth with me this weekend. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Good, perfect. Promo, easy, nice and soft. I was about to get all emotional and stuff, and it's just like, yes, promo's been won. Never mind. It's been an honor. I've missed it, I think, since Taipei, and I've missed the insight. I'm sure the folks have been as well, and so thank you so much for your time.
It's been great to be here alongside you and to bring all of you the coverage of this Pro Tour Las Vegas, and you know, another Pro Tour in the books, World Championship coming up at the end of this year, and then of course we have 3 Pro Tours to cover next year, which I'm very, very much looking forward to.
So on behalf of Hayden, the rest of the team, of course, Bryan Gottlieb, Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani, Man Sant, Xavier here behind the scenes as well, and myself, HowlingMines, you have been amazing. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again very soon.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Bye.